Elias Ryker and the Crown of the Seas, The Depths of Atonement. Chapter 1, A Roving Reef. The year 1866 was marked by a bizarre and unprecedented phenomenon that seized the attention of the world. A mystery that spread across continents and oceans, striking at the very heart of human logic and commercial enterprise. It was the appearance of an enormous elongated object, a creature, a submarine, a moving reef, no one could truly say, that traversed the seas with impossible velocity and power, leaving a trail of shattered hulls and profound existential dread in its wake. Professor Pierre Aronnax, a man whose life had been meticulously dedicated to the quiet, predictable study of marine biology, found myself abruptly thrust from the serene confines of my laboratory into the chaotic, blinding spotlight of public anxiety. My latest work, The Mysteries of the Great Ocean Depths, had cemented my reputation in the scientific community. But this same expertise now made me a lightning rod for questions I could not answer. A scientist demanded to explain the inexplicable. The terror began subtly, almost like a whisper of smoke before the inferno. Isolated reports from various corners of the globe, the North Atlantic, the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, spoke of colossal collisions, of ships encountering something massive and impenetrable beneath the waves. The descriptions were maddeningly vague, yet terrifyingly consistent. A long, spindle-shaped object, often described by those few survivors as phosphorescent, moving with the terrifying speed of an express train. Initially, these were dismissed as maritime tales, the fevered hallucinations of sailors shaken by storms or driven mad by solitude. The insurance companies, masters of cold, hard calculation, were the first to raise the alarm. The losses were becoming too frequent, too identical in their nature. A sudden, violent shock far below the waterline, followed by immediate, catastrophic sinking. This was not the work of reefs, icebergs, or even traditional rogue waves. This was calculated destruction. The scientific community, my own fraternity, was hopelessly divided. The majority, entrenched in their Newtonian comfort zone, maintained a stubborn skepticism. They proposed a colossal narwhal, a monodon monoceros of truly staggering proportions, a creature perhaps 100 yards long, equipped with a bony horn of immense power. This theory, championed by the esteemed naturalists of the time, offered the soothing balm of familiarity. It was an animal, however large, and therefore subject to the laws of nature as we understood them. But even this theory felt strained, almost desperate. A narwhal of such size, moving with such sustained, incredible speed, defying the known limits of muscular power and hydrodynamic drag. It was an intellectual compromise, a refusal to admit that the canvas of the known world might have just been ripped open. My own internal conflict was immense. As a scientist, I was bound by the rigorous chains of observation and verifiable data. But as a human being, I felt the cold grip of a much deeper, more primal fear. I reviewed every log, every affidavit, every scrap of salvaged wreckage. The evidence pointed to an offensive weapon, not a biological specimen. The penetration, the clean, deep wounds in the iron plates of the victim ships, suggested a sharp, metallic object, driven by an artificial force far greater than any living muscle could generate. I remember long nights spent pacing my study, the moonlight casting pale, accusing shadows over my books. My brain, usually a precision instrument, felt clogged with paradox. If it was an animal, it broke every rule of zoology. If it was a machine, who built it and why? The thought of a human artifact, a monstrous submerged vessel moving with hostility beneath the high seas, was almost more terrifying than the thought of a super whale. The whale was driven by instinct, the machine was driven by a mind. The crisis reached its peak when the Scotia, a powerful screw steamer belonging to the Cunard Company, reported a collision of the most violent kind. The Scotia was a symbol of maritime modernity, a robust vessel designed to withstand heavy seas. Yet she had been struck and severely damaged, requiring 3 weeks of drydock repair just to be made seaworthy again. The report from her engineers was chilling. The point of impact was several feet below the waterline, the blow delivered with a force that felt utterly unnatural. The public reaction shifted from curiosity to outright panic. Global trade slowed to a crawl. Freights rose dramatically. Insurance premiums skyrocketed. Sailors, men who typically scorned superstition, refused to board vessels. The sea, the ancient highway of civilization, had become a realm of absolute uncertainty, a dark territory haunted by an invisible, powerful adversary. Governments, feeling the pressure of paralyzed economies, were finally forced to act. They could no longer afford the luxury of debate. Action was demanded, and a solution, however theoretical, had to be implemented. I was in New York at the time, having just returned from a scientific mission to Nebraska, where I had studied the terrestrial ecosystem. I was blissfully unaware of the scale of the crisis until I stepped off the train and was immediately besieged by journalists, all demanding my definitive opinion. My hotel lobby became a battleground of reporters and telegraph boys. The pressure was excruciating. My intellectual integrity demanded caution, an acknowledgement of the gaps in the data. But the public needed certainty, a name to call the demon of the depths. In the end, I broke, not my integrity, but my silence. I published an article in the New York Herald, a detailed, meticulously argued piece titled, "A Gigantic Narwhal or a Human-Built Submarine?" In this article, I systematically reviewed all the facts. I weighed the evidence for the colossal narwhal against the evidence for a submarine of unprecedented size and power. I argued that the nature of the damage, the precision, the depth, the metallic sound reported by a few, made the mechanical explanation far more probable. I conceded that such a machine was technologically impossible by any known national standard, but the facts demanded that we consider it. I concluded with a sense of fatalistic conviction that the world was facing either a biological freak that defied all known laws of nature, or an engineering marvel and a weapon created by some rogue genius operating outside the constraints of governments and morality. The article was a sensation. It did not solve the mystery, but it gave structure to the fear. I provided the intellectual framework for the hunt. I was not wrong in calling for action, but I profoundly underestimated the speed with which the machinery of government, once activated, would seize upon my words. The American government, eager to quell the public frenzy and secure its shipping lanes, immediately ordered the deployment of a frigate, the Abraham Lincoln, to hunt down this elusive terror. The vessel was a magnificent warship, one of the fastest and most powerful of its time. Its mission was a simple: find the monster and destroy it. Then came the summons, a formal, urgent dispatch from the Secretary of the Navy requesting my immediate presence. It was a request I knew I could not, and perhaps did not want to, refuse. The opportunity was too immense, the chance to solve the greatest marine mystery of the age, to face the very paradox that had consumed my waking thoughts. The scientist in me was terrified of the unknown, but the explorer was exhilarated. The fear of being wrong was suddenly overshadowed by the fear of missing the truth. The official letter was delivered by a smartly dressed attaché, its seal imposing and its tone uncompromising. It stated, in unambiguous terms, that my theoretical analysis was deemed the most credible, and therefore my expertise was required on the Abraham Lincoln. The frigate was to leave New York in 48 hours. I was to be the lead scientific expert of the expedition, the designated interpreter of the anomaly. A deep sense of resignation, mixed with a thrill that bordered on reckless excitement, settled upon me. My comfortable life of academic certainty was over. I was going to sea, not on a tranquil research vessel, but on a frigate armed for war, chasing a ghost. I had traded the quiet sanctity of my books for the churning violence of the North Atlantic. And deep down, where the scientific ego resides, I felt a chilling certainty I would find the answer even if the finding consumed me. The question was no longer if the creature existed, but who or what was piloting the darkness. The chase was on. I turned to my loyal assistant, Conseil, a man whose placid devotion to classification was his defining characteristic, and prepared him for the most extraordinary voyage of our lives. My heart pounded with a rhythm that was half excitement, half apprehension. The scientific world waited, the whole world waited, and somewhere beneath the waves, the dark, colossal force that had shattered global commerce waited too, perhaps preparing its next devastating move. Chapter 2: Conseil. The sudden, brutal interruption of my academic life by the demands of the United States Navy forced me into a state of feverish, yet meticulous preparation. 48 hours. 48 hours to pack away the careful, ordered existence of a Parisian scholar and exchange it for the confined, precarious life aboard a man-o-war hunting a technological ghost. It was a deadline that allowed no time for sentimental farewells, only for the cold, calculated logistics of survival and research. My first and most crucial act was to inform Conseil. Conseil. The very name evokes a sense of placid, imperturbable order. For 10 years, this remarkable man had served as my assistant, traversing the globe with me, enduring the sweltering heat of the tropics and the bracing cold of the northern seas. He was a Flemish man, possessed of a loyalty that transcended mere professional duty and bordered on the monastic. His defining characteristic was his almost surgical dedication to classification. For Conseil, the world existed to be categorized, labeled, and placed neatly within its proper phylum, class, order, and species. He was, in short, the perfect foil to my own tumultuous, speculative nature. Where my mind soared into theoretical possibility, the possibility of a super narwhal or a revolutionary submarine, Conseil's mind remained firmly anchored in the Linnean system. I found him in the study, his face illuminated by the gaslight, meticulously cataloging the specimens we had just brought back from Nebraska. He was arranging a tray of iridescent beetles with tweezers, a study in quiet concentration. "Conseil," I said, my voice perhaps betraying more urgency than I intended. He looked up instantly, his eyes calm and clear, betraying no hint of surprise at my abruptness. His demeanor was that of a well-oiled machine, efficient, respectful, and entirely predictable. "Yes, Professor, is the arrangement of the Buprestidae satisfactory?" "The beetles can wait, my friend," I replied, walking over to the mantelpiece and picking up the Secretary of the Navy's dispatch. The heavy seal felt cold beneath my fingers. "We are setting sail. Immediately, or rather in 48 hours. Conseil tilted his head, a slight, almost imperceptible movement that was his equivalent of a frown. "To sea, Professor, for a collection trip. The time of year is perhaps unfavorable for the deep-sea dredge." I leaned in, my enthusiasm now overriding my scientific reserve. "No, Conseil, this is not for a collection, it is for a chase, a hunt. You have heard surely of the mysterious creature, the moving reef that has been sinking vessels." "Ah, the enormous narwhal, or possibly the gigantic sperm whale," he stated, adjusting his spectacles. "I read your article, Professor, a bold defense of the mechanical hypothesis, but a most complex classification issue. How does one categorize something that may not be biological?" "Exactly, that is precisely why we must go. The American government has requisitioned the frigate Abraham Lincoln to hunt it down, and they have ordered my participation as the chief scientific expert. We are going to find the truth, Conseil, whatever it may be. We are embarking on the most extraordinary voyage of our lives." I expected some protest, perhaps a question about the dangers or the lack of proper preparation. Instead, Conseil simply placed the tweezers down with quiet precision and dusted his hands. "Very well, Professor," he said, his tone utterly matter-of-fact. "I have never seen the monstrous narwhal. I presume its order is still undetermined." His complete lack of personal fear, his intellectual framing of the imminent danger purely as a taxonomic problem, was both reassuring and mildly absurd. It stabilized my own rising panic. "Its order is undetermined, yes," I confirmed, smiling faintly. "And the creature is rumored to possess a colossal, lethal horn, Conseil. We are going on a military expedition. This is not a pleasant cruise." "If the professor goes, then Conseil goes," he declared, as if stating an unchangeable law of nature. "But I must insist that, once captured, its proper place in the classification of living things be rigorously established. We must not be sloppy with the details, even when faced with the unbelievable." And with that, the discussion was over. Conseil immediately began the process of packing. He did not pack clothes or personal comforts, he packed the tools of our trade. Notebooks, fine-tipped pens, vials of preserving fluid, scalpels, and the most exquisite precision instruments for measurement. For Conseil, life's only necessities were the means to classify the chaos. He treated the preparations for a high-risk naval hunt with the same calm efficiency he would use to prepare for a day trip to the local aquarium. As I watched him work, a profound sense of gratitude washed over me. In the face of the unknown, I needed his quiet certainty. He was my anchor, the ballast that kept my theoretical ship from capsizing into the sea of pure conjecture. He asked no questions about risk, only about logistics. The next 36 hours were a blur. I settled my affairs, delivered my final lectures, and drafted a hurried will. I also purchased the necessary equipment for a long voyage: heavy boots, warm greatcoats, and a sextant, though the frigate undoubtedly possessed its own superior instruments. The scientific community, once skeptical, now swarmed me with well-wishes and requests for specimens, should I impossibly encounter the monster and survive. I promised nothing, only that I would record everything. On the morning of the third day, under a clear but cold New York sky, Conseil and I boarded the Abraham Lincoln. The frigate was a marvel of naval architecture, her decks bristling with cannons and her crew a disciplined, silent machine. The very sight of the ship, grim and powerful, emphasized the gravity of our mission. This was a hunt for destruction, not for discovery. As we stood on the quarterdeck, the salt wind whipping at my face, I looked back at the receding skyline of New York. I had left the world of comfortable knowledge behind. Ahead lay the vast, indifferent ocean, and beneath it something powerful enough to challenge the supremacy of man. I felt a fleeting sense of terror, quickly replaced by the exhilarating rush of the ultimate scientific pursuit. Conseil stood beside me, surveying the choppy waters of the bay with a look of clinical interest. "Professor," he said, his eyes fixed on a distant flock of seabirds, "I observe a specimen of the species Larus marinus. A fine example. Shall I make a note of it? One must maintain consistency even on a voyage of war." His dedication to the mundane rituals of classification was the perfect preparation for the sublime terror we were about to face. I nodded, pulling my coat tighter against the wind, ready to sail into the greatest unknown of the age, accompanied by the only man who would classify the sea monster while it was tearing our ship apart. Chapter 3: Ned Land, King of the Harpooners. The Abraham Lincoln departed from the bustling chaos of New York Harbor with the resolute dignity of a ship committed to a sacred, almost impossible mission. Under the stern, capable command of Captain Farragut, the frigate was not merely a vessel. It was the embodiment of national resolve, a floating symbol of man's refusal to be terrorized by the unknown depths. Yet, despite the disciplined rhythm of naval life, the air aboard was thick with an intangible anxiety, the fear of fighting a ghost, of pursuing an enemy that might not even be corporeal. For the first few days, the routine was rigid, the ship cutting a sharp line through the cool waters of the North Atlantic. I, Professor Aronnax, settled into a small cabin adjacent to the gun deck, dedicating my time to preparing my instruments, consulting with the ship's engineers about known structural weaknesses in the reports, and observing the crew. Conseil, ever the paragon of routine, established an immediate and unwavering daily schedule of sorting, cleaning, and labeling, transforming our small space into a sanctuary of order amidst the martial chaos. But there was a third element introduced into our small academic ecosystem: a character so profoundly different from both Conseil and myself that he instantly became a focal point of my psychological observation. Ned Land, the Canadian harpooner. Ned Land was a legend of the whaling fleets, a man whose fame had spread across the fishing ports of the globe. He was a creature of immense physical power, possessed of a frame that seemed carved from the very oaks of his native Canada. He stood over 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders, powerful arms, and a keen, penetrating gaze that spoke of a lifetime spent reading the subtle, fleeting signs of the open sea. His hands, gnarled and scarred, were weapons themselves, capable of driving a harpoon with surgical accuracy and devastating force. His pride was as immense as his physical strength. He was a master of his domain, the chaotic, violent arena of the whale hunt. The sea was his workshop and the great leviathans his prey. He carried the confidence of a king who had never known a challenge he could not master. When Captain Farragut hired him, it was an acknowledgement that if the monster proved to be flesh and blood, there was no man alive better suited to kill it. Ned Land accepted the commission not for the meager pay, but for the glory, the singular honor of driving his iron into the body of the greatest, most formidable beast the ocean had ever yielded. He regarded me, the scientist, with a mixture of respectful bafflement and mild scorn. To Ned, the world was simple. Things were either edible, killable, or useless. My complex theories about mechanical beasts and hydrodynamic displacement were irrelevant noise compared to the sound of a tightening rope and the feel of the harpoon shaft vibrating in his grasp. I sought him out on the foredeck one cool afternoon, finding him polishing his massive, custom-forged harpoon, an act of intimate worship. "Ned," I began, attempting a scientific demeanor, "you have seen more of the great whales than any man on this ship. Do you truly believe, as some do, that this creature is a narwhal merely overgrown?" Ned Land paused, examining the lethal diamond-sharp point of his weapon. He was wearing a heavy woolen cap and leather gloves, and the scent of salt and cured leather clung to him. He snorted, a deep guttural sound that seemed to come from his powerful chest. "Narwhal, Professor? If it's a narwhal, then I'm a landlubber. The narwhal is a coward, a skulking brute. This thing, whatever it is, has courage. It hits and it sinks. A narwhal flees, no, Professor. This thing is new, and it is large, but I don't fear large. I only fear things I cannot touch." He tapped the shaft of the harpoon against the deck plating. "Give me a solid target, something I can feel the life run out of, and I'll take its measure. But these scientists of yours, these men who talk of metal hulls and electric power, they rob the hunt of its honor. You cannot harpoon an idea, Professor. You cannot run a machine through with iron." His words, delivered with a fierce, almost savage energy, highlighted the gulf between us. I sought knowledge and the resolution of a scientific enigma. Ned Land sought a worthy opponent and the visceral satisfaction of the kill. As the weeks turned into a monotonous cycle of searching, spanning the vast, empty expanse between the 32nd meridian and the shores of Japan, the initial high spirits of the crew began to erode. Hope, that most precious commodity on a long sea voyage, began to thin into a bitter, impatient resignation. The Abraham Lincoln, a magnificent engine of war, was reduced to circling aimlessly, chasing vague reports and half-formed shadows. The psychological tension mounted. Captain Farragut, a man of action, paced the bridge with an air of contained fury. The crew, confined to their routine, began to whisper of a phantom, a demon of the sea that mocked their modern technology. Ned Land's impatience was the most palpable of all. His strength, usually channeled into bursts of violent, focused activity, now had no outlet. He grew restless, pacing the foredeck like a caged predator, his eyes constantly scanning the horizon, not with curiosity but with hunger. His moods became increasingly volatile, his voice, usually booming, now carrying an edge of aggressive boredom. I often saw him in conversation with Conseil, a highly improbable pairing. Conseil, calm and analytical, would attempt to explain the classification of deep-sea invertebrates. Ned, chewing tobacco and glaring at the waves, would counter with tales of whales that fought back, of the raw, red vitality of a life taken at sea. "Your classifications are useless, Conseil," Ned once growled, tossing a piece of driftwood overboard. "The only class that matters out here is predator and prey. And right now we are the prey chasing a master predator, and that, I assure you, is no fun at all." Ned Land's frustration mirrored the mounting doubt in my own mind. Had I been wrong? Had the collective hysteria of the world convinced me to abandon reason for a desperate, romantic theory of a rogue submarine? Were we, the pride of the American Navy, merely hunting a colossal sperm whale that had, by some freak of nature, acquired a thicker skull and an unnerving love of sinking ships? The commander, aware of the drooping morale, finally decided to address the psychological strain. After 2 months of fruitless searching, he announced to the crew that he would only allow the hunt to continue for a fixed period, a final 3 months. If the creature was not found and destroyed by that deadline, the Abraham Lincoln would be ordered home. This announcement had a galvanizing, though double-edged, effect. It reignited hope, focusing the crew's desperation into a final, finite effort, but it also intensified the psychological pressure. Now every ripple, every shadow, every errant wave was scrutinized with maddening intensity. The entire ship existed in a state of hypervigilance, poised on the knife edge between discovery and crushing failure. I retreated into my scientific analysis, attempting to map the creature's alleged routes, searching for a pattern. Ned Land retreated to his post, sharpening his harpoon obsessively, his face a mask of primal determination. He knew his time was running out. He had come for a legend, and he would not return to the Canadian shores without the iron in his hand, crimsoned by the blood of the Leviathan. Chapter 4, The Final Resolution. The ultimatum delivered by Captain Farragut, the promise of 3 final months before abandoning the hunt, did not alleviate the psychological siege, it merely intensified it. The finite nature of the deadline transformed the ship from a methodical war vessel into a pressurized cage. Every man aboard, from the lowliest deckhand to the captain himself, now felt the tyranny of time. The vast, indifferent Pacific Ocean, which the Abraham Lincoln now relentlessly patrolled, seemed to swallow their hope whole. My own routine, once centered on detached observation, became fraught with obsessive calculations. I spent hours poring over charts and the compiled records of the creature's alleged attacks. My scientific mind, usually a harbor of calm reason, was now a tempest of speculation. I tried to establish a pattern in the chaos, a recurring depth, a preferred latitude, a possible need for refueling, though the very concept of a mechanical beast needing to refuel in the open ocean was absurd. Yet, if my mechanical hypothesis was correct, the creature must follow some logic, however perverse. Conseil, bless his unflappable Flemish soul, remained my singular point of stability. He continued his classifications, now extending to the various algae, microscopic marine life, and even the varieties of seabirds we encountered. His devotion to order seemed a silent yet powerful rebuke to the mounting panic. He reminded me that even in the face of the incredible, the observable world remained true to its scientific laws. Ned Land, however, became utterly consumed by the deadline. His frustration had sharpened into a terrifying focus. He rarely left his post on the forward deck, often spending his entire watch scanning the horizon with a gaze that could seemingly pierce the very fog. He lived and breathed the hunt. He had staked his considerable reputation, the title of King of the Harpooners, on this single confrontation. To return empty-handed, to confess that his strength was useless against a phantom, was a fate worse than death for the proud Canadian. We crossed the Tropic of Cancer and entered the warm, treacherous waters of the North Pacific. The monotony was broken only by false alarms, the flash of a whale's tail, the glint of sunlight on a distant fishing boat's wet hull, or the bioluminescence of a shoal of fish. Each time the crew would rush to their battle stations, the tension spiking to unbearable levels, only to crash back down into despair once the mistake was realized. The false sightings were, in a way, more exhausting than the real threat. They drained the crew's spirit, leaving them hollow and irritable. I remember one particularly stifling night, weeks after the captain's announcement. The air was heavy, the sea oily and black. I was standing on the bridge, attempting to converse with Captain Farragut, who spoke in curt, clipped sentences, his eyes fixed on the impenetrable darkness. "Professor," he admitted, his voice low, "I am beginning to doubt your narwhal theory entirely. The men, they are seeing things in the dark. Ghosts, I tell you. I will honor my promise, but after 3 months this ship will turn east. We cannot hunt shadows forever." At that moment, the tension on board was so thick it was almost audible. The ship felt like a massive coil, wound tight by months of fruitless searching, waiting for the final snap. And then it happened. It was 10 minutes past 11 on the night of the 23rd of July. The Abraham Lincoln was steaming slowly, conserving coal, in the vicinity of the Japanese coast, exactly where the last reported attack had occurred. Suddenly, a piercing cry split the oppressive silence. It was Ned Land's voice, a raw, triumphant shout that carried the combined release of months of pent-up aggression and ultimate vindication. "Ahoy the masthead, something to starboard, 3 points off the bow. It's the brute, by God, there it is." The effect was instantaneous and electrifying. The ship, which had been sluggish and weary, sprang to life with the explosive energy of a released spring. All doubt, all weariness vanished in a flash of adrenaline. It was real. It was there. I rushed to the starboard rail, my heart hammering against my ribs. Captain Farragut shouted sharp, immediate orders. The engines roared back to life, churning the black water violently, and then I saw it. About 2 miles from the frigate, the sea was illuminated by a strange, unearthly phosphorescence. It was an enormous, elongated mass moving rapidly parallel to the Abraham Lincoln. It was impossible to mistake the sheer size, the terrifying velocity, and above all, the intense, almost blinding glow emanating from the object itself. It was not the pale, fleeting light of natural bioluminescence. This was a purposeful electric radiance, a metallic sheen that cut through the darkness like a luminous sword. My first thought was of the creature's horn. Yet the light seemed too smooth, too evenly distributed for a biological specimen. I leaned over the rail, frantically adjusting my small telescope, trying to resolve the shape. It was spindle-shaped, enormous, at least 300 feet long, and its movement was terrifyingly smooth, silent, and deliberate. "It is not a narwhal, Captain," I shouted over the growing noise of the engines and the frantic calls of the crew. "That light is electrical." "Oh, it is the machine." Captain Farragut, standing beside me, did not take his eyes off the phenomenon. "Machine or beast, Professor, it is hostile. Quartermaster, bring us alongside. All hands to battle stations. Prepare the long-range artillery." The hunt was now a chase. The Abraham Lincoln, despite being a fast vessel, could not match the effortless speed of the glowing object. As the frigate tried to close the distance, the object seemed to glide away with a mocking ease, maintaining the 2-mile gap effortlessly. The glow intensified, bathing the dark waves in a pool of eerie emerald light, illuminating the surrounding water with its presence. Ned Land was on the extreme bow, harpoon in hand, his entire posture radiating savage anticipation. He was yelling challenges into the wind, his voice hoarse but ecstatic. He had his physical opponent, his worthy target. His faith was justified. For the next 4 hours, the chase was a grueling, futile spectacle. The Abraham Lincoln strained every plate and every ounce of steam, pushing her engines to their breaking point. But the mystery craft merely adjusted its speed, playing with us, allowing us to approach slightly before effortlessly pulling away again. It was a calculated, taunting game, demonstrating a clear superiority in design and power. As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky in streaks of gray and rose, the creature finally made its move. It stopped, seemingly waiting for us, its incandescent body now clearly visible in the growing light, a long, black, cigar-shaped hull, utterly smooth and utterly defiant. It looked like the embodiment of the sea's hidden power, a challenge cast directly into the face of humanity. Captain Farragut seized the moment. The guns ready, fired. The silence of the dawn was ripped apart by the deafening roar of the frigate's artillery. 2 massive shells hurtled across the water toward the target. I held my breath, watching through my telescope, convinced that even if it was metal, the sheer force would cripple it. The shells struck. Not with the satisfying, rending explosion of metal against metal, but with a dull, hollow thud. The thick, dark hull of the creature swallowed the force without a tremor. The shells, unbelievably, seemed to bounce off, glancing harmlessly into the water like pebbles skipping on ice. The effect on the crew was worse than a direct hit. It was utter demoralization. The greatest military might of the United States Navy had failed to even scratch its target. As the smoke cleared, the luminous object, as if to acknowledge our futile effort, suddenly vanished. The glow extinguished completely. One moment it was there, a solid, defiant presence. The next, only the empty, churning water remained. It had submerged, slipping back into the abyssal mystery from which it came, mocking our very existence. The hunt was over, replaced by a desperate, silent waiting game. We had found the monster, but we had failed to harm it, and now it was our turn to fear the return blow. Chapter 5: A Plunge into the Ocean. The silence that followed the monster's submergence was more terrifying than the roar of the cannons. It was a silence heavy with the promise of unseen retaliation. We knew with a certainty that chilled us to the bone that the creature had not fled. It was merely choosing the timing and the method of its counterattack. It had demonstrated invulnerability to our weapons, and now it controlled the battlefield beneath the waves. Captain Farragut, a man whose dignity was usually unshakable, was visibly shaken. He ordered the ship to maintain a slow, defensive course, while the engineers desperately inspected the hull for unseen damage from the glancing blows of the shells. The demoralization among the crew was profound. They moved like sleepwalkers, their eyes wide and constantly flicking to the dark water, dreading the phosphorescent glow that signaled the enemy's return. I stood at the rail, leaning into the wind, trying to pierce the gloom of the water with my eyes, a sense of paralyzing awe replacing my scientific excitement. This was not a natural force, this was intelligence. A deep, cold, calculating intelligence that was now playing a terrifying game with us. It had allowed us to shoot, to exhaust our fury, only to demonstrate our complete impotence. The fear was no longer of a large animal, but of a superior mind. Ned Land was a statue of pure rage and frustration. His harpoon remained clutched in his hand, a heavy, useless piece of iron. "They mocked us, Professor," he muttered, his voice raspy with fury. "They waited for the light, let us shoot, and then dipped beneath the waves. They didn't retreat, they disappeared." He ground his teeth, the sound chilling. His primal need for a physical fight had been denied, and the Canadian was coiled tight, ready to spring at the first opportunity, regardless of the danger. The tension stretched into the next day, a day of relentless, agonizing waiting. The ship crawled through the Pacific, the crew on high alert. Everyone knew it was not a matter of if, but when. The inevitable came at 12:57 p.m. The sun was high, the sea relatively calm, when a colossal subterranean thunderclap shook the Abraham Lincoln to its core. It was not a collision but a brutal shearing impact, as if the ship had been struck by a gigantic motorized battering ram. The noise was deafening, a screech of tortured metal, the explosive rupture of timber, and the terrible, tearing sound of the hull being ripped open below the waterline. The force of the blow was cataclysmic. I was thrown violently from my feet, slamming into the mainmast with bone-jarring impact. The world dissolved into a chaos of noise, splintering wood, and screaming men. The ship groaned, a massive dying sound, and immediately listed sharply to port. Water, frigid and unforgiving, was already gushing onto the lower decks. My mind, for a brief, terrifying instant, registered the purely mechanical nature of the attack. A clean, surgical strike calculated to cripple, not merely disable. The enemy had targeted the rudder or the propeller, the precise points of vulnerability. Before I could regain my footing, a massive wave, a terrifying cascade of ocean water mixed with debris, swept across the deck. I lost my grip on the mast. The deck tilted so violently that it became a vertical slide, and I felt myself being dragged, tumbled, and violently ejected over the rail and into the swirling, frigid abyss. The shock of the cold water was a brutal physical slap. It knocked the air from my lungs and plunged me into a momentary state of sensory deprivation. The roar of the ship, the cries of the men, all faded into the dull, pressurized silence of the deep. I was submerged, tossed about by the frantic turbulence generated by the wounded frigate. The instinct for self-preservation, however, is a remarkable primitive thing. I fought my way upward, my arms and legs churning desperately against the weight of my heavy clothes. When my head finally broke the surface, I gasped, choking on the salty air and water. The sight that greeted me was horrific. The Abraham Lincoln, only moments ago a proud symbol of naval power, was now a sinking, fractured wreck. Her stern was already settling deep into the water, and the surface around her was littered with floating wreckage and the struggling, terrified forms of the crew. I was alone, struggling against the swirling undertow. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to overwhelm me. My academic pursuits, my theories, my reputation, they were all meaningless now. There was only the battle against the vast, indifferent ocean. I called out, my voice swallowed instantly by the chaos, searching for Conseil. And then, almost magically, Conseil appeared beside me. He had been close by and, with his characteristic efficiency, had managed to shed his heaviest coat and shoes. His face, though pale, retained its astonishing calmness. He had the detached air of a man merely observing a temporary inconvenience. "Professor," he said, his voice surprisingly steady, though strained by the effort of treading water. "I regret to inform you that the frigate has suffered a structural failure of the most severe kind. I believe this necessitates an alteration of our itinerary." His composure in that moment of existential crisis was the most powerful stimulant I could have received. It was a lifeline of reason in a sea of madness. "We must look for Ned Land, Conseil. He was near the bow. Did you see him?" I shouted, frantically treading water. "I have not yet observed the harpooner, Professor," Conseil replied, executing a precise side stroke. "But my classification of this scenario suggests that he, possessing superior physical strength and inherent survival instincts, is likely to have already secured a larger piece of flotsam. We must conserve our energy and search for something buoyant." We swam for what felt like an eternity, buffeted by the waves and the current. The sound of the Abraham Lincoln's final, catastrophic plunge, the great roaring hiss as steam met the ocean and the vessel disappeared completely, finally signaled the end of our military expedition. We were castaways, utterly alone. Just as my strength began to fail and the dark temptation of giving up began to whisper in my exhausted mind, Conseil let out a sharp, low cry. "Professor, ahead, I believe I have successfully identified a substantial piece of wreckage, and there is a presence upon it." I strained my eyes. Through the darkness and spray, I saw a large, dark shape floating on the water. It appeared to be a section of the frigate's rudder. And clinging desperately to it, his powerful silhouette unmistakable even in the gloom, was Ned Land. He was alive, holding on with the sheer brute force that was his trademark. We swam toward him, the distance seeming impossibly far. When we finally reached the makeshift raft, Ned Land hauled us aboard with a powerful, almost angry grunt. He did not ask if we were hurt, only if we were ready. We lay there, 3 men from 3 different worlds, the scholar, the assistant, and the hunter, clinging to a fragment of the civilization that had just been destroyed. Below us, somewhere in the cold, black depths, lay the vessel that had torn the Abraham Lincoln apart. We were now at the mercy of the vast, unknown creature, adrift on the open sea, our lives measured only by the durability of a broken piece of wood. The chase was over. The journey was about to begin. Chapter 6, Prisoners of Iron. The night was endless, a cold, black torment. We huddled together on the fragment of the Abraham Lincoln's rudder, a pitiful piece of wood against the immensity of the Pacific. The relentless motion of the waves, the freezing spray, and the gnawing hunger conspired to weaken our resolve. Ned Land, the powerful hunter, kept watch, his face etched with a desperate, silent fury. Conseil, ever practical, used the shredded remnants of his shirt to tie us more securely to the wreckage, maintaining a bizarre sense of order even in the face of oblivion. I, Professor Aronnax, was consumed not by fear of death, but by a consuming, almost unbearable regret. I had been given the chance to pursue the ultimate scientific mystery, and my ambition had led to disaster. Now I was left clinging to debris, the great secret of the sea submerged beneath me, perhaps forever beyond my grasp. This was the crushing despair of a scientist who sees the truth just beyond the veil, only to have the veil violently ripped away. As the first faint gray of dawn began to bleed into the horizon, Ned Land let out a shout, not of triumph, but of renewed terror. "It's back, Professor! The devilfish, it's coming for us!" I struggled to lift my head, my neck muscles stiff and aching. There, cutting through the pale light of the pre-dawn, was the enormous black mass. It was the same vessel that had rammed our frigate, now seemingly motionless, suspended a few hundred yards from us. Its intense electric phosphorescence was gone, and in the growing light it looked like a gigantic, smooth-skinned whale of polished steel. It was impossible to estimate its scale, but it dominated the horizon, silent and utterly menacing. "It is not a beast, Ned," I managed to choke out, the words catching in my throat. It is a hull. A submarine of impossible design." The object began to move towards us, its progress unnervingly silent. As it drew closer, its immense structure became clearer. It was clearly the work of genius. A long, cigar-shaped body, perfectly symmetrical, without masts, smokestacks, or any visible means of propulsion, yet moving with the deceptive ease of a shark. My scientific mind, dormant through the night of panic, suddenly sparked back to life, flooding my exhaustion with adrenaline and sheer, exhilarating curiosity. The vessel finally stopped a few yards from our wreckage, the wash from its bulk threatening to swamp our tiny raft. A section of the upper hull, a heavy metallic plate, slid open with a hiss of released air. A dark, square opening was revealed, and immediately a group of men emerged onto the deck. They were tall, clad in dark, heavy oilskins, and their faces were severe, almost unnaturally expressionless. They moved with a chilling, disciplined uniformity, their silence more intimidating than any verbal threat. They were certainly not sailors from any navy I recognized. Ned Land, seeing the approach of men, not monsters, abandoned his fear for fury. He attempted to stand, roaring a challenge, his harpoon raised in a last, desperate act of defiance. "Stand back, you demons! We are armed, and we are free men." Before he could even take a step, two of the dark figures advanced with terrifying speed. With movements of practiced, brutal efficiency, they disarmed Ned Land, his magnificent harpoon clattering harmlessly onto the metal deck. Ned struggled, his legendary strength useless against the cold, coordinated force of his captors. He was subdued instantly, bound with heavy rope and thrown unceremoniously through the hatchway. Conseil and I offered no resistance. I was too fascinated, too overwhelmed by the reality of this impossible machine. We were quickly seized, not with violence, but with a firm, inescapable grip, and hurried down the narrow, vertical steps into the belly of the vessel. The descent into the submarine was a passage into a new, bewildering world. The immediate interior was dimly lit and smelled sharply of ozone and recirculated air. We were dragged along a narrow passage and then forcibly deposited into a small, windowless cabin. The metallic hatch clanged shut behind us with the definitive sound of a tomb sealing its occupants. We were prisoners, but the cage itself was the object of my lifetime's most fervent pursuit. We were left alone for what seemed like hours. The cabin was simply furnished, almost monk-like, with 2 iron bunks and a small table. But the silence, the profound, absolute silence, was the most striking feature. It was a silence that spoke of insulation, of being utterly cut off from the noise and chaos of the world above. Finally, the door slid open and 2 new figures entered. One was tall, with broad shoulders and a dark, piercing gaze, the captain unquestionably. The other was a small, quiet man who acted as an attendant. The captain was the most arresting figure I had ever encountered. His features were handsome but severe, dominated by a magnificent, high forehead and a pair of dark eyes that held the relentless, desolate emptiness of the deepest ocean. His beard was black and full, framing a mouth that seemed incapable of smiling. He wore no uniform, only a jacket of coarse, black velvet. He exuded an aura of supreme intellect and crushing, self-imposed isolation. He stared at us for a long moment, his gaze assessing our worth as specimens. Then he spoke, his voice smooth, resonant, and strangely melodic, yet tinged with an accent I could not place. "You have intruded upon a place where men of the surface world are forbidden. You are my guests and my prisoners." He addressed me, his focus unnervingly direct. "Professor Aronnax, I know you. I have read your works on marine biology. And I know your companions, the unflappable Conseil and the brute Ned Land." My astonishment was total. This man, the master of a vessel that should not exist, knew my name, my work, and even the identities of my companions. "Sir," I managed to stammer, who are you, and what is this vessel?" The captain smiled, a brief, chilling contraction of the lips that did not reach his eyes. "I am Captain Nemo. And this," he gestured around the metallic cabin with a proprietary pride, "this is the Nautilus. It is a world of my own making, a refuge. And now, by necessity, it is yours." He explained the impossible reality with a chilling finality. We had been rescued from the water because our presence threatened the secret of the Nautilus. Now that we were aboard, we could never leave. We would live the rest of our lives beneath the waves, privileged captives in his underwater kingdom. Ned Land, having been brought back, immediately exploded in a torrent of threats and desperate appeals. "We are citizens of the United States. You cannot hold us. You will answer for the frigate." Captain Nemo turned to Ned Land, his eyes hardening to chips of ice. "I answer to no man. I owe allegiance to no nation. The Abraham Lincoln attacked me first. It was war, and war is reciprocal. You may find life on the surface too stifling. Here you are free of man's laws, man's injustices, and man's limitations." He dismissed Ned Land's tirade with a wave of his hand and addressed me again. "Professor, you have a scientist's curiosity. You may explore, you may study, and you may classify. Your life is yours to pursue knowledge, but the laws of the Nautilus are absolute. Obey or perish." With those cold words, Captain Nemo departed, leaving us in a state of suspended disbelief. We were no longer castaways. We were captives, launched into a new and terrifying odyssey aboard a machine that defied all the known laws of physics. A steel prison floating in the silent abyss, ruled by a man who had declared war on the entire surface world. My scientific curiosity was satisfied, but my liberty was lost, replaced by the profound, chilling reality of life as a prisoner of iron. Chapter 7: The New Master. The echoing silence that Captain Nemo's departure left behind was profound, heavier than the pressure of the ocean outside our steel walls. We were left to confront the impossible reality he had just declared. We were to live our remaining days cut off from the surface, bound to the solitary, terrifying will of a man who considered the world below his only sovereign territory. Ned Land was the first to break the stillness, his voice a low, furious rumble that vibrated with contained violence. He paced the small cabin, 2 steps in one direction, a violent pivot, and 2 steps back, like a caged beast. "He is mad, Professor, stark, raving mad, and he believes we will simply surrender our lives to his nautical tyranny. Never, I will have my freedom, or I will have his life. If I cannot escape this iron coffin, I will turn it into his tomb." His anger was a fierce, cleansing fire, rooted in his profound, untamable love for open skies and free land. For Ned, the sea was merely a hunting ground, a place to be conquered and exited. To be sealed within it, enslaved by it, was an existential violation. He tried the door, tested the metallic walls, and scoured the small circular porthole, which was currently blacked out by a heavy iron shutter, with the eye of an architect seeking a structural flaw. Conseil, predictably, was the counterpoint to this violent chaos. He sat calmly on one of the iron bunks, observing Ned's frenzy with detached interest. "My classifications are proceeding well, Professor," he announced, smoothing the wrinkles from his trousers, an act of defiant normalcy. "We have moved from the category of scientists on a warship to shipwrecked survivors on flotsam, and now, logically, to guests of unconventional host. The next logical step, I believe, is cooperative prisoners. We must observe the rules of the house before we can classify its weaknesses." Conseil's acceptance, however detached, was an arrow straight to my conflicted heart. The immediate, rational part of me knew Ned was right, liberty was paramount. But the deeper, more powerful drive, the one that had governed my entire life, was screaming with a different kind of urgency. I walked to the wall, running my hand over the cold, seamless steel. This vessel, the Nautilus, was the realization of every scientific dream I had ever entertained. It was not merely a machine, it was a defiant statement against the limitations of nature and man. Nemo was a monster, yes, a misanthropic killer, but he was also a genius whose creation offered me the chance to study the deep ocean like no one before. I had sought the mystery of the ages, and here it was encompassing me completely. "Ned," I said, my voice barely steady, "we must survive first. His rules, obey or perish, are not suggestions. He is our host, and for the sake of science, I must understand this place before I condemn it." My rationalization was flimsy, a thin shield against the truth. I was already seduced. I was a man caught between his duty to humanity and his devotion to knowledge. Liberty was a glorious concept, but the chance to rewrite marine biology was a magnificent, intoxicating reality. As if summoned by the internal debate, the door slid open again. The attendant, the quiet, small man we had seen earlier, whose nationality was as mysterious as the captain's, entered silently. He carried no weapons, only a tray bearing a small but exquisite meal. The presentation was startling. The dishes were simple but elegant, a fine white soup, slices of something that resembled exotic fish, and small cakes of dark bread. The plates themselves were of a peculiar patterned ceramic, and the cutlery was heavy and cold. Ned Land, instantly suspicious, snatched up a piece of the bread. "What is this?" "A poison. What trickery is this, you silent devil?" The attendant stood perfectly still, his eyes fixed politely on a point just above Ned's head. He did not react to the insult or the threat, radiating an unsettling blend of politeness and absolute obedience. It was clear he was trained not to speak, not to engage, and certainly not to betray a single emotion. He was a programmed automaton serving a human master. I intervened, urging Ned to eat. The food was surprisingly palatable, though Conseil, after sampling the soup, immediately attempted to classify its ingredients. "I detect no known terrestrial vegetable matter, Professor. The taste suggests a marine origin, yet refined. Perhaps a seaweed derivative or an oceanic mushroom, if such a thing exists." The meal was a subtle act of psychological warfare by Nemo. It proved his self-sufficiency, his complete independence from the surface world. Everything we consumed came from the sea, reinforcing the finality of our isolation. The water, served in a glass carafe, was remarkably pure and cool, undoubtedly distilled from the ocean itself by some unknown electrical process. After the meal, which we finished quickly out of necessity, the attendant returned and silently handed each of us a set of new clothes. Fine-spun fabric, soft and lightweight, dyed a deep, comfortable shade of sea green. These, too, were made from materials I did not recognize, further emphasizing the Nautilus's unique, self-contained economy. Hours later, after the attendant had removed the dishes and replaced the silence, I felt a restless urge to move, to see more of this magnificent, terrifying prison. I found a second door in the cabin, hidden seamlessly in the polished metallic wall, which I had previously assumed led to a storage closet. Tentatively, I pushed it open. It led not to a closet, but to a vast, brightly lit circular hallway. The illumination was extraordinary, a soft, diffuse glow that seemed to emanate directly from the ceiling, completely without glare or heat. It was the same electric light that had glowed so menacingly in the water, now tamed and utilized for interior comfort. I stepped out, my heart pounding with the thrill of forbidden exploration. Conseil followed instantly, his ever-present classification notebook already in hand. Ned Land, however, hung back, his face clouded with suspicion. A trick, Aronnax. A trap. He wants you to be distracted by the gleam of his walls, while I am meant to forget my desire for freedom. Stay here then, Ned, if you must, I replied, unable to keep the excitement from my voice. But I cannot. This is history, Ned. This corridor alone is a marvel. The corridor was lined with more of the same polished metal, but strategically placed at regular intervals were doors of heavy, leaded glass. One door in particular drew my attention. It was immensely wide and tall, crafted from wood, the first wood I had seen in this metal labyrinth, and adorned with intricate carvings of fantastical marine life. It had the air of a sanctuary. As I approached the grand wooden door, it silently glided open, revealing a room of such breathtaking opulence and intellectual wealth that it momentarily stunned me into silence. This was no mere submarine compartment. It was a palace dedicated to human genius and the wonders of the deep. The room was the ship's library and museum, a space that spoke volumes about Captain Nemo's colossal wealth, his refined taste, and his tortured soul. The walls were lined floor to ceiling with bookcases crafted from dark, exotic timber, filled with thousands of volumes bound in luxurious leather, the accumulated knowledge of the surface world, gathered and preserved by a man who had rejected that world entirely. The air was rich with the scent of aged paper and fine leather. There were scientific texts, philosophical treatises, epic poems, and every known work of human literature, all here 20,000 leagues from the nearest university. In the center of the vast room were display cases containing spectacular specimens of marine biology, corals of every shade, pearls the size of pigeon eggs, and fossilized remains of creatures long extinct. It was a collection that would shame the finest museums of Paris or London. But the most striking feature was the light. The room was bathed in the same extraordinary electric glow, and high above, a complex arrangement of prisms and polished glass seemed to magnify the light, giving the entire space an ethereal, almost underwater quality. My gaze was drawn to a large black marble pedestal in the corner, where a plaque was engraved with a single Latin word, mobilis. I turned to Conseil, who was for once speechless, his usual urge to classify utterly overwhelmed. Immobilis Conseil, I whispered, reading the inscription. It means moving or changeable. It suggests movement, but movement where, towards what end? Perhaps, Professor, Conseil finally managed, his voice hushed. It simply means we are no longer static. We have begun the voyage. The irony was crushing. I was a prisoner, yet I had been given the keys to the world's most spectacular library and the opportunity for the greatest voyage of discovery. The chains were invisible, fashioned not of iron, but of intellect and opportunity. Captain Nemo had bound me not through brute force, but through my own insatiable curiosity. My acceptance of my new master was sealed in that moment, in that magnificent room, standing among the intellectual treasures of the surface world, miles beneath the surface itself. My scientific life had begun anew, but my life as a free man was definitively over. Chapter 8: Nemo's Final Word. The sight of the Nautilus's library and museum had rendered me temporarily mute, my moral objections drowned out by the sheer, magnificent weight of scientific opportunity. I was brought back to Earth by the return of Captain Nemo. He entered the library not with a dramatic flourish, but with the quiet dignity of a man entering his own private sanctuary. He found me standing before a massive specimen of fossilized coral, lost in thought. He did not ask what I thought of his collection. He simply observed me, his dark eyes reading my internal conflict with an unnerving precision. "You find my modest collection to your satisfaction, Professor Aronnax?" he asked, his voice low and devoid of any hint of vanity. "Captain Nemo," I replied, finding my voice, which was trembling slightly despite my best efforts to control it. "This vessel, this repository of knowledge, it is a marvel that redefines human understanding. You are an engineer of genius, but you are also a man who has declared war on mankind. I must ask you again, what is your purpose, and what justice do you seek in imprisoning us?" Nemo walked slowly to one of the vast bookshelves, running his finger along the spine of a magnificent leather-bound edition of Dante. He paused for a long, dramatic moment, a man weighed down by memories I could not fathom. "Justice," he repeated, the word rolling out like a deep-sea bell. "Justice, Professor, is the coinage of the surface world. It is a paper currency, worthless in the depths where true power resides. My purpose is isolation. My vessel is my liberty. I have no quarrel with you, the man of intellect, but I have severed all ties with the oppressive, cruel institutions you represent." He turned to face me fully, his stance rigid, his eyes burning with an incandescent conviction. "I have furnished this place with the highest expressions of human genius, literature, art, science, but I have left behind the petty politics, the senseless wars, and the ceaseless, suffocating greed of the continents. I have found true freedom 20,000 leagues from shore. And you, Professor, you are free to partake in that freedom, provided you accept its singular law, silence." "But my friends, Ned Land and Conseil," I began. "Your harpooner is a man of muscle, a hunter tied irrevocably to the old world's savage ways," Nemo interrupted, his tone dismissive. "He values only the kill and the profit. He will chafe, he will plot, and he will fail. But your loyal Conseil is adaptable, a man who observes and classifies. They will be afforded the same privileges, the same sanctuary, the same food, and the same absolute, non-negotiable absence of liberty to return to the surface." His words were final, an iron decree forged in the isolation of the deep. It was clear that arguing for release was futile. My only path forward, the path to survival and crucially to knowledge, lay in accepting his terms. "And what of my research, Captain?" I asked, diverting my focus to the one element he respected. "As a scientist, I cannot remain idle. What opportunity will I be afforded?" Nemo's expression softened momentarily, revealing a flicker of the intellectual enthusiasm that must have once defined him. "The entire ocean, Professor. It is yours. You have read, you have theorized, you have classified based on the pitiful samples dragged from the shallows. Now you shall see the ocean. You shall witness its true inhabitants, its abyssal cities, its deepest secrets." He gestured toward the far end of the immense library, where I had previously noticed a heavy velvet curtain draped across the entire wall. "This library is the mind of the Nautilus," he explained. "But the nerve center, the eye of my existence, lies beyond that drape. Come." With a brisk, authoritative step, Nemo strode across the polished floor. He took hold of a silken cord and dramatically pulled the heavy curtain aside. The effect was instantaneous, devastatingly beautiful, and utterly overwhelming. The wall was not a wall at all, but a colossal curved panel of crystal-clear glass, nearly 30 feet long and 10 feet high. It was the vast picture window of the Nautilus's Grand Ceylon. The moment the curtain was drawn, the deep, dark world outside rushed in, flooding the room with a mesmerizing, pale blue light. It was the living, breathing, unexplored ocean itself, framed and presented as the most spectacular, constantly shifting canvas imaginable. We were currently gliding through a vast, illuminated current. Nemo had activated the Nautilus's exterior floodlights, casting a powerful electric glow into the surrounding water. This light pierced the darkness, revealing a marine world of astonishing beauty and vibrancy. My breath caught in my throat. I staggered forward, pressing my face close to the cold glass. The scene was indescribable. We were moving through an oceanic forest of giant, luminous seaweeds, their fronds waving rhythmically in the current like phantom trees in an underwater wind. Schools of fish, their scales gleaming like silver and gold coinage, darted past the window in synchronized movements, completely unafraid of the colossal metal presence gliding among them. I saw creatures I had only ever dreamed of, bioluminescent jellies pulsating like floating stars, deep-sea mollusks crawling along the sandy bottom, and magnificent serpentine forms that vanished as quickly as they appeared. This was not a tank. This was the untamed, boundless world. Every preconceived notion I had about the limited scope of marine life was shattered in that single glorious moment. I was looking through a lens into the heart of creation. "Do you still desire the paltry freedom of the land, Professor?" Nemo asked, his voice now imbued with a strange, possessive triumph. "Look at this. The surface man knows nothing of this grandeur. He sees only a monotonous expanse of blue. I see a universe." Ned Land, who had quietly followed us, let out a grunt of pure astonishment. Even his rugged, pragmatic soul was momentarily overwhelmed by the spectacle. He was a hunter, and this was the ultimate hunting ground, presented as a living panorama. "Captain Nemo," I whispered, tears of scientific ecstasy blurring my vision. I understand your isolation. I understand your refusal to leave this." In that instant, my surrender was complete. The scientist had definitively defeated the man of conscience. My imprisonment was transformed into an internship, my cage into a mobile observatory. My task was clear: to document, classify, and understand this new liquid universe, regardless of the ethical cost. Nemo nodded, a rare expression of satisfaction crossing his severe face. Then it is settled. You are no longer merely a prisoner, Professor. You are the chosen chronicler of the deepest earth. Your studies begin now. The sea provides everything, Professor, everything. He paused, then added a chilling rider to his apparent benevolence. But remember the terms. You will see things you must never reveal. And there will be times, rare but necessary, when the secrets of the Nautilus demand absolute, unquestioning compliance. When the bell tolls, you will retreat to your cabin and you will not ask why. That is my final word. With that ominous declaration, Captain Nemo turned and left the Grand Ceylon, leaving me, Conseil, and even the stunned Ned Land, gazing out into the endless, silent, and mesmerizing blue, bound to the Nautilus and its mad, brilliant master. Our journey, the true Odyssey, had finally begun. Chapter 9: The Dinner in the Deep. The enchantment of the Grand Ceylon, with its living panorama of the ocean floor, lasted until the quiet, mechanical return of the attendant. He informed us, through a series of gestures and a single, low-voiced word in an unknown tongue, that dinner would soon be served. Even the promise of a meal could not entirely dispel the profound silence of the deep that had settled over us, a silence broken only by the rhythmic whisper of the Nautilus gliding through the water. We were led back to the large dining hall, a room adjacent to the library, which maintained the same exquisite level of finish and subtle electric illumination. The walls were lined with large panels of shimmering mother-of-pearl, reflecting the soft light and giving the room the ethereal glow of a giant seashell. The furniture was simple, crafted from rare, darkened wood, but the centerpiece was the dining table, set for 4. Captain Nemo was already seated when we entered, presiding over the table with the austere dignity of a monarch in his realm. Ned Land scowled immediately, his resentment a physical, heavy presence in the room. Conseil, however, adopted his usual posture of polite, clinical observation. Professor Aronnax, Nemo greeted me, indicating a seat to his right. It is my custom to dine with my chronicler. I trust you are still marveling at the boundless resources afforded by my chosen environment. Captain, I replied, taking my seat with a formal nod. I am humbled by the magnificence of your vessel and the scale of the ocean you command. But I remain troubled by the methods of your command. Nemo ignored the latter part of my statement with a chilling ease. Let us put aside the unpleasant trivialities of the surface world for the moment. Tonight you are to experience the true abundance of the sea. Everything you see, everything you consume, comes directly from the waters outside. The ocean provides. The meal that followed was an extraordinary revelation. Course after course was served by the silent attendant, each dish a culinary mystery. The first course was a rich, creamy broth. Conseil sampled it with the concentration of a man attempting to decipher an ancient code. Professor, the flavor is unparalleled. It resembles the finest bisque, yet there is a sharp, clean tang. I can confirm the total absence of terrestrial animal or vegetable extracts. Nemo smiled, that rare, cold contraction of the mouth. It is the broth of the royal ray prepared with the gelatinous extracts of deep-sea algae. Everything, Professor, is the purest essence of the ocean. The main course was a platter of various meats and fowl that looked familiar yet tasted utterly unique. There was something that looked exactly like beefsteak, perfectly seared and rich in flavor. Ned Land, who had been eating with grudging necessity, finally exploded. "This is meat. Do not insult my intelligence, Captain. This is beef from a cow that grazed on honest Canadian grass. Unless you have learned to herd cattle down here, you are lying." Captain Nemo laid down his heavy metal fork with deliberate calm. His eyes narrowed, and the atmosphere in the room instantly dropped several degrees. "Mr. Land," he said, his voice dangerously soft, "I do not lie. Everything on this table is a product of the sea. The beef you consume is the flesh of a giant sea turtle, specifically the most tender muscle from its dorsal fin. I assure you, it is far more nourishing than the tough, terrestrial fiber you are accustomed to. Your palate, I suspect, is still regrettably primitive." Ned Land clenched his fists, struggling to control his fury under the captain's relentless gaze. I quickly intervened, eager to shift the focus back to science and away from confrontation. "Captain Nemo," I said, "your ability to create a fully sustainable, closed-loop system is astonishing. The electric power, the air, the food, all derived from seawater. How do you achieve the necessary energy to run the Nautilus and sustain life?" Nemo appreciated the technical question. He leaned back slightly, a flicker of professional pride crossing his features. "My power source, Professor, is limitless and perfectly clean. I utilize the heat of the Earth's own core, the sodium silicate thermal vents. My vessel is fitted with converters that harness this heat, driving massive turbines to generate electricity. This electricity then powers my propulsion, my lights, and the distillation and electrolysis of seawater, which provides both our drinking water and, crucially, our breathable air." He continued, his voice taking on the enthusiastic, explanatory tone of a lecturer. "I split the molecules of water, H2O, into its constituent parts. Hydrogen for fuel reserves and a powerful, clean propellant, and oxygen, which is released directly into our atmosphere. I am independent of the terrestrial atmosphere. I am independent of coal mines and oil wells. I draw my life force directly from the pulse of the planet itself." This explanation was breathtaking. It was the engineering equivalent of magic. He had solved the energy crisis and the problem of sustained deep-sea habitation in one magnificent stroke. We finished the meal with a dessert of preserved sea fruit, served with a surprisingly sweet syrup extracted from certain deep-sea lichens. The dinner was not just nourishment. It was a carefully choreographed demonstration of Nemo's absolute, self-imposed isolation and self-sufficiency. It was his proof that he needed nothing from the hostile world above. Later, as we retreated to the Grand Ceylon to digest the meal and the implications of Nemo's power, Ned Land was still simmering. He calls it turtle meat. He says my palate is primitive. I tell you, Professor, I would trade 1,000 of his fancy sea turtle steaks for one honest rasher of bacon and a fresh apple from Quebec." He slammed his fist down on the dark wood of the table. "And he talks of freedom. This is slavery, Aronnax, wrapped in gold leaf and mother of pearl." I understood his frustration. Ned craved tangibility, the rough, familiar comfort of the land. He was a product of the simple, visible economy of the surface. "Ned," I said, gazing out the enormous window into the illuminated depths where schools of fish moved in intricate balletic patterns, "his defiance is total. He does not just reject society, he rejects all of its dependencies. He has built a life in which man's history is irrelevant. For us, this means perpetual captivity. But for me, it also means perpetual discovery." Conseil merely looked thoughtful. "The classification of the cuisine will require a new volume of taxonomy, Professor. A sustained submersible diet chapter. I must admit, the texture of the turtle meat, if indeed it was a turtle, was quite remarkable. We must obtain a sample for analysis." The dichotomy among us was never clearer than after that dinner. Ned, burning with the singular passion for escape. Conseil, adapting to the environment by documenting it. And myself, the captive scientist, finding the chains of knowledge far more compelling than the call of liberty. Captain Nemo had successfully neutralized 2 of his prisoners through overwhelming awe and 1 through sheer utility. The Grand Odyssey had been cemented not by force, but by a shared, albeit conflicted, meal under the sea. Chapter 10, A Walk on the Ocean Floor. The morning following the profound and revealing dinner in the deep was heralded not by the sun, but by a chilling, electric announcement from Captain Nemo. He summoned me to the grand salon, where he stood, as always, beside the immense window, observing the abyss with an air of proprietary detachment. "Professor Aronnax," he began, turning from the glass. "You have consumed the sea's bounty, and you have witnessed its spectacle through this crystal barrier. Now you shall experience its reality. I offer you an opportunity that no man of science has ever dreamed of, a walk on the ocean floor." The announcement struck me with such force that I momentarily forgot my status as a prisoner. The scientist in me surged forward, eclipsing all concerns of morality or freedom. To step into the realm I had only studied through dead specimens and abstract theories, it was an overwhelming, irresistible temptation. "The walk," I stammered, my heart accelerating wildly. "But at what depth, what apparatus do you propose?" Nemo gestured toward a far corner of the salon where 2 complex metallic suits stood mounted on racks, gleaming faintly under the ceiling lights. "We are currently cruising at a moderate depth of approximately 30 feet, Professor, a depth where the pressure is manageable, yet the environment is untouched by the surface. These suits are the key to my liberty. They are not the crude, heavy diving bells of the surface world. They are completely autonomous and powered by my electricity, generating breathable air on demand and offering perfect mobility. They are my personal shells, Professor, and today you shall wear one." He explained the workings of the apparatus with the same proud enthusiasm he had displayed when discussing the Nautilus's power source. The suit was light, composed of leather and rubber, and held a small, powerful battery pack for light and air synthesis. The heavy copper helmet was the most vital part, equipped with thick glass for clear vision. I rushed back to inform Conseil and Ned Land of the impending excursion. Conseil's response was immediate and focused on duty. "A descent into the inframarine zone, Professor? Excellent. A subclassification of the Homo sapiens environment. I shall prepare my notes. Do I require a suit?" "Indeed, Conseil," I laughed, the giddy excitement overriding my usual decorum. "You will accompany me." Ned Land, however, remained rooted to his cabin, his powerful frame radiating suspicion and stubborn resistance. "You go, Professor, if your curiosity is so great that it blinds you to the snare, but I will not. I am a man of the air, not a deep-sea insect. I do not trust that madman's shell, nor do I trust the silence of the depths. This is another distraction, a way to make us forget the shore. I will wait here, and I will keep my eyes open." His refusal, while frustrating, was characteristic and predictable. Ned Land was a man who needed conflict and freedom in equal measure. He saw the diving suit not as a tool for liberation, but as a more sophisticated form of prison. I, however, could not wait. The attendant led Conseil and me through a narrow, airtight door into a small chamber known as the degassing room, the airlock. Here, with the practiced help of two of Nemo's crewmen, who remained silent and impassive, we were fitted into the heavy, complex suits. The copper helmet was finally locked into place, and suddenly the sounds of the Nautilus were muffled, replaced by the rhythmic hiss of pure, artificially generated oxygen within the helmet. My world was instantly reduced to the field of vision afforded by the thick glass pane and the strange, metallic smell of the air I was breathing. The feeling of being encased was initially claustrophobic, but this quickly gave way to a sublime sense of power. I was an independent entity, free from the mechanical requirements of the ship, yet fully prepared for the environment outside. The outer door of the airlock groaned, its heavy bolts retracting. A rush of water filled the chamber, surging to my chest, then my neck, until finally the entire chamber was pressurized and submerged. Then, with a gentle push, I stepped out onto a narrow metallic platform attached to the hull of the Nautilus. We were positioned directly above the ocean floor. The exterior lights of the submarine shone down like massive celestial spotlights, cutting through the semi-darkness of the water and illuminating the seabed in a broad, ethereal circle. The scene before me was beyond anything a terrestrial painter could imagine. The ground was a fine, pale sand, dotted with formations of coral that did not resemble the bleached specimens of the surface, but glowed with shades of lavender, crimson, and deep emerald. These coral cities were teeming with life. Fish of astonishing variety and form swam past my helmet, completely oblivious to my presence, their movements a silent, mesmerizing ballet. I took my first step, a strangely buoyant, slow-motion stride. The weight of the suit vanished, compensated entirely by the water's displacement. I was walking, flying almost over the ocean floor. A current of profound ecstasy surged through me. This was the true, silent heart of the planet. I was no longer merely a professor. I was an explorer on a new continent, a pioneer treading on ground that had never felt the weight of a human foot. Captain Nemo was beside me, his own suit rendering him a silent, metallic figure of authority. He carried a long, segmented rifle for protection or perhaps for collecting specimens. He moved with a practiced grace, completely at home in this heavy, metallic skin. He gestured toward a nearby stand of towering, translucent seaweeds. I realized they were not merely plants, they were immense organisms, pulsing with an internal biological luminescence that added to the magical light of the scene. Conseil followed faithfully behind, his shadow trailing mine. Even in the depths, his methodical nature prevailed. He paused, pointing to a strange, flat fish burrowing into the sand, then made a gesture indicating flatfish of the genus Pleuronix, but unknown species. His work continued, unbroken by the change in environment. We walked for what felt like an hour, moving away from the Nautilus and into the fringes of the illuminated circle. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of my own rhythmic breathing within the helmet. It was a silence that spoke of immense, ancient power, of countless eons of uninterrupted natural process. I collected a handful of fine sand, observing the microscopic forms of life embedded within it. I reached out and gently touched the hard, rough surface of a purple sea anemone, which instantly retracted its delicate tentacles. Every detail was a scientific revelation. Suddenly, Nemo stopped and pointed with his rifle. My eyes followed the direction of his metallic finger. Through the dim blue of the distant water, I saw a large shadow glide past, massive and menacing. It was a shark, a great solitary hunter. It paused for a moment, its cold eye seeming to pierce the glass of my helmet, registering our presence not as prey, but as an unusual metallic intrusion. Then, with an elegant, powerful flick of its tail, it vanished into the deeper, uncharted gloom. The encounter, though brief, served as a stark, chilling reminder. This was not a garden, but a wilderness. My awe was instantly tempered by a vital dose of primal fear. Nemo, sensing my realization, tapped my helmet with his own, a gesture that resonated like a hollow bell. It was a silent, powerful warning. Here, Professor, you are a guest, but the sea is the master. The journey back was slower, filled with the emotional weight of what I had just experienced. When we were safely back inside the airlock and the water had been drained, leaving us dripping and heavy, I eagerly tore off the helmet. The rush of the Nautilus's warm, circulating air was almost as intoxicating as the pure oxygen I had been breathing. "Captain Nemo," I exclaimed, still panting slightly from the sheer, sustained intensity of the walk, That was the most magnificent experience of my life. I beg you, let me accompany you on your other excursions. I must document this world." Nemo looked at me, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He had successfully bound me tighter to his vessel than any chain of iron could have achieved. "Patience, Professor," he replied, his voice returning to its cool, measured tone. "The ocean is vast. This was merely a brief introduction. There are many more leagues to travel and many more secrets to uncover. Your pen shall not rest until the final pages are written." Chapter 11, A Few $1 Million Under the Sea. Following the exhilarating descent onto the ocean floor, my days aboard the Nautilus settled into a routine that was both terrifyingly restrictive and endlessly fascinating. My hours were devoted to scientific observation. cataloging the new marine life that flashed past the Grand Ceylon window, and occasionally engaging in frustrating philosophical sparring with Captain Nemo. Several days into our eastward journey, the captain summoned me again, this time with a different quality in his voice, a distinct, almost proprietary pride, lacking the cold intellectual distance he usually maintained. We were not in the Grand Ceylon, but in a smaller, windowless compartment near the bow of the vessel, a room that felt utterly functional compared to the opulent library. "Professor Aronnax," Nemo began, standing beside a heavy iron door, his hands clasped behind his back. "You have seen my energy source and my provisions, all drawn from the sea. You have catalogued my fish and my flora, but you have yet to understand the final, crucial component of my independence, my treasury." He pressed a hidden lever, and the heavy iron door slid open silently, revealing a sight that instantly shattered my remaining terrestrial notions of wealth. It was not a vault of glittering jewels and ancient coins, though such things were certainly present. The room was a vast, low-ceilinged chamber filled with raw, unrefined wealth, the untouched minerals of the deep. Piles of pure, glinting gold lay stacked like firewood. Ingots of silver, corroded and dulled by the seawater yet undeniably immense, formed a barricade along one wall. Scattered throughout were dark, shimmering nodules of manganese and copper collected from the abyssal plains. This was not the pilfered wealth of shipwrecks, but the very marrow of the earth, mined directly from the ocean floor. "Behold, Professor," Nemo stated, his voice resonating slightly in the confined space. "The surface world fights petty wars and enslaves nations for a few tons of ore scraped from barren mountains. I extract my riches from the very veins of the planet, untouched by human avarice or legal claim. No government can tax this. No bank can control it. It is infinite and it is mine." I walked amongst the piles, stunned into silence. I ran my hand over a mound of gold dust, the metal feeling strangely cold and heavy. "Captain, this is astronomical. By my estimation, this single compartment holds several 100 million francs in raw value. You could finance entire navies with this." "Precisely," Nemo said, his tone turning sharp and bitter. "And yet I choose to finance nothing. This wealth serves only one purpose: disruption. Do you see those bars of gold, Professor? They are not for personal adornment, they are ballast. They provide stability to my vessel. And on rare, necessary occasions, they serve as currency for the oppressed." He led me to a different section of the room, which held far more intriguing objects. Here were not raw metals but salvaged artifacts, chests of antique silver plate, heavy coffers filled with ancient, waterlogged documents, and most dazzlingly large, spherical masses of pearls, glowing with an inner, iridescent light. "The ocean floor is the greatest museum of human folly," Nemo murmured, tapping a massive wooden chest. "These are the treasures of sunken galleons, relics from centuries of greed, misadventure, and imperialism. They serve as a reminder of the world I left behind." He then pointed to the pearls, stacked like pale, luminous marbles. "And these are the result of my own quiet mining operations. We cultivate them, Professor, in the most isolated oyster beds. They are the purest currency of the sea, harvested only when needed." I realized the full scope of his self-sufficiency. Nemo was not merely living in isolation. He had built an entirely new economic state, completely external to the terrestrial world. His wealth was not just enormous, it was revolutionary, bypassing all known structures of global finance. "You do not use this wealth for revenge?" I pressed, curious about his motives beyond mere self-sufficiency. A deep shadow crossed Nemo's eyes. "Revenge requires a target, Professor. My conflict is not with individuals but with the entire system of human governance. This wealth allows me to strike at that system indirectly. When I dispose of these treasures, when I anonymously inject them into the markets of the surface, I create chaos. I disrupt the economies of the powerful nations that have committed crimes against humanity. It is a form of silent, structural warfare." He picked up a large, irregularly shaped lump of gold, turning it over in his hand. "The world values this material above human life, above justice. Therefore, I use this material to remind the world of its own flawed priorities. It is a bitter irony, Professor, but a necessary one." I felt a profound chill run down my spine. The Nautilus was not just a submarine, it was an economic weapon, capable of destabilizing empires without firing a single shot. The captain's madness was structured, intelligent, and terrifyingly effective. We spent a long time in the metallic treasury, discussing the geological origins of the nodules and the techniques Nemo used to bring them to the surface through the Nautilus's ingenious loading bays. I was overwhelmed by the scientific data, but the moral implications were equally heavy. As we prepared to leave, Nemo paused at the threshold. "You now know, Professor, that the sea is not merely a path, a habitat, or a source of sustenance. It is a bank, it is an armory. It is the only true source of liberty left on this earth, because it is immune to the pettiness of men." He closed the heavy iron door with a definitive thud, sealing the secret vault and its millions of dollars of raw power back into the heart of the Nautilus. Walking back toward the light of the Grand Ceylon, I felt the physical weight of Nemo's gold pressing down on my mind. He was right, he was free. But his freedom was built on the deliberate and perpetual severing of human ties, a foundation of isolation and calculated destruction. The beauty of the abyss was now stained by the cold, political reality of its master's immense, silent power. I had seen the laboratory, the dining hall, and now the treasury. Each revelation bound me further into his incredible, terrifying world. Chapter 12, The Atlantic Bed. The revelation of Captain Nemo's subterranean treasury marked a significant shift in my perspective. I no longer viewed the Nautilus merely as a scientific marvel or a prison, but as a sovereign state floating outside the constraints of the surface world. This realization, while terrifying to my sense of civilization, intensified my scientific fascination. The chains of my captivity were woven with gold and curiosity. Following the tour of the vault, our journey changed direction. For days, the Nautilus plunged into the abyssal gloom, descending far past the photosynthetic zone where light struggled to penetrate. We were now traversing the vast, silent plains of the Atlantic seabed. The Grand Ceylon, usually a vibrant gallery of life, became a study in monochrome and shadow. The portholes showed only an immense, inky blackness, occasionally broken by the eerie, self-generated light of bioluminescent creatures. I spent hours there, staring into the void, trying to fathom the sheer, crushing pressure we were enduring. It was during this period that I witnessed the Nautilus's true power of deep-sea navigation. The crew operated with ghostly efficiency, monitoring pressure gauges that registered numbers unthinkable to surface engineering. Captain Nemo, observing my diligence, would occasionally offer a cryptic insight. "Professor," he said one evening, his voice barely audible above the hum of the electric motors, "the sea reveals its truest nature only to those who dare to face its weight. At this depth, all the noise, the color, the trivialities of the surface are stripped away. We see the geological bone structure of the planet." He pointed to a detailed hydrographic chart laid out on a table, a map far more accurate and intricate than any available to the navies of the world. "We are passing over the Great Submerged Plateau, the central spine of the Atlantic. Here the depths are profound, the currents slow, and the life forms are miracles of adaptation." The next morning, Nemo decided to give me a demonstration. He ordered the immense exterior floodlights of the Nautilus to be activated. The effect was staggering. Two massive cones of brilliant artificial light stabbed into the absolute darkness, carving out a luminous valley on the ocean floor. We were at a depth of nearly 6,000 feet. The pressure was immense, yet the walls of the Nautilus held firm. The landscape was otherworldly. It was a panorama of fine, white ooze, the calcified remains of trillions of microscopic creatures that had rained down from the surface over millennia. This white plain was broken by dramatic volcanic ridges, where iron and manganese nodules, the very wealth Nemo valued, lay scattered like fallen stars. I noted the absence of the vibrant flora and typical fish I had catalogued near the surface. The deep-sea creatures were grotesque, specialized, and utterly fascinating. "Observe, Professor," Nemo instructed, his hand resting on the window's glass. "The bioluminescence is not decoration, it is communication. The creatures here rely on chemical light where sunlight cannot reach." We witnessed bizarre, gelatinous anglerfish with grotesque jaws and luminous lures dangling before their heads, appearing like sinister lanterns in the gloom. There were slow-moving tripod fish, Bathyptera grallator, resting on extended stilt-like fins that allowed them to perch above the ooze. Conseil, ever the meticulous observer, was utterly captivated. "Professor, the classification is entirely new. The sheer size of the eyes on some specimens, adapted to maximize the scantest photon, is remarkable. The Squaloidea family is represented by forms I would not have believed possible." Ned Land, however, was restless. He paced the salon, occasionally glancing at the terrifying, silent landscape outside. "It is a cemetery, Professor," Ned muttered one afternoon, his voice heavy with contempt. "A cold, dead place where the light is stolen and the air is thin. I would rather face a hurricane on the surface than this endless, crushing silence. There is no challenge here, only resignation." Ned's psychological state was deteriorating, a fact I noted with growing concern. His great, robust vitality required the sun, the wind, and the tangible conflict of man versus beast. The Nautilus, this seamless, frictionless environment, was slowly draining his spirit. He had begun to spend long hours in his cabin, polishing his harpoon, the only tangible link he had to his former life and freedom. My own state was the opposite. The deeper we went, the more my mind expanded. I theorized about the composition of the abyssal ooze, the geological history of the mid-Atlantic ridge that we were slowly tracing, and the incredible physiology of these deep-dwelling organisms. I often forgot Ned Land and Conseil, lost entirely in the scientific rapture. One night, the Nautilus performed a spectacular maneuver. Nemo, with a rare flash of theatricality, accelerated the submarine, gliding it over a vast subterranean trench. "We are traversing a canyon deeper than any mountain is high, Professor," he announced, his eyes gleaming in the reflection of the glass. "Observe the rift. It is the fracture line of the world." Through the window, I watched as the floor dropped away into an impenetrable black void, a colossal, echoing chasm. It was a terrifying glimpse into the primal forces that shaped our planet. The journey across the Atlantic bed was not merely geographical, it was an emotional descent. It confirmed the terrifying completeness of Nemo's separation from mankind. He was not only free from the surface, he was integrated into a deeper reality, a world of geological time and unyielding pressure. This environment defined him, and by exposing us to it, he sought to redefine us too, binding us to his epic isolation. Chapter 13, A Forgotten Homeland. The sheer terror of the abyssal plain, which had so tormented Ned Land, was unexpectedly replaced by an air of profound melancholy aboard the Nautilus. For several days following our journey over the Great Atlantic Rift, Captain Nemo became noticeably withdrawn. His usual cold, intellectual demeanor was replaced by a visible, raw sadness, an inner turmoil that seemed to ripple through the silence of the vessel. He often stood before the grand Ceylon window, not with the calculating gaze of a scientist or the pride of a sovereign, but with the quiet, vacant stare of a man observing a memory. I watched him from a distance, recognizing in his slumped shoulders and the tension in his jaw the weight of a monumental, deeply buried sorrow. It was the sorrow of a man who had not merely abandoned the world, but had been brutally severed from it. My scientific curiosity began to yield to a deeper, more human form of analysis. The psychological study of Captain Nemo, the solitary exile. The Nautilus had begun to ascend gradually, pulling away from the deepest trenches. The water, though still dark, began to acquire a faint, spectral blue glow, indicating a return to moderate depth. The crew, mirroring their captain's mood, moved with even greater solemnity, their silent forms seeming to glide through the corridors like mourners at a wake. Then one afternoon, Nemo broke his silence, though his voice was heavy and distant. "Professor Aronnax," he addressed me without turning from the glass. "You have seen the planet's geology. Now you shall witness its history, not the history scribbled on parchment by victorious men, but the true, silent history buried by the sea. We are approaching a place of profound significance to me. A place that stands as a monument to the failures of the terrestrial world." He did not elaborate, but the intensity of his tone left no doubt as to the personal nature of the destination. Conseil and I exchanged worried glances, while Ned Land, who had emerged from his cabin, stood leaning against a bulkhead, his arms crossed, a flicker of nervous energy replacing his usual contempt. Even he sensed the shift in the emotional atmosphere. As the light increased, the scene outside began to solidify, no longer a blur of abyssal forms, but an environment structured by design. The Nautilus had entered a vast submerged landscape, an enormous plateau where the ocean floor was not sand or ooze but stone. Then I saw it. Through the gigantic window, illuminated by the Nautilus's brilliant lamps, a civilization lay revealed. Not a natural formation, but undeniable, absolute proof of human hands. Columns, cracked and overgrown with massive sea sponges, rose like silent monoliths from the seabed. Arches, once majestic gateways, now sheltered schools of fish. Wide paved avenues covered in centuries of silt stretched into the blue distance. It was a city, a forgotten, submerged civilization. The very legends of Atlantis rushed through my mind, overpowering all rational scientific thought. The Nautilus glided slowly, respectfully through the main thoroughfare. The sheer scale of the ruins suggested an empire of immense power. The architecture was cyclopean, built for giants, yet possessing a mournful classical beauty. Time had not destroyed it, the ocean had merely adopted it. "Do you recognize it, Professor?" Nemo's voice was a low whisper, filled with an aching sadness. This is where the surface world's ambition finally met its inevitable end. A testament to hubris. They mastered the waves, they harnessed the earth, but they could not master themselves, and so the sea claimed them. I was speechless, utterly paralyzed by the scene. Captain, the antiquity, the sheer scale, is this Atlantis? Nemo paused, a heavy, dramatic silence filling the air. The name matters little, Professor. What matters is the lesson. For me, this place is not merely a ruin, it is a spiritual home. It is where my break with mankind was perfected. Here I see the fate that awaits the world above, a world consumed by its own greed and violence. He pointed to a large, crumbling structure, perhaps a temple or a great public hall, where vast, intricately carved basalt blocks lay scattered like children's toys. Around the base of the structure, deep-sea life had adapted, creating vibrant, alien habitats within the remnants of human order. Giant sea turtles glided through where ceilings once stood, and vibrant octopuses secreted themselves in the crevices of fallen statues. The emotion emanating from Nemo was so intense it was palpable. He was not just showing me a marvel, he was sharing a sanctuary of despair. He allowed us to observe the ruins for nearly an hour, a span of time that felt simultaneously instantaneous and eternal. Ned Land, unusually silent, finally broke his long introspection. "They were great men, Professor," he muttered, his voice surprisingly soft. "To build so grandly, only for the sea to win in the end, it chills me more than the cold of the abyss." Ned saw the ruins as a testament to nature's ultimate victory over man, while Nemo saw it as man's ultimate victory over himself, a suicide by civilization. As we slowly navigated away from the silent city, Nemo's hand touched the glass, tracing the outline of a distant, ruined tower until it was swallowed by the gloom. "I seek not only the secrets of the ocean, Professor," Nemo finally confided, his voice returning to its measured intensity, though laced with bitterness. "I seek the complete erasure of the world I knew. Here, under the weight of the water and the passage of geological time, I find solace. This Aronnax is the truest memory of my lost life, a civilization that chose to fall, confirming my own choice to sink beneath the waves. The experience bound me even more tightly to the vessel. I realized that my captivity was not just a matter of physical walls, but a shared psychological journey into Nemo's immense, tragic psyche. He had shown me his wound, wrapping the spectacle of his magnificent submarine around the core of his personal grief. The Nautilus was not sailing, it was orbiting a monument to a profound and irreversible heartbreak. Chapter 14, The Coral Kingdom. The lingering sorrow that had saturated the atmosphere of the Nautilus after our visit to the sunken city finally began to dissipate, replaced by the effervescent joy of the natural world. Our course shifted eastward and upward, taking us away from the heavy, crushing silence of the abyss and into the vibrant, sun-dappled zone of life. We were approaching the tropical waters, the great laboratories of marine diversity, where the sea revealed itself not as a tomb, but as a masterpiece of creation. Captain Nemo, too, seemed to shrug off some of his melancholic weight. While he remained distant, his orders took on a tone of scientific excitement, commanding the vessel to navigate through complex, shallower channels. He wished to share a new spectacle, perhaps seeking to counterbalance the profound sadness of the forgotten city with the dazzling exuberance of the Coral Kingdom. The change in the environment, viewed through the vast pane of the Grand Ceylon, was nothing short of miraculous. The monochromatic blues and grays were instantly replaced by a riot of color. A kaleidoscope so intense that it made the art collections in the library seem pale and insufficient. Professor, Nemo's voice crackled over the internal speaking tube one afternoon, we are now navigating a vast barrier reef, a construct built by tiny, persistent organisms over millennia. It is a work of architecture far grander than any structure men have devised. Prepare your catalogue, for this is where the sea exhibits its finest jewelry. The Nautilus moved with agonizing slowness, gliding through narrow canyons carved out of solid, living coral. The hull occasionally scraped against the rough edges of enormous staghorn formations, sending showers of pale coral dust into the water, a silent reminder of the fragility and permanence of this world. I was utterly intoxicated. My scientific detachment dissolved into sheer childish wonder. The coral itself was not merely stone. It pulsed with life, displaying textures and hues that defied my existing knowledge. There were massive, brain-like corals, Diploria labyrinthiformis, with intricate, convoluted surfaces, soft, waving sea fans, Gorgonia, and towering pillars of branching corals that created submerged forests. The fish life was overwhelming. They moved in perfect, synchronized schools, streaks of luminous color against the vibrant background. I saw parrotfish scaridae grazing on the coral, their powerful beaks leaving trails of fine white sand, angelfish with fins trailing like silk ribbons, and schools of electric blue surgeonfish, acanthuridae, darting amongst the anemones. Conseil, bless his meticulous soul, was in a state of quiet ecstasy. His usually orderly system of classification struggled to keep up with the overwhelming output of nature. "Ah, Professor, Acanthurus triastegus," the convict tang. "And look, sir, the Chaetodon auriga, The threadfin butterflyfish absolutely splendid. Their taxonomy is confirmed, but their beauty, sir, their beauty is beyond numerical designation. We worked tirelessly, Conseil sketching furiously while I dictated observations, trying to capture the subtle differences in hue and morphology. The coral formations were laboratories of light and shadow, constantly changing as the angle of the Nautilus's floodlights shifted, or as a school of larger fish momentarily blocked the illumination. Ned Land, for the first time since our descent, found something to briefly distract him from his yearning for freedom. He watched the magnificent, powerful sharks that patrolled the outer edge of the reef, their movements fluid and predatory. "Now that is life, Professor," Ned exclaimed, a spark returning to his eyes. "A beast that fights, that bleeds, that belongs to the raw ocean. A fish I understand. On the surface I would harpoon him, down here I respect him." His respect, however, was tinged with an underlying restlessness. The beauty of the coral kingdom only highlighted the fact that he could not feel the sun, the wind, or the dynamic force of the ocean currents against his body. He was an observer, and Ned Land was built to be a participant. Captain Nemo chose this setting for a rare social evening. He invited us for a light supper in the Grand Ceylon, the view of the coral reef acting as the backdrop. The sight of us eating elegant marine dishes against a window teeming with life was truly surreal. "You see, Professor," Nemo remarked, gesturing to the scene outside, where a cluster of luminous jellyfish drifted past like living lanterns. "This is the reward for choosing the sea, a garden untouched by the poisonous hands of civilization. Here there is only the law of nature, beauty, creation, and inevitable consumption." The conversation turned to the structure of the reefs themselves, the massive geological and biological power they represented. Nemo spoke with reverence about the tiny polyps that built these behemoths, seeing in their collective persistence a mirror of his own relentless singular mission. He viewed the coral kingdom as proof that the strongest structures are those built not by sudden force, but by quiet, patient growth, sustained by the very water that surrounds them. The memory of the sunken city faded further as we spent 3 incredible days cruising this submarine Eden. For Aronnax, this period was an intellectual feast. For Conseil, it was a taxonomic challenge of monumental proportions. But for Ned Land, despite the momentary distraction, the endless beauty became merely another gilded cage, reminding him that the most beautiful prison is still a prison. The tranquil wonder of the coral kingdom only served to sharpen his desire to escape its hypnotic spell and return to the hard, unyielding reality of the surface. Chapter 15: The Fist of the Pacific. The serene, hypnotic beauty of the coral kingdom was obliterated by a terrifying, almost instantaneous transition into chaos. For several hours, the Nautilus had been ascending rapidly, leaving the brightly lit, teeming reefs behind. The water outside the Grand Ceylon window darkened from turquoise to deep indigo, and then suddenly the vessel surfaced. The change was so abrupt, so violent, that it sent a cold shock through my system. We were no longer gliding in the graceful, silent flow of the deep. We were plunged into a maelstrom of sound and motion. The first indication was the noise, a deafening, cataclysmic roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the steel vessel. It was the sound of the ocean unbound, the vast, primordial voice of a Pacific cyclone. The Nautilus, accustomed to the gentle resistance of deep-sea pressure, now met the savage, whipping force of the wind and wave. I rushed to the Grand Ceylon, holding onto the bulkheads for stability. The vessel was pitching and rolling violently, movements that were far more unsettling because the Nautilus was not designed for this. It was a creature of the depths, and now it was forced to dance to the frenzied rhythm of the surface storm. The great porthole, moments ago a window to paradise, was now a dynamic, terrifying canvas of gray and black. Massive waves, monstrous in their scale, reared up and slammed against the thick glass with concussive force. For a split second, I would see the sky, a horrifying patchwork of boiling clouds, before the water engulfed the view again, plunging us into a green, murky twilight. I felt a paralyzing mixture of terror and scientific awe. The terror was primal, the knowledge that above us the world was being ripped apart and only a thin layer of metal separated us from annihilation. The awe was intellectual, the sheer unimaginable force represented by the mechanical power required to withstand such a beating. Captain Nemo was in the wheelhouse, his presence a magnet for our gaze. He stood at his post, calm, almost unnervingly still, his eyes fixed on the array of instruments and the tiny periscopic view of the raging elements. He was not steering, he was merely commanding the vessel to hold its own against the tempest. There was a faint smile playing on his lips, a look of savage satisfaction, as if the storm was a worthy opponent, a reflection of the chaos he carried within. "The elements are in disagreement, Professor," he stated, his voice calm amidst the roar of the hull. "The Earth's gravity and the Moon's pull create this friction. It is the surface world, Professor, showing its true temper." Conseil, predictably, remained the portrait of composure. He was pale, yes, but his hands grasped a rail with a firmness that spoke of passive endurance. "If the Professor is required to withstand this, then so shall I, without complaint. It is merely a temporary deviation from the expected taxonomic stability of our journey." But it was Ned Land whose reaction was the most profound and disturbing. Ned Land was reborn in the chaos. He had been moody, sullen, and physically repressed for weeks. Now, the savage energy of the storm seemed to inject a desperate vitality back into his soul. He rushed into the Grand Ceylon, his eyes wild and glittering, not with fear but with a maddening euphoria. He laughed, a loud, booming, almost hysterical laugh, as the Nautilus was thrown sideways. "Ah, Professor, this is it. This is the music of the world. The sound of the true ocean," he bellowed over the continuous thunder. "I can smell the salt, I can feel the thrust of the wind even through this iron skin. This is what I was made for, not that silent, dead garden of the coral, but this raw, magnificent violence." He lunged toward the porthole, his face inches from the glass, watching the spray and foam swirl outside. His longing to be outside, to be fighting, struggling, harpooning his way through the storm, was agonizingly visible. "Captain Nemo," Ned shouted, his voice demanding attention. "Why are we not sailing? Why are we submerged enough to be merely tossed about? Let us rise, let us take the deck. Let me fight the storm." Nemo barely spared him a glance, his cold gaze returning to the turbulence. I do not fight the storm, Ned Land, I utilize it. The surface is not worth fighting for. We are here only for a transit. Fighting the surface is for men bound to the land. I am bound to the depths. Nemo ordered a slow dive. The sensation was unsettling. As the vessel sank, the cacophony outside gradually softened, muffled by the increasing pressure. The violent lurching decreased, replaced by a heavy, almost sluggish swaying. The raging sounds of the wind and breaking waves receded, transforming into the familiar, soothing sound of water pressing against the hull. By the time we reached a depth of 500 feet, the world outside was eerily quiet again. The water was a solid, unwavering black. The tempest was raging thousands of feet above us, an unseen war we had escaped. The sudden return to tranquility was almost as jarring as the onset of the storm. Ned Land collapsed onto a nearby sofa, his momentary euphoria replaced by a deep, shivering despair. "The cowardice," Ned whispered, his voice trembling. "The sheer technological cowardice of running from a good fight. That man Nemo, he has stripped the dignity from the sea. He has turned the ocean into a mere swimming pool for his escape." I tried to console him, but I understood his rage. For Ned, the storm represented a chance to reconnect with his identity as a natural man, a hunter, a master of the open sea. By diving, Nemo had denied him that connection, reaffirming the absolute separation between them. For me, the experience was a brutal lesson in the Nautilus's invincibility. It could withstand the abyssal pressure, and now I knew it could survive the surface's fury. The realization deepened my conviction that escape was nearly impossible. Yet the glimpse of the surface chaos, the sheer power unleashed by nature, ignited a new theme of urgency in my scientific heart. I realized that time with the Nautilus was borrowed time, and I must catalog everything before fate or Nemo's will intervened. That evening, as the Nautilus resumed its serene, silent cruising through the calm depths, the memory of the storm felt like a terrifying, vivid dream. But the effect on Ned Land was irreversible. His brief, intoxicating taste of the surface's ferocity had not sated his hunger for freedom. It had weaponized it. The man was no longer just restless, he was plotting. I saw it in the fierce, concentrated light in his eyes, a light more dangerous than any storm we had faced. He was now a true prisoner, and only absolute escape would satisfy him. Chapter 16, A Shared Secret. The immediate aftermath of the Pacific storm left the Nautilus steeped in a deceptive calm. Below the surface, the sea was a liquid mirror, a vast, silent vault, yet the memory of the gale persisted like a phantom limb ache. The experience had been a catalyst, pushing each of the three prisoners closer to their psychological breaking point, but none more so than Ned Land. His rage, previously a slow burn, had been stoked into a desperate, active fire. Ned Land was no subtle creature. His movements, his very gaze, now held a new, fierce determination. He moved less like a sullen prisoner and more like a caged predator, constantly calculating the strength of the bars. I tried to avoid his company, not because I disliked the Canadian, but because his conviction, his absolute, unwavering need for freedom, was a relentless accusation against my own quiet surrender. My scientific fascination had become my luxurious intellectual prison, and Ned Land was the harsh voice of reality, demanding my liberation. The confrontation came 2 evenings later in my small private cabin. Conseil had retired early, immersed in the daunting task of recataloguing the thousands of species we had recently encountered. I was sitting at my desk, reviewing notes on the bioluminescent fauna of the abyssal zone, trying to lose myself in the comforting logic of taxonomy. There was a firm, low knock on my door, not the deferential tap of Conseil, nor the silent appearance of one of Nemo's crew. It was a knock that demanded entry. Ned Land entered, closing the heavy, padded door behind him with deliberate slowness. He did not sit. He stood before me, his massive frame filling the small room, his shadow consuming the light cast by my reading lamp. His eyes, usually bright with hunter's instinct, were now narrowed, focused, and utterly serious. "Professor Aronnax," he began, his voice low and guttural, demanding secrecy. "I need to speak to you, not as a scientist or a colleague, but as a man who needs the air above his head." I laid my pen down, my heart beginning to hammer against my ribs. I knew instantly what he intended to say. The moment of reckoning had arrived. "I am listening, Ned," I replied, trying to maintain an academic calmness that I did not feel. "Listen closely then, sir. We have been below for too long. Weeks, months, perhaps. That man Nemo, he has sailed us across oceans, shown us his toys, fed us his fish, and made us his property. He thinks we are content, mesmerized by his grand aquarium. But I tell you, Professor, I am choking. My throat is closing. I need to breathe the wind and walk on solid land. The time for observation is over. The time for action has come." He leaned in, his voice dropping further, though its intensity amplified the secret. "I have been watching the movements, the patterns of the crew. They are mechanical, predictable. The most vulnerable time is when we surface to renew the air. We must be ready when the opportunity comes. We must escape, Professor." My hands were clammy. The conflict in my chest was agonizing. On one side, Ned's plea was the voice of reason, of human dignity, of home. On the other, the Nautilus represented the apex of my professional career, a boundless living laboratory I might never see again. Ned, listen to me," I pleaded, my voice barely above a whisper. "I understand your distress, but consider the impossibility. The Nautilus is a fortress. Where would we go? How would we survive once we breached the hull? We would have the sea, Professor, and my skills. Better to be swallowed by the honest waves than suffocated by this electrified silence. I am a sailor, Aronnax, not a specimen pinned in a display case. I've been observing the navigation. We are moving roughly towards the western Pacific, towards possible island chains. If we can reach the surface, we might drift to safety. But we must act quickly before Nemo decides to dive to the bottom of the world again." Ned's gaze was unflinching, piercing through my reluctance. He understood that my hesitation was rooted in a love for the vessel, not a fear of death. "Your science, Professor," Ned said, his tone softening slightly, recognizing my weakness. "Is it worth your life? Is it worth your future? You have enough notes now to fill 10 volumes. You have witnessed wonders no man will ever see. Now take your knowledge and take your life back. Do not let that cold man steal your soul along with your freedom." His words struck a deep chord. Was I prioritizing a spectacular prison over my humanity? Had my ambition blinded me to the simple, vital need for freedom? What about Conseil? I asked, seeking a diversion. Conseil will follow you, Professor, as surely as the tide follows the moon, but he must know nothing until the very last moment. And you, sir, you must choose now. Will you join me, Ned Land the hunter, in a dash for the surface world, or will you stay with Captain Nemo the ghost and risk sinking to the deepest, darkest trenches forever? The choice was stark, brutal, and immediate. I knew Ned was right. The longer we waited, the less likely an opportunity would present itself. Nemo's routines were changing, his mood darkening. The storm had passed, and now the quiet plotting had begun. I looked at my desk, at the meticulous sketches of deep-sea squid, and felt a profound sense of loss. I was relinquishing the greatest adventure of my life. But I was choosing life itself and the essential duty of a man to be free. "Ned," I said, finally nodding, a knot loosening in my chest even as fear took root. "I will go with you. Tell me your plan." Ned Land's face, which had been set in a mask of grim determination, cracked into a brief, powerful grin, the first genuine smile I had seen from him in months. It was a smile of pure, savage triumph. "Good man, Professor, I knew the sight of that storm would remind you what life is about. It won't be easy, but it will be real. We'll wait for a moment when the air is renewed. I've noticed the hatch is sometimes manned by only one sailor. We'll take the launch boat. It's desperate, but it's our only chance." The sharing of the secret was instantly transformative. I was no longer merely a passenger, I was a conspirator. My observations now held a dual purpose, cataloging the wonders of the abyss and searching for the fatal flaw in the Nautilus's defenses. The tension of captivity was replaced by the razor-sharp tension of impending action. The scientific adventure was over. The game of survival had begun. Chapter 17, Lost in a New Continent. The shared secret with Ned Land cast a relentless shadow over my days. My scientific fascination, once a boundless source of joy, was now a constant source of guilt. Every specimen I admired, every data point I recorded, felt like a betrayal of my sworn promise to Ned, a deeper entanglement in Nemo's beautiful, terrible trap. Ned Land, however, thrived on the conspiracy. The plan, desperate and half-formed as it was, had given him purpose. His movements were sharper, his attention more focused, less on the wonders of the deep and more on the operational flaws of the Nautilus. He spent hours observing the routines of the silent crew, noting the precise times of air renewal, the shifts in the engine's hum, and the locations of the access hatches. The opportunity, or at least the deceptive appearance of one, arrived 3 days after our clandestine meeting. One morning, the Nautilus surfaced near an expanse of land, a low-lying volcanic island covered in dense, exotic vegetation. Nemo, in a rare moment of concession to human need, announced that he would allow us a few hours of freedom on this neutral ground to gather fresh produce and, more importantly for Ned, to stretch our legs beneath the open sky. "Professor," Nemo stated, his voice devoid of warmth, "you are permitted ashore. This land is uninhabited, far from any recognized shipping routes. Consider it an interlude. You are free to roam within a certain radius, but remember, the sea is my domain. Should you attempt to venture beyond the limits of my patience, the consequences will be severe. The launch boat will return for you at dusk." His permission was granted with an air of calculated condescension, as if he knew our thoughts and was daring us to act upon them. It was a test, a deliberate exposure of the cage's weak point. Ned Land's face was a mask of contained triumph. He exchanged a quick, meaningful glance with me, a glance that said, "This is it. This is the chance." Conseil, utterly literal-minded, was simply pleased to be compiling a list of terrestrial flora. We were lowered in the launch boat onto the island's shore, a humid, sun-baked strip of black volcanic sand. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, exotic flowers, and decay. The sudden, overwhelming noise of the surface, the crashing waves, the shrill cries of seabirds, the rustling of leaves, was a sensory shock after the metallic silence of the Nautilus. Ned Land immediately fell to his knees, not in reverence but to grasp the solid soil in his hands. He buried his face in the coarse earth and inhaled deeply, an animal reconnecting with its natural habitat. His reaction was visceral, profound, and heartbreaking. "Land, Professor. Real, undeniable land," he cried out, his voice choked with emotion. "It sings a different song than the water. It offers resistance. It offers escape." I felt a dizzying mixture of relief and fear. Relief at the sight of the limitless horizon, fear at the colossal challenge of survival should we take the plunge. We spent the afternoon gathering food, breadfruit, coconut, and various edible roots and leaves that Ned, with his instinctive knowledge of the wild, identified instantly. This seemingly mundane task was, in fact, a covert mission. Ned was not merely looking for provisions, he was scoping the terrain, testing the limits of Nemo's surveillance, and hoarding potential resources. I walked a careful distance from Ned, trying to appear absorbed in my botany, but my mind was elsewhere. Every rustle in the undergrowth sounded like a warning. Every shadow cast by the setting sun seemed to harbor a silent sentinel from the Nautilus. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in violent shades of orange and crimson, Ned approached me, carrying a load of fruit. "I have seen enough, Professor," he whispered, his eyes scanning the horizon where the Nautilus lay, a sleek black shadow against the brilliant sea. "This island is small, but it is real. If we can reach the shore and find a cave, we can hide until the vessel leaves. But the danger is the return trip on the launch boat. They will be watching us closely. Tonight, perhaps, tomorrow, definitely." He spoke with the precision of a man who has already rehearsed the scene 100 times in his mind. The plan was not to escape on the island, but to use the island as a temporary safe haven before striking out to sea when Nemo's vessel was absent. My heart sank with the cold realization that the island itself was a death trap. If Nemo decided to wait, or if his crew found our hiding place, our situation would be infinitely worse than being aboard the Nautilus. "Ned, we must consider Conseil. He is a loyal man, but he is not a man of violence," I cautioned. "He will follow your orders, Professor. That is his nature. The time for deliberation is past. When we return to the Nautilus tonight, we must confirm the best time to strike the launch boat. It will be soon, very soon." The brief, intoxicating taste of freedom ended when the launch boat returned, steered by two of Nemo's impassive, silent crewmen. As we stepped back onto the steel deck of the Nautilus, the artificial lighting seemed harsher, the air thicker, the silence more oppressive. We were back in the cage, but the memory of the sun and the feel of the earth was now a powerful, undeniable weapon. The voyage continued, but for Ned Land and me, the scientific adventure had been replaced by a quiet, desperate vigil, awaiting the precise moment for our dash toward the unknown. Chapter 18: The Captain's Rage. The return to the Nautilus after our brief sojourn on the island was not a return to calm, but an acceleration toward the unknown. Ned Land and I, now bound by the heavy chain of conspiracy, communicated only through veiled glances and coded phrases. Every movement of the crew, every shift in the ship's speed was scrutinized, filtered through the desperate lens of our intended escape. Captain Nemo, too, seemed altered. His customary cold indifference was replaced by a smoldering intensity, a suppressed fury that made the very atmosphere of the vessel feel brittle. He paced the great library, not reading, but staring blankly at the spines of the books, his lips moving silently, as if locked in a perpetual argument with an invisible adversary. The routine changed abruptly. The scientific explorations ceased. The daily deep dives into the tranquil, illuminated zones of the abyss were abandoned. The Nautilus remained submerged, but its movements were erratic, swift, and often violent. We no longer glided, we raced, sometimes at dizzying speeds, the hum of the engine a constant, low, threatening growl. "Something is wrong, Professor," Ned whispered to me one evening, his voice tight with alarm. We were in my cabin, Conseil having been dispatched on a trivial errand. "The man is no longer a scientist, he is a hunter, and we are not the prey this time, but the passengers on a bullet." Ned was right. Nemo's eyes were bloodshot, and he frequently ignored our presence entirely, speaking only in curt, clipped commands to his crew in their impenetrable language. There was a sense of mounting tension, a collective anxiety that permeated the silent discipline of the crew. The true nature of this terror revealed itself 2 days later. The Nautilus had been submerged at a moderate depth, traveling at an alarming speed through the vast, empty expanse of the open Pacific. Suddenly, the vessel executed a sharp, jarring turn, causing the three of us to stumble. The engines screamed, pushing the massive vessel to its absolute limit. I rushed to the Grand Ceylon, my heart pounding, followed closely by Conseil and Ned. Captain Nemo was there, standing before the main porthole, which was illuminated by the vessel's powerful electric lights. But he was not looking at the wonders of the deep. He was looking up through the thinning water above. "The window, Professor," Nemo commanded, his voice strained, almost unrecognizable. "Look closely, tell me what you see." I pressed my face against the cool glass. The water above was growing lighter, transforming from the uniform blackness of the deep into a greenish, agitated turmoil. And then I saw it. It was the dark, recognizable silhouette of a surface vessel, a large, powerful warship, identifiable even from below by the distinct pattern of its keel and the aggressive angle of its propellers. It was sailing directly above us, seemingly unaware of the metallic monster lurking beneath its waters. A sickening realization washed over me. This was no chance encounter. The Nautilus was not avoiding this ship, it was stalking it. "A man-o'-war, Captain," I murmured, my voice trembling with growing horror. "An armed vessel." Nemo's face, bathed in the eerie green light filtering from the water, twisted into a horrifying mask of pure, distilled hatred. It was the face of a ghost finally confronting the source of its eternal torment. "A man-o'-war, yes," Nemo hissed, his fingers gripping the controls on the console so tightly that his knuckles were white. "But it is more than that, Professor. It is the symbol of what destroyed my life. The instrument of tyranny, the vessel of the nation that stole everything from me, and tonight the sea will take it back." Ned Land let out a strangled cry behind me. "Captain, stop! Whatever grievance you hold, these are men. Innocents, you cannot commit murder on this scale." Nemo didn't even turn around. His focus was absolute, his will a physical force driving the vessel. "Innocents?" Nemo laughed, a dry, rasping sound devoid of humor. "There is no innocence on the surface world, Ned Land. Only oppressors and the oppressed. They fired the first shot in my life, and I have waited patiently for the chance to fire the last one in theirs. The sea demands justice, Professor, and I am merely its executioner." The next moments unfolded in a terrifying, slow-motion sequence. Nemo pressed a series of controls. The deep hum of the electric engines intensified to a furious, whining scream. The Nautilus tilted upward, its massive steel ram, designed for cutting through ice or crushing rock, now aimed squarely at the warship's underbelly. I saw the men on the surface ship's deck, tiny, unaware figures walking their evening patrol. I tried to shout, to beg, to intervene, but the words caught in my throat, useless against the overwhelming power of Nemo's rage. With a grinding, horrifying screech of tortured metal, the Nautilus struck. The impact was tremendous. We were thrown back, but the sensation was less of a collision and more of a brutal, decisive thrust. The thick glass of the porthole vibrated violently. Above us, the surface ship seemed to hesitate, shuddering uncontrollably as its vital core was fatally breached. The lights of the warship winked out instantly, plunging the space above into a sudden, shocking darkness. Then the silence began. A terrible, crushing, absolute silence, broken only by the sound of gushing water and the sickening creak of the collapsing hull above. Nemo stood there unmoving, watching the silhouette of the doomed warship begin its final, rapid descent. His breathing was ragged, his chest heaving, but the expression of pure, vengeful satisfaction on his face was bone-chilling. "The ocean has claimed its own," Nemo announced, turning to face us, his eyes burning with unnatural light. "Now back to the depths where true peace resides." He gave a sharp command, and the Nautilus dove immediately, leaving the sinking ship behind. I collapsed onto a bench, my scientific detachment utterly destroyed. I had witnessed mass murder, executed with chilling precision by the man I had, in moments of scientific ecstasy, almost admired. Ned Land was trembling with a fury that mirrored Nemo's own hatred. "Aronnax, you saw it. He is a madman, a murderer. We cannot stay here another hour. Every moment we remain is an endorsement of his crimes." His words, previously persuasive, were now undeniable truth. The beautiful prison had revealed its true, blood-soaked nature. My scientific curiosity died in that moment, replaced by an urgent, absolute moral imperative. "You are right, Ned," I said, my voice hoarse. "The time for waiting is over. The next time the vessel surfaces, we must go, no matter the risk." The Nautilus continued its rapid descent, leaving behind the tragedy, but the sound of the sinking ship's hull giving way, the final, agonizing cry of splintered metal, would echo in our minds, a constant reminder of the captain's rage and our desperate need for escape. Chapter 19, The Evasive Promise. The sinking of the warship was not merely an act of vengeance, it was a psychological rupture. It shattered the last vestiges of my scientific idealism concerning Captain Nemo. He was not a misunderstood genius. He was a revolutionary propelled by a hatred so profound it demanded human sacrifice. The Nautilus, once a symbol of intellectual freedom, was now clearly a weapon of devastating power. Ned Land and I were now united not just by the shared desire for freedom, but by a chilling moral necessity. We had to escape to expose Nemo's crimes, to warn the world of this lurking, submerged terror. The hours following the collision were agonizing. The Nautilus had dived to an extreme depth, where the pressure outside was immense, muffling all sounds but the deep, resonant thrum of the engine. This depth offered no possibility of escape. Ned and I communicated only in furtive whispers in the dim light of my cabin, constantly checking the pressure gauge and the altimeter, searching for any sign of a rise toward the surface. "He must surface eventually," Ned muttered, pacing the floor like a taut spring. "The air, Professor, even he, the ghost of the sea, needs fresh air eventually. We must be ready the moment that gauge moves past the danger zone." I agreed with Ned, but the timing was maddeningly unpredictable. Nemo seemed to be actively avoiding the surface world, perhaps recognizing that his recent actions had irrevocably altered the dynamic between us. Conseil, bless his loyal heart, remained oblivious to the murderous intent of his captain. He saw only my distress and tried to comfort me with meticulous organization. The professor appears distraught. "Perhaps a full inventory of the new fauna, Professor? Order is the balm for the troubled soul," he suggested earnestly. He was an anchor of unwavering logic in a world that had suddenly become insane. Then Captain Nemo struck again, but this time his weapon was distraction. 3 days after the sinking, when the psychological tension among the three of us was almost unbearable, Nemo entered the Grand Ceylon. He was calm, almost serene, as if the destruction he wrought was merely a necessary pruning of the garden. "Professor Aronnax," he addressed me, his voice carrying the old, authoritative composure. "You have been quiet. Your notes seem to suffer from a sudden lack of enthusiasm. I regret that the recent, shall we say, turbulence has disturbed your studies. Allow me to rectify this oversight. I have a phenomenon planned that will rekindle your scientific fervor." I looked at him, suspicion hardening my gaze. "What is it, Captain? Another demonstration of your power?" Nemo smiled faintly, a cold, distant expression. "No, Professor, a demonstration of nature's power filtered through the lens of the Nautilus. We are entering the Straits of Torres. A treacherous, shallow, chaotic maze. But beyond that, we will discover something few men have ever seen, a vast, submerged landscape of extraordinary beauty and biological uniqueness. We will be traversing an ancient, submerged jungle, a lost forest on the ocean floor." My breath caught in my throat. The Straits of Torres, a place of such shallow, reef-ridden peril that the Nautilus would have to proceed with agonizing caution. This location, Ned's mind screamed, was perfect for an escape attempt. The shallow water meant less risk from pressure, and the proximity to known landmasses offered hope. But the phrase submerged jungle paralyzed my moral outrage. A submerged forest? I asked, my voice betraying my professional curiosity despite my best efforts. At what depth, Captain? At minimals, 20 to 50 meters. It is a spectacle, Professor, a relic of a different age. We will proceed at reduced speed. I offer you this experience as an atonement for the discomfort of the last few days. I prepare your instruments, Professor. This is a scientific discovery that must be documented. The world below awaits, and I need your expertise to chronicle its final secrets. He made the offer sound like a command, and the bait, the sheer magnitude of the biological discovery, was too rich for my scientific soul to resist. It was a perfect, calculated move. Nemo understood my weakness better than Ned Land did. Ned Land, who had been listening intently, stepped forward, his eyes blazing with frustration. Captain, with respect, we need time on the surface. We need provisions and land. Land, Nemo repeated, his voice dangerously soft. The land holds nothing for me, Ned Land, and it holds nothing for you that the sea cannot provide, save perhaps the illusion of freedom. You will join the professor on this excursion, I insist. A change of perspective is necessary. Nemo had subtly turned the promise of freedom into a scientific obligation. By linking the exploration of the submerged forest with his atonement, he implicitly made it clear that any attempt to escape now would not only be a betrayal of his trust, but a rejection of an unparalleled scientific opportunity. Ned and I exchanged a look of bitter defeat. The current depth in the Straits of Torres was too shallow for the Nautilus to simply submerge and hide from a search party, yet the danger of the narrow channels meant any rash move would be fatal. "He's playing with us, Professor," Ned whispered later, his fists clenched. "He's dangling the carrot, knowing you can't resist. This jungle is just another delay, but we must use it. Observe the crew, Aronnax. Look for the flaws. Our time is running short." And so my focus was split. One part of my mind meticulously recorded the bioluminescent plankton and the strange flora of the submerged woods, while the other part, the conspiratorial part, calculated the trajectory of the escape route. The moral imperative to expose Nemo warred fiercely with the insatiable, agonizing desire to see the wonders he promised to reveal. I had accepted the evasive promise, but I knew that the moment this exploration ended, the true battle for our lives would begin. Chapter 20, The Ancient Forest Beneath the Waves. The temptation was agonizing, and in the end, the scientist in me was utterly defeated by the tyrant of curiosity. The memory of the sinking warship was a cold stone in my heart, a constant reminder of Nemo's inherent wickedness, yet the promise of witnessing a submerged forest, a landscape untouched by millennia, was an irresistible siren call. I knew Ned Land seethed with frustration, seeing this excursion merely as a delay, but for me it was a pilgrimage. The descent into the Straits of Torres was slow, agonizingly cautious. The Nautilus, stripped of its customary speed and aggression, navigated the treacherous, shallow maze like a vast, blind leviathan feeling its way forward. The crew, under Nemo's precise, silent commands, managed the complex controls with uncanny discipline, guiding the submarine through narrow channels choked with living coral and the wreckage of countless forgotten ships. Finally, we reached the coordinates. Nemo ushered us, Ned, Conseil, and myself, into the dressing chamber where our diving suits awaited. Ned donned his suit with sullen efficiency, his movements betraying his profound impatience. He was not preparing for a scientific walk, he was preparing for reconnaissance. "Remember, Professor," Ned muttered through the thick helmet-speaking diaphragm before sealing it, "keep your eyes on the surface. We need a landmark, we need a way out." I simply nodded, my mind already consumed by the anticipation of the view. The airlock hissed, the water poured in and then drained, and we stepped out onto the ocean floor. The sensation was utterly unique. We were not walking through a marine plain, but through a genuine forest. The trees, however, were not wood. They were gigantic, calcified hydrocorals and sponges that had grown into vast, towering structures resembling oaks and cedars. Their trunks were gnarled and thick, their branches interwoven to form a dense canopy that filtered the Nautilus's electric light into fragmented, shifting rays. The ground was not sand, but a thick, ancient bed of crushed shells and sediment, strangely firm under the lead soles of our boots. "Professor." Conseil's voice crackled through the helmet speaker, his tone a mix of scientific ecstasy and utter disbelief. "Observe the dimensions, the scale. This is geological time made visible." The beauty was overwhelming. Giant anemones bloomed like enormous phosphorescent flowers, their tentacles swaying gently in the subtle currents. Shoals of tiny, iridescent fish flitted through the branches of coral, behaving like birds in an ethereal wood. There were plants too, seaweed, enormous marine mosses, and deep-sea flora that glowed with a soft, intrinsic light, giving the landscape an unearthly quality. I felt a dizzying sense of chronological vertigo. This forest had witnessed the slow turning of the Earth's clock, surviving cataclysmic shifts long before humanity existed. The depth here, approximately 30 meters, allowed us to feel the subtle but undeniable presence of the surface world, a fact that kept Ned Land on high alert. Ned, true to his nature, was less concerned with the botanical wonder and more with the practicality of escape. He moved with the practiced stealth of a hunter, not toward the beautiful specimens but toward the perimeter of our illuminated circle. "Professor, look!" Ned's voice was urgent. He pointed his harpoon, which he had insisted on taking, toward a faint, pale streak of light filtering down from above. "That is the sun. We are close enough to see the sky. If we could only make it to that reef line." He was right. Through the dense growth, a faint, metallic glint suggested the presence of the Nautilus, moored discreetly nearby. Ned's mind was calculating distance, currents, and survival probability. My mind, however, was cataloging species. I knelt beside an enormous violet sea fan, running my gloved hand over its delicate, ridged surface. "Ned, look at the classification. This is Gorgonia mariposa, but a species of a size I have only seen drawn in theoretical sketches. Its growth rate must be negligible." These structures are centuries old, perhaps millennia. Millennia won't save us, Aronnax, Ned shot back, frustration evident even through the static of the comms. A simple rowboat, Professor, that is what we need, not taxonomy. Conseil, ever the diplomat, placed a calm hand on Ned's shoulder. Patience, Master Ned, the professor is documenting the proof of our ordeal. And for what good is freedom if one cannot attest to the truth? As we ventured deeper into the submerged grove, Nemo appeared. He walked with his characteristic slow, measured pace like a high priest in a sacred cathedral. He carried no collecting tools, only a long, slender rod which he used not to touch the flora but to point to it, lecturing me through the intercom. "This, Professor, is the library of the past," Nemo's voice was hauntingly clear. "Observe the resilience. The stubborn refusal of life to yield to the pressure of time and depth. Here, the world is pure. There are no national flags, no human laws, no manufactured grievances, only eternal beauty. Can the surface world, with its battleships and its poverty, offer you anything remotely comparable?" His question was a direct psychological strike, exploiting the very conflict raging within me. The beauty was a powerful advocate for Nemo's world. The cold memory of the sinking was a powerful argument for Ned's. As we reached a clearing, Nemo gestured dramatically. Lying there, nestled among the roots of the colossal coral, was a sight that stopped my scientific breath. The skeletal remains of a gigantic prehistoric sea creature, perhaps a long-extinct plesiosaur, perfectly preserved in the shallow, cold water. "A relic, Professor," Nemo whispered. "A ghost from the geological epoch. The sea keeps its secrets and its treasures equally well." Ned Land used the distraction. While I was absorbed in the sheer scale of the fossil, Ned quickly knelt and began inspecting the base of a particularly large, hollow coral column, a natural, submerged cave. He traced its opening with his fingers, assessing its suitability as a temporary hiding place. He also subtly slipped a few of the heavier, rounded stones from the ground into the pouch of his suit. Weapons or ballast? I could not be sure. The walk concluded, but the conflict did not. As we were sealed back into the airlock, Ned Land's eyes, visible through his helmet, conveyed an urgent message. "I have the information. The time is now." Nemo's temporary truce, achieved through scientific distraction, had inadvertently provided Ned Land with the reconnaissance he desperately needed. The beauty of the submerged forest had bought Nemo a few hours of scientific respect, but it had bought Ned Land the knowledge of the seabed and thus the only chance of escape. We were now closer to freedom than ever before, trapped between the wonder of the deep and the terrible, compelling Ned to break free. Chapter 21: The Moment of Choice. The urgent gleam in Ned Land's eyes, visible even through the glass of his helmet, was a clear mandate. The reconnaissance in the submerged forest was complete. The time for action had arrived. The Nautilus was sailing through the shallow, reef-strewn waters of the Torres Straits, a maze of submerged navigation that forced a slow speed and regular ascents near the surface to verify bearings. If we were ever to escape, this narrow window was the only guarantee. That night Ned Land came to my cabin, his face etched with grim determination. Conseil was with us, his usual methodical calm slightly strained by the heavy atmosphere of conspiracy. Professor, Ned began, keeping his voice a rough whisper. We are done waiting. I saw it, the light of the sun, barely 30 meters above us. The sea floor there is flat enough, the currents manageable. We are close to the northern Australian coast. If we can reach the surface, we have a chance to swim to one of the fishing islands. And how, Ned, do we propose to reach the surface? I asked, my own apprehension making my voice shake slightly. The doors are sealed. The airlock is guarded by the crew. The lifeboat, Professor, Ned revealed, leaning closer. The dinghy attached to the hull, it has its own airlocks. I studied the mechanism when they showed us the technical drawings early on. If we can get inside it, seal the inner door and release the mechanism, the dinghy will rise like a cork. The crew is silent, but they are disciplined. They are spread thin, especially now navigating this maze. Tonight, I believe, is our best chance. I know the exact moment the watch changes. I hesitated, the moral gravity of the decision crushing me. Escape meant freedom and the chance to expose a murderer. But it also meant abandoning the greatest scientific opportunity of my life, potentially condemning myself to uncertainty and hardship, or worse, death by drowning. Ned, I understand your urgency, but we must be certain of the conditions above. The storm. The storm has passed. I heard the creaking of the ship's keel in the low waves yesterday. The surface is quiet now. We go tonight, Professor. Say yes, or I go alone and I take Conseil with me. Ned's ultimatum was clear. He would not wait for my academic indecision. I looked at Conseil, whose gaze was steady. The decision is yours, Professor, Conseil stated simply. But wherever you go, I follow. And Master Ned's plan, though perilous, possesses a certain practical elegance. I closed my eyes, the image of the sinking warship stark against my eyelids. The pursuit of science could not justify complicity in murder. Very well, Ned, I conceded, exhaling slowly. We prepare for tonight. Give me the details. Ned's face broke into a tense, triumphant grin. He began outlining the route, a passage through the galley, a rapid dash to the main deck, and a quick entry into the dinghy. We spent the next few hours in a fever of covert preparation. We packed only the barest essentials. Ned, a small pouch of dried meat and navigational tools, Conseil, a collection of valuable specimens, and I my final, frantic scientific notes, the only proof of this incredible voyage. As dusk settled, casting long electric shadows across the corridor, a strange, low chime echoed throughout the Nautilus. It was not the sound of a warning or a drill, but an announcement, a formal summons. Moments later, a crewman delivered a message. Captain Nemo required the immediate presence of Professor Aronnax in the Grand Ceylon. My blood ran cold. Had he discovered our plan? Had our glances been too obvious, our whispers too loud? I entered the Ceylon, expecting an accusation. Instead, Nemo stood by the glowing porthole, his expression once again controlled and enigmatic, holding an immense oyster-like shell in his hand. Professor Aronnax, he greeted me, his tone devoid of any hint of suspicion. I apologize for the interruption of your evening, but I have an opportunity that cannot wait. You have studied the seabed, now you shall study its wealth. He gestured to the chart table. The Nautilus had stopped its navigation. The chart showed our position, right over a legendary pearl oyster bed renowned throughout the Malay archipelago. "We are stationary, Professor, above a treasure," Nemo announced, his voice taking on the excited timbre of an explorer. "A field of pearl oysters, some of which yield the most magnificent gems in the world. I do not trade in these trinkets, but I collect them for their sheer, unadulterated beauty. I am going down with a few men to gather them. Would you care to join me? I promise you, the sight of a massive oyster bed is as scientifically illuminating as any submerged forest." I stared at him, my mind reeling. Ned's escape window was about to open, and Nemo was offering a scientific spectacle, a direct confrontation with a moral choice. I would be fascinated, Captain," I stammered, my escape plan momentarily overshadowed by the lure of the unknown. "But Ned Land and Conseil." "Ned Land and Conseil will remain aboard," Nemo stated firmly. "The harpooner's temperament is ill-suited to such a delicate endeavor. The gathering of pearls requires patience, not brute force. It is a solitary pursuit. Besides, the boat will require minimal supervision." His last sentence resonated with a profound, terrifying irony: minimal supervision. Nemo, in his pride and his obsession with his ocean-born treasures, was unwittingly creating the perfect conditions for our escape. He would leave the vessel lightly guarded, trusting the silent discipline of his remaining crew. I quickly returned to my cabin, relaying the news to the two men, keeping my tone deliberately measured. "He is going pearl fishing," I explained. "He leaves tonight. He insists I join him. Ned, this is it. He is emptying the ship for us." Ned Land's eyes widened, a flicker of pure, savage hope igniting his face. "Pearl fishing, the fool! Aronnax, you must go distract him and keep him submerged as long as possible. The longer he is out, the safer we are. Conseil and I will wait for the airlock to be free of the diving party, then we move." The plan shifted instantly, organically. My role, originally passive, was now critical. I had to be Nemo's shield, the very reason the captain would keep his attention focused on the depths and away from the Nautilus's controls. I donned a lighter diving suit once more, this time with a sense of dread rather than excitement. As I stood in the airlock with Nemo and 3 of his crew preparing for the descent into the abyss, I looked up at Ned Land's strained, watchful face pressed against the cabin window. "Go well, Professor," Ned mouthed silently, his eyes conveying a clear, final command: "Do not fail us." The airlock sealed, the water rushed in, and as we descended toward the oyster beds, leaving the nearly empty Nautilus behind, I knew I had made my final choice. The time for observation was over, the moment of action had begun. Whether I returned to the Nautilus as a free man or perished in the attempt was now a matter of destiny, sealed in the deep. Chapter 22: The Indian Diver. The descent to the pearl oyster bed was a journey into a strange, glowing subterranean valley. The immense electric lamps affixed to the Nautilus cut through the opalescent darkness, revealing a staggering landscape of wealth. Millions upon millions of oysters, ranging in size from a man's fist to grotesque, multi-century clusters, lay heaped upon the seabed. They formed a shimmering, biological carpet that promised fortune beyond the wildest dreams of any surface kingdom. I walked alongside Captain Nemo, Conseil trailing slightly behind. Ned Land had remained on the submarine, his suppressed fury a silent, volatile presence in his solitary cabin. The deeper I went with Nemo, the more acute my moral torment became. I was here to document beauty, yet the price of this privilege was my silence regarding his atrocities. Nemo, walking with the quiet, measured confidence of a shepherd among his flock, seemed to anticipate my fascination. He led me through the heart of the oyster beds, pointing out specimens with a serene detachment that belied the immense value of his surroundings. "Observe, Professor Aronnax," Nemo's voice crackled through the calms. "This entire field is independent wealth. It is the rejection of the surface exchange, the complete denial of markets, banks, and the flimsy paper promises of men. Here, wealth is tangible, it is organic. It is mine because I found it, and because I alone can endure to retrieve it." He demonstrated the method of collection. His crewmen, moving with practiced ease in their suits, used large, sturdy scups to shovel the oysters into specially constructed heavy metallic nets. The work was slow, painstaking, and silent, a hypnotic ballet of mechanized greed. I focused my attention on the scientific marvels surrounding the beds. Tiny fish with bodies like molten silver darted among the shells, deep-sea crabs, the size of dinner plates, scuttled away from the light. I began classifying, sketching frantically on the waterproof slate I carried. The sheer concentration of life, attracted by the nutrient-rich environment and perhaps by the electric light, was breathtaking. We had been walking for perhaps an hour, Nemo and I separated from his main crew by a cluster of massive, ancient coral towers. He was demonstrating a particularly rare variety of black-lipped oyster, renowned for producing the legendary black pearl, when a strange anomaly occurred. A form detached itself from the gloom beyond the light's reach. It was not a sea creature, nor was it one of Nemo's men. It was a man in a simple, traditional diving suit, no heavy metallic armor, no sophisticated air tubes connected to the Nautilus. He was a real diver, a native pearl hunter, relying on a simple air hose attached to a surface vessel and his own lung capacity. His movements were frantic, his body slim and agile, suggesting he was an Indian or Ceylonese diver, driven by the desperate need for his daily catch. Nemo stopped, his body rigid. The serene detachment vanished, replaced by a dark, palpable fury, his hands clenched inside his gloves. "An intruder," Nemo hissed, the word cutting through the calms with icy venom. "A scavenger from the surface world. They cannot leave this place alone. They pollute the sanctuary with their rapacity." I watched, horrified, as the diver, unaware of our mechanized presence, hurriedly pried open an oyster cluster and secured a handful of gems. He was clearly nearing the limits of his breath, signaled by the increasingly rapid, jerky movements of his body. He was about to ascend. Nemo raised his arm, an act that I feared was a prelude to violence. Was he going to intercept the diver? To kill him for stealing his pearls? Before Nemo could take a single decisive step, the tragedy of the deep intervened with a far more terrifying force than human anger. From the swirling shadows, a massive shape materialized. It was a shark, a monstrous tiger shark, its eyes glinting with predatory malice, drawn, perhaps, by the movement of the diver or the electric disturbance of our lights. The diver, alerted by the sudden, massive shadow, turned. His simple, meager defenses were useless. He cried out, a muffled, desperate sound I could barely hear over the hum of my own air system, and tried to swim toward the surface line, dropping his handful of pearls. The shark struck with horrifying speed. It was a blur of gray muscle and white teeth. The diver was caught, not fatally, but in a brutal, crushing bite to the leg. A cloud of crimson instantly bloomed in the clear water. The diver thrashed, screaming silently into the void of the sea, paralyzed by pain and terror. I froze, paralyzed by the raw, brutal spectacle of natural law. I was a man of science, trained to observe, but this was too immediate, too savage. I saw only death and the complete helplessness of the poor, simple man. Then Captain Nemo moved. His transformation was startling. The cold, philosophical recluse was gone. In his place was a creature of fierce, primal, protective instinct. He lunged forward, not away, but directly toward the churning violence. He was faster than I would have thought possible under the immense pressure of the depths. In his hand, Nemo carried a short, stout iron rod, a tool used for prying open the largest oyster clusters. He plunged it not at the shark, but into the eye of the beast as it prepared for a second, fatal attack. The shark roared its pain, a sound that was a low, resonant thrumming in the water, vibrating through my suit's metal shell. The attack faltered. The shark writhed, trying to shake the rod from its eye socket, but Nemo held fast, using his full body weight as leverage. The water boiled with its struggle. It was a duel of sheer physical force against primitive instinct, and Nemo, the man who had abandoned humanity, fought with a savage heroism that eclipsed any surface tale. He was using his diving suit, his heavy boots, and the stability of his environment as weapons. Finally, with a tremendous final effort, Nemo twisted the rod, driving it deep into the creature's brain. The shark went limp, sinking slowly to the bottom, its massive body stirring up a huge cloud of sediment. Nemo did not pause. He swam immediately to the grievously wounded diver. The poor man was barely conscious, his breathing shallow. Ignoring the diver's lost pearls and his own exhaustion, Nemo quickly tied a tourniquet around the man's severed leg using a strip of fabric torn from the diver's own suit. He then signaled to his remaining crew with a rapid, clipped motion. "Professor," Nemo's voice was strained, heavy with exertion but laced with an undeniable, fierce compassion. "The life of a man of the sea is sacred, even the life of a surface scavenger." He was contradicting his own philosophy of revenge, his actions speaking louder than any of his bitter rhetoric. He had saved a life, risking his own, proving a profound, hidden connection to the human race he claimed to despise. The crew quickly helped Nemo secure the unconscious diver and bring him to the surface line for emergency ascent. The entire sequence, the attack, the brutal, heroic defense, and the rapid extraction, had taken less than 10 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. I stood there watching the ascending figures diminish into the gloom. The oyster bed, moments ago a symbol of scientific and economic marvel, was now a scene of chaotic violence. The crimson stain slowly diffused through the water. This act of heroism was the final, confusing twist in Nemo's psyche. How could a man who ruthlessly sank warships, condemning hundreds to death, risk his life for a single poor diver? It was in this moment of confusion, while the main contingent of the Nautilus crew was occupied with the emergency ascent and the retrieval of their captain, that the final, decisive opportunity for Ned Land's escape plan was born. The confusion on the deck above, the need for medical attention, the shock of the near-fatal attack would be the perfect, chaotic smokescreen. The time had come to act. I turned, swimming rapidly back toward the enormous, silent bulk of the Nautilus, knowing that Ned Land would be watching, waiting, and expecting me to initiate the final sequence. My heart hammered against the shell of my suit, less from the external pressure of the depths and more from the crushing internal pressure of imminent action. Chapter 23: The Escape. The silence of the Nautilus, often a source of unsettling contemplation, was now shattered by a flurry of frantic, muffled activity. The chaos following the shark attack, the emergency medical procedures, the captain's strange, fierce preoccupation with the Indian diver's welfare, had created the perfect, if terrifying, window of opportunity. Ned Land, whose senses were always tuned to the pragmatic necessities of survival, recognized the precise moment. He signaled me with a gesture of cold, absolute finality. There was no argument left in him, only execution. The look in his eyes promised that if I hesitated, he would proceed alone, dragging Conseil if necessary. My conscience, already battered by witnessing Nemo's rage against the surface world, now demanded action. The time for moral fence-sitting was over, the moment of choice had passed. We were fugitives now, propelled by a primal urge for air and sky. The plan, conceived and nurtured in Ned's mind over weeks, was simple and brutal. Secure the provisions, wait for the cover of a deep-sea dive or heavy fog, though the former was now our advantage, and force open the airlock of one of the submarine's small skiffs or lifeboats. We moved like ghosts. A Conseil, ever the meticulous scholar, followed my lead with a loyal, almost detached calm, viewing the escape as merely the next step in his master's journey. Ned Land took the lead, his muscular frame moving with an unnatural agility. He possessed an innate understanding of ship mechanics, even for a vessel as alien as the Nautilus. Our immediate goal was the tiny, pressurized chamber that housed the emergency skiffs, located near the stern. Ned had memorized the few hours during which the main crew compartment would be thinnest, moments when Nemo was either in his study or overseeing the engine room, distracted by the necessary technical maneuvers of the deep. We paused outside the chamber door, the air thick with the metallic tang of recycled oxygen and the faint, coppery scent of the shark's blood that had been tracked onto the floor after Nemo's heroic, yet confusing, return. Ned worked swiftly on the heavy, hermetically sealed lock. The mechanism, designed for external pressure rather than internal security, yielded with a low, grating sound that seemed to echo deafeningly through the silent corridors. Each turn of the wheel was a scream in the oppressive quiet. I imagined the whole crew waking, hearing the noise and rushing to intercept us. My own heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. We slipped inside the tiny compartment. The lifeboat was small, cramped, designed perhaps for 2 men and minimal supplies. We were 3, with the addition of the few preserved rations and water Conseil had quietly procured over the last 24 hours. "We must hurry, Professor," Ned whispered, his breath ragged. "Once they discover the missing launch, every valve will seal. We must be out and free before the internal pressure equalizes." The most daunting task remained, the external lock which would drop the lifeboat into the ocean. This required simultaneous manipulation of internal safety latches and the external release valve. Ned controlled the main valve, his powerful hands gripping the heavy spokes. Conseil and I braced ourselves against the tiny walls, ready to throw the final securing bolt. Ned looked at us, his eyes wide and fierce. "When I say now, push the bolt. Then strap yourselves tight, this will be violent." A moment of profound, terrible stillness descended. I heard the faint thrum of the Nautilus's engines adjusting depth, a sound that meant Nemo was near, overseeing the maneuver. This was it, now or never. Ned twisted the release wheel with a superhuman effort. The sound was not a click but a deep structural groan, the protest of metal designed to withstand miles of ocean pressure being forced open. We threw the bolt. With a horrifying lurch, the skiff dropped. The world turned to chaotic motion. It wasn't the slow, controlled descent I had imagined. It was a violent, slamming release. The chamber immediately began to flood with water, not ocean water yet, but the dense, pressurized water that filled the internal drop shaft. The hull of the skiff groaned under the stress. Water rushed in around the imperfectly sealed seams, splashing our faces with cold, briny spray. Conseil, remarkably, only tightened his harness and adjusted his spectacles. Then came the second, more terrifying sound, the counterpressure of the ocean depths as the skiff cleared the Nautilus's protective hull. The force was immense, a crushing hug from the deep. The skiff shuddered violently, thrown clear by the massive displacement of water. The final, sickening sound was the heavy clang of the Nautilus's external hatch slamming shut behind us, sealing our former prison. We were free, but where were we? Ned frantically worked the manual ballast valves. We were floating, but we were still deep. The darkness was absolute. The electric lights of the Nautilus were gone, swallowed by the crushing void. "We are clear, Professor," Ned shouted over the creaking of the metal hull. "But we are blind and submerged. We must surface before the Nautilus detects our absence and dives further or, worse, turns back to hunt us." The urgency was paramount. We worked the hand cranks, forcing the ballast tanks to expel water. The ascent was agonizingly slow. The darkness persisted, oppressive and total. I felt the immense weight of the Pacific pressing down on the small metal shell, imagining the steel crumpling around us like paper. The air grew stale, thick with the smell of sweat and fear. I struggled to regain my scientific composure, focusing on the simple physics, pressure decreasing, buoyancy increasing. But my mind kept flashing back to Nemo's cold, terrible gaze. He would know in moments. Would he mourn our loss, or would he unleash his fury, viewing our escape as the ultimate betrayal? We continued to crank, muscles screaming with effort. Finally, after what felt like an hour but could only have been minutes, a subtle change occurred. The blackness began to lighten, shifting from absolute zero to a deep cobalt blue. The skiff broke the surface with a sickening gasp and a shower of spray. The night air, fresh and cool, rushed into the cramped cabin. We were immediately hit by the raw, unbridled force of the open sea. The waves were not enormous, but they were chaotic, tossing the tiny lifeboat violently. Above us, the sky was a deep, star-studded velvet, a sight I had not truly appreciated in months. We had traded the luxurious, controlled environment of the Nautilus for the raw, terrifying freedom of the open ocean. We were alone. Ned collapsed, his head against the railing, breathing in great, shuddering gasps of air. Conseil simply checked the water level in the bottom of the boat and began meticulously organizing the scattered rations. I looked back, searching the horizon. There was nothing. The Nautilus had vanished as silently and completely as it had appeared. The vast, indifferent ocean stretched out in all directions. We were free, but we were adrift. The relief of escaping the prison was instantly replaced by the terrifying realization of our new vulnerability. We were back to the fragile, ephemeral existence of surface men, subject to the whims of the winds and the currents, with no Captain Nemo to shield us from the world. Our adventure on the Nautilus had ended with a violent, terrifying birth into freedom. Our new challenge, survival, had just begun. Chapter 24, The Ocean Left Behind. The immediate, raw thrill of freedom evaporated with the rising sun. We were no longer prisoners, but we were castaways. The tiny skiff, which had seemed like a vehicle of salvation moments ago, was now revealed for what it truly was, a fragile shell of metal adrift in the indifferent vastness of the Pacific. Ned Land, the man most invigorated by liberty, immediately took charge of the practicalities. His face, etched with the strain of the escape, was now alight with fierce, triumphant energy. He was back in his element, the rough, unpredictable world of the surface, where survival depended on skill and brute determination, not on the cold, calculating madness of Captain Nemo. "Professor Conseil, we have rations for perhaps a week if we ration severely," Ned announced, having meticulously inventoried the supplies. "The tank contains enough fresh water for 3 days, no more. We must secure a sail and set a course. The currents here are unpredictable, but we must head east toward the nearest known landmass. We were too far from the mainland when we escaped. A deep dive must have carried the Nautilus further than we realized." Ned's optimism was infectious, yet it grated against my own profound sense of loss. I should have been joyous, singing praises for our deliverance, but all I felt was a hollow ache, an emptiness where the infinite library and the colossal windows of the Nautilus used to be. The raw, beautiful terror of the deep, which Nemo had allowed me to see, now seemed infinitely more fascinating than the struggle for survival on the surface. I gazed back across the choppy, blue-gray expanse, searching, perhaps foolishly, for the dark shadow of our former prison. I knew Nemo would be enraged. His fury would be monumental. Our escape was not just a loss of property, it was a profound personal betrayal. The rejection of his secluded world by the one man who had, for a time, understood and even revered his genius. Would he pursue us? The thought of the Nautilus surfacing suddenly and silently beneath our frail craft sent a shiver of pure dread through me. "We are safe, Professor, for now," Conseil remarked quietly, noticing my distraction. He was organizing the tiny cabin with the same methodical calm he had once applied to classifying specimens in the Nautilus library. "Captain Nemo has his own troubles. The shark incident, the injured crewman, such things distract even the most vengeful of men. "A Conseil," I said, my voice heavy with unresolved conflict. "Do you not feel the pull of what we left behind? The depths we never charted. The knowledge that now forever belongs only to that strange, bitter man." Conseil adjusted his spectacles, examining the horizon as if searching for a rare species of cloud. "My master, my greatest discovery was you. To classify you as safe on the surface is a far superior scientific outcome than to classify a new species of anglerfish at 10,000 leagues. Science requires the scientist to survive." His simple, loyal pragmatism was a necessary anchor. Ned Land, meanwhile, had begun rigging a makeshift sail from a torn piece of canvas found in the skiff's storage. He had the physical strength and the maritime instinct that Conseil and I sorely lacked. The first day was a brutal lesson in surface humility. The sun beat down mercilessly, quickly dehydrating us. The endless motion of the waves, minor compared to a storm but relentless, brought on bouts of nausea. We were cramped, wet, and exposed. Every discomfort underscored the sheer, almost criminal luxury we had enjoyed on the Nautilus. The perfectly regulated air, the electric light, the limitless supply of filtered water and cooked meals. As the sun began its descent, painting the western sky in hues of violent orange and despairing violet, Ned finally managed to hoist the sail. The small craft caught the evening breeze, and we began to move slowly, haltingly, but purposefully toward the east. That night, huddled together for warmth, I contemplated the nature of true imprisonment. Was I more a prisoner on the Nautilus, surrounded by marvels, yet bound by Nemo's erratic will? Or was I more a prisoner now, adrift in freedom, bound by the cruel, immutable laws of nature, hunger, thirst, and the vast, crushing distance to safety? The moon rose, casting a silver path across the water. As the skiff plunged and rose with the waves, I imagined I could hear the faint, haunting thrum of the Nautilus engine far, far beneath us. Was it still there? Was Nemo still diving, or was he ascending, seeking his revenge? The ocean had been my greatest laboratory, now it was my greatest threat. I knew every creature, every depth, every current. Yet knowing the enemy did not diminish its power. We had bought our freedom with the currency of betrayal, and now the great, indifferent ocean was coming to collect its price. Our survival would depend entirely on Ned Land's primal skill, Conseil's unwavering devotion, and my own battered scientific resilience. The adventure was over, the Odyssey had begun. Chapter 25, Return to the World. The relentless cycle of sun, sea, and hunger had begun to wear down even Ned Land's formidable spirit. 3 days passed and the meager rations were dangerously low. The sun, once a comforting sight, was now a harsh, dehydrating enemy. The water tank was nearly empty, forcing us to ration every drop, making the salt spray on our lips feel like a bitter mockery. Ned, ever the pragmatic survivor, had become silent, his eyes perpetually scanning the horizon. His usual fiery optimism was replaced by a grim, hard determination. He knew better than Conseil or I the swift, brutal fate of a small craft lost in the vastness of the Pacific. I paradoxically found myself in a state of curious detachment. The scientific mind, trained to categorize and observe even in extremity, provided a strange, insulating layer against despair. I categorized our dwindling supplies, observed the shifting patterns of the waves, and calculated our approximate drift based on the minimal progress made by Ned's makeshift sail. Yet the longing for the Nautilus remained, not for the comfort, but for the unlimited exploration it had promised. My escape had been a moral necessity, but my scientist's heart still mourned the unwritten volumes of knowledge left behind. "Master," Conseil murmured one morning, his voice weak from thirst, "I believe I have misclassified our current situation. I initially classified it as freedom but adrift. I believe a more accurate classification is freedom but imminent peril. A subclass of the latter might be urgent search required." I managed a dry, cracked smile. Even in extremis, Conseil maintained his absurd yet reassuring pedantry. "Your classification is impeccable, Conseil," I replied, wiping the sweat from my brow. "But without a larger, faster species to observe, our classification skills are somewhat wasted." Ned, who had been slumped against the gunwale, suddenly straightened, his entire body rigid. He hadn't spoken a word for hours, saving his strength, but the sound he made now was a low, animalistic grunt of pure, explosive hope. "Land no, sail on the starboard bow." Conseil and I struggled to our feet, our limbs stiff and weak. Where Ned's trained I saw a ship, I saw only the endless shimmer of the sea and the cruel heat haze distorting the horizon. Ned seized the oar and pointed with a trembling hand, directing my gaze until my eyes finally discerned it. A tiny, impossibly distant vertical line, a mere pencil stroke against the brilliant canvas of the dawn sky. It was a mast, a ship of the surface world. The relief was so sudden, so profound, that it hit me like a physical blow, replacing the dull ache of thirst with a rush of dizzying adrenaline. The scientific detachment shattered instantly. I was no longer the aloof observer. I was simply a desperate man clinging to a piece of wood looking for rescue. Ned Land began to shout, his voice hoarse but full of newly rediscovered power. We all shouted, waving our hands, standing precariously in the small boat. The sheer distance made our efforts seem futile, but the act of hailing the world again was an affirmation of our return to humanity. "It's a brig, Professor, a trading vessel heading northeast." Ned identified the type of ship, his knowledge of seamanship instantly returning. "We must get closer. They won't see us at this range. We need to intercept their path." The problem was distance and speed. We were moving perhaps 2 knots with the sail, but the brig was making a steady 6 or 7. We were moving laterally to its course. Ned knew that if we didn't actively steer toward it, the ship would pass us by like a swift, indifferent specter. We lowered the sail and Ned grabbed the oars, commanding us to use our last reserves of strength to row. The combined effort was agonizing. Every pull on the oar was a betrayal of our exhausted muscles. I forced myself to ignore the burning thirst and the churning nausea, focusing solely on the brig, which seemed maddeningly slow to grow larger, yet horrifyingly swift to slip away. "They see us, I think they see us," Ned yelled, straining at the oars, his shirt drenched with sweat. "I see a flicker, someone is on the deck." The brig, now visible as a substantial vessel, finally began to change course, a subtle, hesitant pivot. They had spotted our distress signal. Our ordeal was nearly over. As the brig approached, towering over our tiny skiff, I felt a resurgence of a very different kind of fear. We were about to be interrogated. How could we explain the Nautilus? How could we explain Captain Nemo? Our tale would sound like the ravings of madmen. We had promised Nemo silence, but that promise had died the moment we chose freedom. The ship, identified as the President out of San Francisco, finally hove to, lowering a rope ladder. Strong, sun-weathered faces peered down at us, faces full of curiosity and pity. "Are you all right? Where in God's name did you come from?" A kindly voice boomed from above. Ned Land was the first to climb, clambering up the side like a monkey, a triumphant grin splitting his face. Conseil followed with his usual measured composure. I was the last, my legs shaking, my body collapsing onto the solid, reassuring deck. We were safe. We were rescued, we were back among men. Yet, as the crew gathered around us, bombarding us with questions, I looked back at the vast, empty sea. The ghost of the Nautilus and the shadow of its bitter master remained there in the depths of the Pacific, waiting. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that the true story of our imprisonment, of Nemo's genius and his terrible vengeance, was too magnificent, too unbelievable to ever be told. We had returned to the world, but we carried the ocean's greatest secret deep within us. Our silence was the final, inevitable price of our freedom. Chapter 26, The Vow of Silence. The kindness of the crew of the President was a tangible, comforting thing, a stark contrast to the cold, metallic isolation of the Nautilus. We were given fresh clothes, hot food, and a small, relatively private cabin to share. The captain, a man named Henderson, was compassionate but understandably curious. He allowed us a few hours of rest before insisting on hearing the full account of how 3 men, presumed lost nearly a year ago, had suddenly appeared adrift in the middle of the Pacific, thousands of miles off course. It was during these hours of recovery, as the solid wood deck beneath us provided the first stable footing in months, that the true dilemma of our freedom became apparent. We had escaped the captain, but we were still bound by his existence. We gathered in our small cabin. The light filtering through the small porthole was ordinary, real, and gentle, so unlike the dazzling, artificial glow of Nemo's salons. Ned Land, now revived by hearty broth and rest, paced the small room like a caged tiger, though the cage was now the President's hull, not the Nautilus's iron walls. Conseil sat calmly, carefully examining the stitching on his borrowed blanket. "We must agree, gentlemen," I began, my voice stronger now, though still carrying the fatigue of our ordeal. "Captain Henderson will be here shortly. We cannot tell him the truth." Ned stopped pacing, his face hardening with a familiar, dangerous intensity. "Why not, Professor? We should tell the whole world that madman is out there. He's a menace, he sinks ships, he attacks the innocent. The navies of the world must hunt him down." "And how will they receive that tale, Ned?" I asked gently, though my eyes pleaded for his understanding. "That Professor Aronnax and his companions were abducted by a submarine of unheard-of design, powered by unimaginable technology, commanded by a man who lives in a self-made kingdom of scientific isolation. They will believe we are madmen, suffering from delusion induced by exposure and starvation. They will dismiss the entire affair as a terrible fantasy." Ned slumped onto the bunk, defeated not by force but by logic. So we bury the truth. The greatest machine ever built, the greatest voyage of discovery, it all stays down there with that devil. The pain in Ned's voice was the sound of my own scientific heartbreak. I too longed to publish my findings, to reveal the new species, the depths, the geological wonders I had personally classified, but I knew the price of freedom demanded silence. We have no choice, I confirmed, feeling the weight of the enormous secret settle over my soul. We must protect ourselves, and in doing so we unwittingly protect Nemo's secret, which is perhaps his ultimate terrifying power. Conseil spoke then, breaking his silence with his usual dry formality. Master, if I may, we were last seen on the Abraham Lincoln when it encountered the phenomenon. The world believes we perished in the ensuing chaos. We must simply pick up the narrative there. Precisely, Conseil, I said, nodding gratefully. We were thrown overboard during the final moments of the attack. We were lucky enough to find a small, damaged skiff, a piece of wreckage, and drifted. We must claim the skiff was entirely surface material, part of the wreckage. We must erase every trace of the Nautilus from our story. Ned Land remained unconvinced, though compliant. And what about the time? We've been gone for months, Professor. The elements, Ned, I replied, allowing a faint glimmer of my professional persona to surface. The human mind, when under extreme duress from thirst, hunger, and sun, loses track of time. We must claim we were adrift for weeks, perhaps a month, until the brig found us. The missing time will simply be absorbed into the abyss of our unreliability. We must be consistent, Ned. Your story, Conseil's story, and mine. Identical, simple, and tragic. Ned sighed, running a hand over his rough, scarred face. Very well, we were lost. We were castaways from the frigate. We saw nothing. We know nothing. I'll keep the secret, Professor, not for Nemo, but for our own sanity, and for the chance to step on solid ground again. The compact was made, a quiet, powerful vow of silence sworn not on a Bible, but on the shared memory of fear, wonder, and betrayal. The truth, in all its terrifying magnificence, was deemed too large for the world to bear. It would remain sealed in the depths, known only to the three of us and to the bitter man who commanded the deep. A few minutes later, Captain Henderson knocked on our door. We opened it, no longer three desperate castaways, but three men, tired, injured, but rational survivors of a great maritime tragedy. I began my carefully constructed tale, starting with the ill-fated voyage of the Abraham Lincoln, describing the chaotic, violent moment of collision, the subsequent sinking of the frigate, and the miracle of finding a small piece of wreckage. My voice was steady, my details vague but plausible. Ned Land and Conseil supported every point with unwavering consistency. As I spoke, I realized the immense, ironic tragedy of our situation. I, the great academic, had discovered the very frontier of science and existence, only to be forced to lie about it. The world would receive the story of a sad shipwreck, while I carried the weight of the universe's greatest secret, forever buried beneath the waves. The Nautilus was gone, but its shadow, the silent promise of its existence, would haunt me for the rest of my days. We were back in the world, yes, but a part of us, the part that had lived in wonder, remained a prisoner of the deep. Chapter 27, Answering the Questions. The days aboard the President were a blur of recovery and rehearsed lies. Captain Henderson, a man of simple, earnest faith in the visible world, did his best to aid our recuperation, yet his curiosity was relentless. He represented the world that demanded an explanation that was simple, tragic, and logical. My meticulously constructed tale of shipwreck and prolonged exposure to the elements held up under scrutiny. Ned Land and Conseil, despite their initial differences, played their roles with flawless consistency. Ned, the rough, plain-spoken seaman, lent credibility to the survival narrative with his terse, believable descriptions of the rogue waves and the desperation of our last days adrift. Conseil, with his quiet, respectful demeanor, confirmed every detail I provided, his categorical manner lending an air of absolute veracity. "You claim, Professor Aronnax," Captain Henderson pressed gently during one late-night discussion in his chart room, tracing a line on his map with a thick finger, "that you were adrift for perhaps a month from the area where the Abraham Lincoln went down." "That is our best estimate, Captain," I confirmed, maintaining a look of weary sincerity. "The delirium caused by dehydration and sun exposure made tracking time impossible. We only knew we were moving east, praying for land. And the object that struck the frigate, the one the Navy called the Sea Monster." I sighed, a performance of profound melancholy. "A tragic error, Captain. Whatever it was an unprecedented maritime accident, perhaps a colossal, unrecorded reef, a moving shoal, or the wreck of some massive ironclad. In the chaos we were tossed out. We saw nothing but the dark water and the sinking hull of our own ship." I paused, letting the implication hang. Our escape was pure, desperate luck. Henderson accepted this. The official explanation, after all, had long settled on the idea of a natural, albeit catastrophic, phenomenon. The idea of a technological marvel capable of sinking a frigate was too outlandish for a rational man to entertain, and my professional reputation only reinforced the plausibility of my account. I was a scientist, not a teller of tall tales. Ned Land found his own form of therapy in this deception. He spent his days assisting the crew, throwing himself into the hard, honest work of the ship. He seemed happiest when scaling the rigging or hauling a line, tasks that allowed him to forget the polished decks and electric perfection of the Nautilus. He was returning to his natural self, the king of the harpooners, and the need for revenge on Nemo was, for now, subsumed by the joy of regained freedom. "They believe us, Professor," Ned muttered to me one afternoon while we watched the sun set. "They see 3 honest men, not 3 liars. It's a bitter pill, but the silence is working." "It must, Ned," I replied. "The secret is too immense. It would destroy our lives and likely lead to a worldwide panic and a fruitless, costly hunt for Nemo." The journey continued for several more weeks until, at last, the shores of North America appeared on the horizon. The sight of San Francisco rising from the sea was overwhelming. It was the epitome of the world we had rejected, a world of noise, commerce, technology, and humanity, but it was also our world, the world of consequences and connection. We docked to a flurry of excitement. News of the missing Professor Aronnax and his companions had long been relegated to historical maritime tragedy. Our sudden reappearance was a sensational story. Reporters swarmed the docks, and we were immediately ushered into the hands of official representatives. The interrogation was more formal this time, involving naval officers and government officials. They sought only one thing: confirmation that the sea monster was, as the world hoped, merely a large, unfortunate incident of nature. My consistent, detailed, and scientifically plausible account of finding only wreckage and drifting for weeks satisfied them. Ned Land's gruff testimony about the sheer violence of the collision and Conseil's calm affirmations solidified our story. The tragedy of the Abraham Lincoln was thus officially closed, and the world breathed a collective sigh of relief. The threat was deemed natural, not technological. We were free, we were heroes, we were safe, but I was haunted. Every word of praise was a lie I carried. Every question about my future research was a painful reminder of the magnificent, unpublishable past. I had notebooks full of classifications, sketches, and notes taken aboard the Nautilus, written in a cipher I had devised to protect the innocent. Now these notes were merely a personal testament to a journey the world would never know. As we stood on the pier, bidding farewell to Captain Henderson, I realized the true weight of the vow. We had returned to the surface, but the shadow of the deep clung to us. My freedom was paid for by a lifetime of silence, a silence that guaranteed Nemo's continued reign and guaranteed my own continued torment as the keeper of the world's greatest secret. The adventure was truly over, but the enigma of the Nautilus would be the final, indelible chapter of my life. Chapter 28: The Legacy of Aronnax. The triumphant return to Paris was both a joy and a profound ordeal. I was no longer merely Professor Pierre Aronnax, but a legend, a man snatched from the jaws of the deep. My apartment, my library, and my routine, once the very anchors of my existence, now felt small and stifling after the infinite horizon of the Nautilus. The fame was unbearable. Every accolade was a reminder of the monstrous lie I carried. Conseil, bless his loyal heart, returned to his duties with the same quiet, unwavering devotion he had shown under the sea. He managed my correspondence, categorized my terrestrial collection, and stood guard over my secret. He was the only person who understood that my scientific fervor had been transformed from a scholarly pursuit into a feverish, internal obsession. Ned Land, however, could not be contained by the civilized world. He took his accumulated pay and quickly departed for the whaling grounds of the North Pacific, seeking the raw, honest danger of his former life. His silence was a matter of grim necessity, not loyalty. He craved the hunt, and the vastness of the ocean was the only place large enough to hold his enduring rage against Nemo. Before he left, he gave me a simple, powerful warning. If I ever hear of that devil again, Professor, I will break my promise. I will tell the truth, even if they lock me in an asylum. I was left alone with my notebooks. They were filled with pages of meticulous drawings and complex classifications of deep-sea life, all written in the cipher. These were the only concrete, undeniable proofs of the Nautilus's voyage, a legacy locked away, unusable. My attempt to re-engage with the academic community was strained. I presented papers on the fauna of the newly explored Pacific regions, carefully attributing my findings to the records of the Abraham Lincoln and subsequent deep-sea trawlers. The concepts I introduced, bioluminescence at extreme depths, the existence of species previously thought mythical, were revolutionary, but they lacked the context of their discovery. I was forced to present the conclusions without the methodology, the flower without the root. One evening, while reviewing a new taxonomy of cuttlefish, a familiar image sprang to mind: the titanic 20-foot-wide eye of the giant squid we had fought. The memory was so vivid it nearly shattered my composure. I closed my eyes, remembering Nemo's calm authority during the battle, the impossible strength of the Nautilus's crew. I realized I could not live with the whole truth buried. I had to plant a seed. I began work on a monumental volume titled The Great Depths, a book that would ostensibly be a compilation of current oceanography. Within its pages, however, I meticulously wove fictional narratives of two new theoretical subspecies of sea creature. I detailed their existence in trenches previously thought lifeless, giving them traits that only the Nautilus could have revealed to me: their electric capacities, their reliance on hydrothermal vents. It was an academic game of cat and mouse. I was telling the truth to those few who possessed the scientific imagination to read between the lines, while adhering to the letter of the lie for the masses. I also took great care to publish a detailed, though entirely misleading, analysis of the wreckage we supposedly found, describing a fictional colossal ironclad, so detailed in its failure that it explained away all the Navy's questions about the collision. The book was a moderate success, praised for its imaginative scope, but criticized by some for its lack of empirical evidence for the deepest dwelling species. The world remained skeptical of what it could not see. I received a single final communication from the sea weeks after my book was published. It was an unmarked package containing a single, enormous, perfectly formed pearl, the color of pale moonlight, easily worth a king's ransom. There was no note, but I knew it was a gesture from Captain Nemo, a final, cold reminder that he was watching and that my freedom was a conditional gift. The pearl, a treasure from the ocean floor, was now my most prized, most terrifying possession. I placed the pearl in my safe next to the ciphered notebooks. My adventure was over, but my life's work had just begun: to live a lie while safeguarding the greatest truth. My legacy would not be the discoveries I published, but the knowledge I was forced to conceal, the testament to the magnificent man, Captain Nemo, and his iron prison of the deep. I would continue to write, to lecture, and to classify, forever listening for the sound of the ocean, waiting for the day the Nautilus might break its silence. Chapter 29, The Final Farewell. Years passed. The world forgot the Professor Aronnax incident, replacing it with newer crises and more fashionable scientific debates. Yet, for me, time remained segmented. There was the life before the Nautilus and the life that followed, a life forever shadowed by the deep. I continued my work, lecturing and writing, but always with the hidden context of my experience. My lectures on deep-sea biology were passionate, almost evangelical, driven by the desire to share the impossible vistas I had seen. I spoke of the pressures, the darkness, the resilience of life in the abyssal plains, concepts that resonated with the scientific community, but which they could only grasp theoretically. I was their prophet speaking of a revelation they had not witnessed. The Conseil remained my faithful anchor. His presence was a silent reassurance, the only living witness to the truth I could confide in. We often shared quiet, knowing glances when a newspaper mentioned another sea monster sighting or a mysterious, unexplained wreck. We knew, we remembered. Ned Land's letters were rare, brief, and geographically distant. They were full of the rough triumph of the hunt, of close calls with rogue waves and the massive, warm-blooded quarry of the Arctic. His rage against Nemo had apparently not subsided, but had been channeled into his work, turning him into an almost mythological figure among the whalers. He sent me once a small, chipped piece of harpoon, a silent testament to his enduring ferocity. The pearl from Nemo remained in my safe. I never dared to sell it or display it. It was too much a symbol of my conditional freedom, too much a physical anchor to the man I both admired and feared. Sometimes, on nights when the city noise faded, I would open the safe, let the pale moonlight from the pearl fill the small space, and imagine the vast, silent, electric world of the Nautilus. I never published the ciphered notebooks. The secret of the submarine, of the technology that allowed Nemo to live outside the bounds of human law, was too dangerous. I feared that if humanity possessed that power, it would not use it for peaceful exploration, but for global annihilation. The Nautilus, despite its noble origins in scientific genius, had already proven to be a weapon of terrifying finality. I was the keeper of the greatest secret of my age, and my responsibility was silence. Yet I could not entirely abandon the hope that Nemo, in his brilliant madness, had not truly vanished. The final, unsettling question, the mystery that gave this entire journey its deepest gravity, was the fate of the Nautilus itself. Did Nemo ultimately perish in his deep-sea isolation? Did he seek a violent, final encounter with the very civilization he despised? Or was he perhaps still out there, navigating the unexplored trenches, an eternal exile and an unparalleled explorer? I preferred to believe the latter. The thought of the Nautilus, a gleaming iron consciousness, continuing its lonely, magnificent odyssey through the unmapped realms of the sea, was a comfort. It meant the most profound scientific discovery of my lifetime was not lost, but merely waiting. My book, The Great Depths, achieved a subtle, profound influence. The speculative truths I planted within its pages slowly began to shape the research of the next generation of oceanographers. Without ever knowing the name Nautilus, they began to seek the answers I could not give them, to explore the trenches, to marvel at the deep-sea currents, and to dream of the light that could exist in absolute darkness. And so I close this chronicle. I have told the true story, not the version presented to the naval authorities, but the full, unbelievable account of 20,000 leagues under the sea. I know the world may dismiss these final, fevered pages as the last ravings of an old man whose mind was broken by the sun and the salt, but I know what I saw. I know the depths I plunged to, both literally and philosophically. I carry the electric hum of the Nautilus in my memory and the chill of Nemo's defiance in my heart. The ocean remains vast, silent, and mysterious. And sometimes, when I stand on the coast and stare out at the relentless rolling waves, I still hear the low, metallic thrumming beneath the roar of the surface, the sound of a great, terrible, and beautiful machine, forever carrying its captain and its secret into the heart of the abyss. Fin, Chapter 30, Epilogue, The Pearl of Conditional Freedom. The year is 1905. Decades have passed since the events chronicled by the late Professor Pierre Aronnax. He passed peacefully in his sleep, a respected figure in the scientific world. His most important work, the true narrative of the Nautilus, remaining locked in his coded journals and the quiet complicity of his former valet, Conseil. It is Conseil, now an old man with hair as white and sparse as Arctic snow, who serves as the final keeper of the secret. He never sought fame or recognition. His loyalty was a vocation. Following the professor's death, Conseil was entrusted with the entire estate, a responsibility he executed with his characteristic meticulousness. His most difficult task was deciding the fate of the two objects that defined the professor's final years, the ciphered notebooks and the magnificent pale pearl. Ned Land was lost to the sea long ago, a legend among the dwindling ranks of the whalers, likely taken by the brutal elements he loved. The last letter Conseil received spoke of chasing a rogue sperm whale off the coast of Siberia, an ironically appropriate final pursuit. Conseil spent 5 years reviewing the notebooks, slowly deciphering Aronnax's subtle code. He realized the terrifying potential of the knowledge within, the blueprints for a civilization-destroying weapon concealed beneath detailed biological observations. Following the professor's implied wishes, Conseil gathered the complete collection of notes and, on a dark, stormy night mirroring the professor's own fateful plunge, burned them in the massive fireplace of the empty study. The smoke carried the secret of the Nautilus's power back to the elements, lost to the wind and the rain. The pearl, however, was different. It was not power, it was a memory. It was Nemo's final, defiant statement of contempt and affection. It was the price of conditional freedom. Conseil recognized the pearl's symbolic weight. But to sell it would be to commodify their unique history. To keep it hidden would be to deny the beauty and the truth it represented. He chose a compromise. In 1907, a new wing was quietly opened at the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle in Paris, dedicated to the abyssal depths, the study of life in extreme environments. Among the grand exhibits, including some of Aronnax's authenticated deep-sea specimens, there was one unassuming display case. It was simply titled, "The Unnamed Specimen, a Glimmer of the Deep." Inside, resting on black velvet, was the pearl of conditional freedom. It was accompanied by a plaque that read, "This pearl of unparalleled size and perfection was donated anonymously. Its origin is unknown, but it represents the potential for discovery that lies in the world's unexplored ocean trenches. It is a testament to the fact that the most incredible treasures, both material and intellectual, await those daring enough to venture beyond the known limits of the world." No mention of Captain Nemo, no mention of the Nautilus. Yet the pearl's presence was a magnet. It drew the next generation of oceanographers, scientists, and dreamers. They came, not knowing they were looking at the last relic of the great sea fugitive, but inspired by the sheer audacity of its existence. It fueled their desire to build better submarines, to engineer stronger diving suits, to explore those very deeps Aronnax had only dared to write about speculatively. Conseil would visit the museum regularly. He would stand for long minutes before the glass case watching the crowds, especially the young students, marvel at the stone. He knew that the professor's true legacy was not the published truth but the inspired lie. The pearl, Nemo's final gift, had become Aronnax's final subtle triumph, a silent, undeniable challenge to humanity to seek the depths and perhaps one day to find the Nautilus themselves. He would sometimes whisper, so softly only the glass case could hear, the captain's favorite phrase. "Oh, the sea is everything. It covers 7/10 of the terrestrial globe. Its breath is pure and healthy. It is an immense desert where man is never lonely, for he feels life stirring on all sides. The sea is only the embodiment of a supernatural and wonderful existence. It is nothing but love and emotion. It is the living infinite." Then the old man, the keeper of the most magnificent secret, would nod, turn, and walk away, leaving the pearl and the endless abyss it represented to continue inspiring the world. The end. Chapter 31, Premonition of the Future. By 1910, Conseil was the oldest man regularly found in the abyssal wing of the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle. He was not a celebrated scientist, nor an academic, but simply an old, quiet man who came to watch the light reflect off the unnamed specimen. The world was changing rapidly. Automobiles were replacing carriages, the skies were being conquered by fragile flying machines, and the clamor of the new century seemed determined to drown out the mysteries of the old. Yet Conseil found a solace in the quiet persistence of the sea. He had noted with quiet satisfaction how the scientific community, slowly but surely, was beginning to shift its focus downward. Aronnax's last book, The Great Depths, initially met with skepticism, was now being consulted as a foundational text. The theoretical existence of electric fauna and vent dwellers was moving from speculation to hypothesis, driven by new, albeit crude, deep-sea dredging efforts. He saw the professor's hand in every new development, a silent, intellectual guidance from the grave. Aronnax had planted the seeds of the truth, and the pearl, Nemo's last magnificent insult, was the fertilizer. One afternoon, a sharp, energetic young naval engineer, M. Durand, stopped beside Conseil by the exhibit. Durand was part of a nascent government program attempting to design a submersible capable of descending past 1,000 meters, a depth considered impossible by most. "A beautiful stone, isn't it, old-timer?" Durand remarked, not expecting an answer, his eyes fixed on the pearl. "But it's nothing compared to the secrets it symbolizes. They say the man who found this gem must have had equipment 50 years ahead of its time. We're chasing ghosts, but beautiful ones." Conseil merely nodded, his gaze steady on the young man. "The depth is patient, monsieur. It waits for those who are worthy of its silence. The greatest discoveries are not found by chasing, but by listening." Durand laughed, a sharp, youthful sound. "We will drag the secrets out of it, old man. Technology conquers silence. Our new machine, if it works, will be the true Nautilus, a ship for the world, not an exile's toy. The word Nautilus hung in the air, a phantom presence. Conseil felt a cold pang of warning. The young man's ambition, while noble, carried the same dangerous arrogance that Nemo had possessed before his fall. The Nautilus was not merely a machine, it was a philosophical statement, a retreat from a world that had betrayed its creator. To replicate its power without understanding its despair was to invite disaster. Conseil saw the whole future unfold in that moment. The quest for deep-sea dominance, the race to plumb the trenches, the inevitable use of such technology for military ends. Aronnax had burned the blueprints to prevent a weapon. He hadn't accounted for the infectious nature of inspiration. The pearl, meant to seal the secret, had instead shone a light directly onto it. He wondered about Nemo. Was he still commanding his silent empire? Was he aware that the world was now actively pursuing the very depths he claimed as his own sanctuary? Conseil knew that true exploration wasn't about dominating the sea, it was about humbling oneself before its majesty. He stepped closer to Durand and spoke, his voice low and firm, a voice that had heard the deep-sea currents whisper. "The greatest secret of the deep," Conseil said, "is not the size of its pearls or the pressure it can withstand. It is the infinite solitude. Man cannot conquer that, he can only endure it. Be careful, young monsieur. When you go down there, you are not conquering, you are visiting." Durand looked at the old man strangely, then shrugged off the philosophical warning. He was a man of steel and calculation. Conseil watched him walk away, carrying the ambition that would shape the next half-century of oceanography. He smiled sadly. Aronnax's work would live on, and the world would eventually see the wonders he had witnessed, the volcanic vents, the luminous creatures, the vast, silent deserts. But they would see them through the lens of a world that had not yet learned the wisdom of Captain Nemo's final, desperate exile. The legacy was complete, the future was inevitable, and the deep still held its secrets, patiently waiting for the world to catch up to a story that was already told. Chapter 32, The Fading Echoes. Conseil lived a life of quiet distinction after the death of Professor Aronnax. He became an unassuming fixture in the Parisian intellectual circles, known only as the devoted former assistant to the late great oceanographer. He continued the professor's work of classifying specimens, his hands moving with the same precise, methodical energy he had employed decades earlier, organizing the bizarre and beautiful relics brought up from the Nautilus's voyages. But his mind was less orderly than his cabinets of curiosities. Despite his outward tranquility, the immense solitude of the deep had left an indelible mark. He no longer simply classified life, he classified secrets. The world of scientific fact seemed pale compared to the singular, self-contained universe he had once inhabited. In his early 70s, Conseil embarked on his own subtle, personal odyssey. It was not a grand, publicized voyage, but a series of calculated journeys to the great ports of the world: Lisbon, Sydney, Cape Town, and Boston. He was not looking for adventure, he was looking for whispers. He would spend his days in docks and maritime libraries, listening to the gossip of old salts, the tall tales of extraordinary encounters, and the increasingly frequent official reports of unidentified submerged objects. He used the professor's old contacts, exchanging scientific small talk for maritime rumor. Most stories were nonsense, fog, drunkenness, or pure imagination. But sometimes a detail would snag in his memory, a flash of something too specific, too technologically advanced to be fiction. A fishing trawler near the Azores reporting a silent black mass moving faster than any current. A Chilean steamer crew swearing they saw a brilliant, sudden light deep beneath the waves off the coast of Patagonia. Conseil meticulously recorded these anecdotes in a small, plain ledger, assigning each a category. Category A, likely delusion. Category B, possible metallic contact. Category C, singular observation, Nautilus. The last category remained heartbreakingly sparse. After the decade of the 1900s, the sightings dwindled. The age of the surface navy was giving way to the age of the U-boat, and the real submarine threat seemed to overshadow the phantom one. Yet Conseil knew that no government-designed vessel could match the silent majesty of the Nautilus. He often contemplated the professor's final, coded entry, the subtle hint that Nemo was not dead, but merely sleeping. Did the captain finally find his true resting place, a trench so deep no man could ever follow? Or did he, in his magnificent arrogance, decide the world was not yet worthy of his return? One evening in Amsterdam, sitting in a fog-filled tavern, Conseil met an aging pearl diver from the Torres Strait. The diver, drunk and melancholic, spoke of a local legend, a ghostly, luminous ship that sometimes appeared beneath the coral, not to attack, but simply to observe, its windows glowing like two giant, benevolent eyes. "They say," the diver slurred, drawing a shaky circle on the damp wooden table, "that the ship belonged to a king who found the knowledge of the deep. And he only comes back when he knows a storm is coming for the surface world." Conseil felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. The Nautilus, a king, knowledge of the deep, Nemo's final warning of impending doom for mankind. He knew that Nemo's exile was not merely a retreat, it was an act of profound, self-imposed guardianship. The captain had rejected humanity but had not rejected the earth. He had found a way to observe the corruption of the surface world from a sanctuary where he could not be corrupted himself. And perhaps that mysterious vessel, far from being destroyed, was simply waiting for the inevitable moment when the terrestrial globe finally brought ruin upon itself. In his final years, Conseil moved to a small cottage overlooking the English Channel. He sold off the rest of the Aronnax estate, keeping only the small ledger of whispers and the professor's reading glasses. He would spend his afternoons watching the warships of France and Britain practicing maneuvers, massive, clumsy things made of steam and rattling plates. He contrasted them with the smooth, electric silence of the Nautilus, a ship fueled by the very essence of the sea, impervious to the wars men fought above the waves. He realized that the professor's legacy and Nemo's existence were two sides of the same coin. Aronnax represented the desire to know and classify the natural world. Nemo represented the power to live outside the artificial human world. Conseil smiled, a slow, gentle smile that rarely touched his lips. He understood the final truth. Nemo's revenge was not the sinking of a few warships, it was the act of existing, proving that a man could live entirely free, self-sufficient, and master of a domain larger than any emperor's. One clear, cold dawn, Conseil did not wake up. He was found by his housekeeper, his head resting on the small, open ledger. The last entry, dated 2 days prior, was written in his steady, careful hand. A Category C, singular observation, Nautilus, North Atlantic, 40 degrees N, 30 degrees W. A sound deep beneath the currents, not the sound of an engine but the sound of profound silence, waiting. The echoes of the Nautilus had finally faded for Conseil, but the legacy, thanks to his quiet vigilance, was patiently waiting for the world to listen. Chapter 33, The Shadow of the Abyss. It was 1912. The world was bracing for a major conflict, but much of humanity's fear still lay in the unknown, the unconquered depths and the unexplored lands. 4 months after Conseil's quiet death, the small cottage overlooking the English Channel was auctioned. Amidst the personal belongings, old furniture, and desiccated biological collections was a small oak chest. It belonged to a distant nephew of Conseil, a curious young journalist named André Lenoir. André, who made a living chasing untold stories for the Parisian tabloids, wasn't looking for treasure, but he was fascinated by his great uncle's strange silence. He quickly dismissed the diving suits and outdated microscopes, keeping only a few odds and ends. Among them was a small, old, coverless ledger and a slightly bent gold-rimmed reading glasses. That ledger was Conseil's silent journal, recording the Nautilus sightings he classified as Category C. André initially intended to discard the ledger, thinking it was just an outdated list of personal expenses. But when he flipped to the middle page, he came across lines carefully written, not in French or Latin but a strange classification. A Category C, singular observation, Nautilus, North Atlantic, 40 degrees N, 30 degrees W. A sound deep beneath the currents, not the sound of an engine but the sound of profound silence, waiting. And André frowned. Nautilus. Could it be the fictional submarine from Jules Verne's famous book? He read on, captivated by the meticulousness of the entries. A fishing trawler near the Azores reported a silent black mass moving faster than any current. An Indian diver spoke of a king who held the knowledge of the abyss. All were marked with the mysterious C for André, who was searching for a story big enough to make the front page. This was a blinding flash of light. He didn't believe in ghosts, but he believed in secrets. If these stories were fictional, why would a man as meticulous and scientific as Conseil spend his final years systematically recording them? André began his investigation, starting with Professor Aronnax's notes. He found a copy of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea version with annotations, where Aronnax meticulously described various marine creatures. André noticed something strange. In the original fictional version, the descriptions of some deep-sea biological species, such as a type of phosphorescent coral in the Antarctic, were very vague. But in the scientific papers Aronnax published after his return, those descriptions were astonishingly accurate, details that no telescope or fishing net could have collected at the time. Just as Nemo had once done with Professor Aronnax, Conseil had opened a secret door for André. André decided to follow the last trace in Conseil's notebook, the coordinates 40 degrees N, 30 degrees W in the middle of the Atlantic. He used all his savings to buy a passage on a small steamer from Southampton to New York, planning to leave in April 1912. Before departing, André visited the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle one last time. He stood before the unnamed specimen, the large, pale white pearl. The light from the museum window shone on it, creating an almost mystical glow. An old museum curator saw André intently gazing at the pearl and smiled. "A legendary story, isn't it, young man?" the curator said. "This pearl was donated along with a magnificent collection of marine life by an old gentleman named Conseil, who recently passed away. He never told its origin, only saying it symbolized the silence of the sea." André nodded, understanding. The pearl wasn't a treasure, it was a reminder. It was the only physical evidence of that journey, and it was the final farewell gift from an exiled king. As André Lenoir boarded his steamer, he felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. He wasn't just looking for an advanced submarine. He was looking for a philosophy of life, a sanctuary of absolute freedom, and perhaps the greatest story of the century. He didn't know that, at that very moment, a larger, more magnificent ship, believed to be unsinkable, was also preparing for its maiden voyage across the Atlantic. Both ships were heading toward the coordinates 40 degrees N, 30 degrees W. The ghost of the Nautilus was no longer a myth, it was an impending event. And André Lenoir, carrying Conseil's small notebook, would be the reluctant witness to the tragic intersection between the knowledge of the abyss and the arrogance of humanity on the surface. Chapter 34, The Final Warning. The small tramp steamer, the Argus, was 3 days out of Southampton, battling heavy fog and an ominous stillness in the North Atlantic air. André Lenoir spent his days pacing the cold deck, Conseil's ledger tucked inside his coat. The coordinates 40 degrees N, 30 degrees W had become a talisman, a point of singular obsession. The closer he got, the heavier the air felt, as if the very ocean was holding its breath. It was late on the night of April 14th, when the ship's meager wireless station began to crackle with an unprecedented urgency. The operator, a nervous young man named Gustave, burst onto the bridge, his face ashen. "Captain, the Titanic, she's struck ice less than 100 miles from us. They're reporting taking on water quickly." A great wave of collective dread washed over the Argus's crew. The Titanic, the unsinkable ship. André's blood ran cold, but not just from shock. Titanic, 40 degrees N, 30 degrees W. The coordinates he was chasing, the place where Conseil's ledger claimed the Nautilus was waiting. He realized the terrible final meaning of Nemo's silent vigil. The captain was not merely observing, he was waiting for humanity's monumental display of hubris to destroy itself. The Argus, slow but sturdy, immediately altered course toward the reported location. The journey was a race against time and the freezing Atlantic current. The tension in the air was palpable, yet André felt a strange dichotomy, terror for the innocent passengers and a chilling scientific anticipation. They arrived in the early hours of April 15th. The scene was one of unparalleled devastation, a terrible monument to human arrogance. The sea was littered with ice floes and debris, broken wood, abandoned furniture, and the grim, floating evidence of human despair. The silence, broken only by the whimpering of survivors and the desperate shouts of rescue efforts, was deafening. The great ship was gone. André and the crew worked tirelessly, pulling freezing survivors from the few lifeboats that remained. But even as his body labored, André's eyes scanned the black, glassy surface beneath the pale moonlight. He was looking for a shadow where there should be none, a silence deeper than the night. Hours passed. The sun finally rose, casting a cold, indifferent light over the tragedy. André, exhausted, leaned over the railing, his gaze fixed on the water where the Titanic had vanished. And then he saw it. It was not a whale, nor wreckage, nor the slick surface of a U-boat. It was a faint, horizontal line of phosphorescence, not rising but moving below the limit of visible light, perhaps 50 meters down. The shape was long, cylindrical, and utterly, profoundly silent. The movement was smooth, intentional, and impossibly swift. It was the distinctive, undeniable shadow of the Nautilus. André clutched Conseil's ledger, its edges biting into his palm. The sight lasted less than 10 seconds, perhaps a silent glide past the scene of destruction. Nemo was there, bearing witness to the final, tragic collision between man's engineering genius and the cold, unyielding power of nature. The presence of the Nautilus was not an act of aggression, but an act of judgment. Nemo had predicted this, the arrogance, the belief in invincibility, the eventual humbling. Yet, just as the last remnants of the shadow faded, André thought he saw a single, strong beam of light briefly flash from below, deep in the trench. Was it a signal? A fleeting moment of regret? Or perhaps a final salute to the majesty of the abyss that had claimed the surface world's latest monument? The Nautilus was gone, leaving André with the greatest burden of all, the definitive confirmation of the secret. He had found his story, but it was a story he could never tell. To speak of Nemo now at the epicenter of the Titanic disaster would be to invite accusations of madness or worse, complicity. He returned to the main deck, his hands freezing, his mind numb. The small steamer, the Argus, now laden with rescued survivors, began its slow, heavy journey back toward the light of civilization. André knew that he was one of the few men alive to fully understand the silent, terrible verdict delivered that night from the bottom of the ocean. He had traveled to the edge of the known world, only to find that the real dangers still resided in the depths of human pride. In Chapter 35, The Burden of the Secret. The journey back to New York aboard the Argus was the longest of André Lenoir's life. The small steamer, built for cargo, not people, was now overcrowded with the silent, traumatized survivors of the Titanic. The air was thick with the stench of oil, sea salt, and unspoken grief. André, though physically present among the saved, felt utterly detached. He was a survivor of a different kind of disaster, a disaster of knowledge. He found himself constantly in the company of Gustave, the young wireless operator. Gustave was hailed as a minor hero for his tireless work, relaying distress calls and coordinating rescue efforts. Yet, like André, Gustave carried a secret burden. He had seen the chaos, the desperate messages, and the subsequent silence. One evening, while leaning against the cold railing, Gustave turned to André, his eyes haunted. "We saved many, mister." Lenoir, but I can't shake the feeling. There was something more out there, something that didn't belong to the wreck or the ice. Andre's heart pounded. He knew Gustave was talking about the faint, phosphorescent shadow that had glided beneath the waves. "What do you mean, Gustave?" Andre asked, forcing his voice to remain neutral. "Silence," Gustave whispered, looking around nervously. "After the Titanic went down and before the Carpathia arrived, there was a period of absolute, profound quiet on the wireless, yet I felt a massive power nearby. A power that wasn't transmitting, wasn't receiving. It was just absorbing the energy of the disaster." Andre nodded slowly. He understood that Nemo's creation radiated a kind of existential silence, an electrical void that swallowed conventional noise. He gently steered the conversation away, protecting the secret that now weighed down on his own soul. To share the truth that a living witness, a technological marvel, had observed the greatest maritime tragedy in history without intervening, would not only brand him a lunatic but would fundamentally alter humanity's view of its place in the world. It would prove that the age of human supremacy on the surface was conditional, subservient to the silent judgment of the deep. Upon reaching New York, the 3 weeks that followed were a blur of inquiries, headlines, and official commissions. Andre, the journalist, was expected to write the definitive account of the rescue, but he couldn't. Every attempt to put pen to paper felt like a betrayal. He wrote of the fog, the ice, the heroism of the Argus's crew, all the surface truths, but the central subterranean truth remained locked inside. He left the major newspapers to their frenzied reports, opting instead for a quieter life. He published a series of esoteric articles on deep-sea currents and the peculiar stillness of the Atlantic trenches, all subtly colored by the scientific rigor he had absorbed from Aronnax's notes and Conseil's classifications. He visited Ned Land's grave, which had remained anonymous. Ned Land's family had never acknowledged his return because they knew his presence would immediately trigger questions about Aronnax. Ned Land's secret, too, was safe beneath a blanket of public ignorance. Andre knew his life had been irrevocably changed. He no longer sought front-page scandals or sensationalism. His life's work became the preservation of 2 parallel truths: the published, acceptable truth of Aronnax's research and the silent, terrifying truth of the Nautilus. He returned to Paris, renting a small, isolated apartment. Conseil's ledger became his constant companion. He continued the meticulous documentation, shifting from Conseil's Category C to his own Category D, the warning. These entries no longer recorded mere sightings, but the psychological and societal echoes of the deep. The unexplained vanishing of small patrol boats, the sudden failure of deep-sea telegraph cables, and the persistent, unconfirmed rumors of a silent shape beneath the great ice floes. Andre Lenoir, the curious young journalist, had become the new caretaker of the world's most dangerous secret. He never married, never achieved the fame he once craved. His greatest legacy was the book he never wrote, a book containing the true fate of the Titanic, the final terrible warning delivered by a man who had chosen the solitude of the ocean over the madness of man. He understood now that freedom was not found in escaping the Nautilus, but in carrying its burden in silence. Nemo's judgment had become his own cross to bear. Chapter 36: The Ocean's Warfare. The years following the Titanic disaster were marked by a frantic, secretive global military expansion, particularly beneath the waves. The tragedy of the great liner, for all its solemn lessons about hubris, had failed to halt the march toward war. For André Lenoir, these years were a torturous exercise in watching prophecy unfold. He sat in his small Parisian apartment, surrounded by maps and newspaper clippings, feeling like the sole librarian of the world's most devastating historical footnote. His documentation, Category D, the warning, swelled with records of naval anomalies. The major powers, Germany, Britain, and the burgeoning United States, were developing fleets of submarines with frightening speed and uncanny capability. André realized that Nemo's true legacy was not just a scientific collection, but a military blueprint, subtly disseminated through the world's scientific community, often without their full understanding. Professor Aronnax, in his published works on deep-sea architecture and hydrodynamic forms, had described the principles of the Nautilus, its sleek lines, its ballast systems, its superior speed and silence, as theoretical ideals. But the military engineers, starved for any advantage, had taken these theoretical ideals and transformed them into the instruments of war. He traced the influence meticulously. Silent propulsion. Aronnax had spoken of the Nautilus's electric current derived from the sea. While the early U-boats relied on noisy diesel engines, their electric motors used for submerged movement were refined with unnatural speed. André found reports hinting at unique battery configurations, allowing for periods of profound, unsettling silence beneath the waves, a silence too deep for the rudimentary hydrophones of the time. This was the Nautilus's haunting, quiet, weaponized, double-hull structure. Aronnax's descriptions of the Nautilus's formidable outer shell, capable of withstanding extreme pressure, had been misread as a guide to defensive armor. Modern submarines now featured complex double-hull designs, offering unprecedented resilience, a direct, if bastardized, tribute to Nemo's engineering. The ram and the torpedo, the very concept of a submarine capable of sinking warships from below, was purely theoretical until the Nautilus. The early, ineffective torpedoes of the 1880s suddenly gave way to sophisticated, self-propelled underwater missiles in the 1900s. André believed the sudden leap in torpedo technology was directly linked to the recovery and reverse engineering of some small, fragmented piece of Nautilus technology, perhaps lost during one of its attacks. André felt a deep, chilling despair. Nemo had wanted to punish the surface world for its wars, yet his very existence had inadvertently handed them the tools for a war far more terrible than any before. He often visited the dilapidated grave of Ned Land in the anonymous cemetery. Ned Land, the man of pure, animalistic hatred for Nemo, was now ironically the safest repository of the secret, shielded by his own anonymity. André reflected on the cruel irony. The Canadian harpooner, who desired only a harpoon and a boat to live freely on the surface, had perished just as the world embraced the very weapon he had fled. In the summer of 1914, the inevitable tensions snapped. War consumed Europe, Andre's fear was realized instantly. The North Atlantic, once the playground of the Nautilus, became the hunting ground of the U-boat. The ships began to vanish with the same spectral suddenness that had characterized the Nautilus's attacks decades prior. The public blamed torpedoes, mines, and conventional warfare, but Andre knew the truth. The spirit of Nemo was loose, divorced from its genius and philosophy, harnessed by governments driven by pure hatred. He packed his bags, carrying only Conseil's ledger and Aronnax's annotated papers. Paris was no longer safe, nor was it the right place to witness this new stage of oceanic warfare. He sought refuge in a quiet coastal town in Brittany, determined to continue his work. He established Category E, the scars of Nemo's legacy. This category was a grim tally of the human cost. Every civilian ship sunk by a U-boat, every life lost, was entered as a direct consequence of the knowledge Nemo and Aronnax had, through tragic circumstance, released into the world. André Lenoir, the last true chronicler of the Nautilus, understood that the great adventure of the deep had ended not in scientific triumph, but in a profound moral tragedy. The ocean, Nemo's sanctuary, had become a graveyard, and the machine of perfect freedom, Nautilus, had given birth to the machine of perfect terror, the U-boat. He was the only one who could hear the silent, cold laughter echoing from the absolute bottom of the Atlantic. The final cynical victory of THUY letter 1 EC1 NT R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF NG Nemo over the civilization he had abandoned. Chapter 37: The Silent Confrontation. The rugged coastline of Brittany offered André Lenoir a cold, granite refuge from the madness-consuming Paris. He settled in a small, isolated cottage overlooking the tempestuous English Channel, a stretch of water that had quickly become one of the most dangerous thoroughfares on Earth. The rhythmic crash of the waves against the cliffs was no longer a symbol of nature's indifference, but a solemn drumbeat accompanying the tragedy of the war. Here, far from the telegraph offices and official reports, the war felt more immediate, more visceral. Almost every morning, the fishermen brought in wreckage, a splintered mast, a lifebelt bearing the name of a torpedoed freighter, or worse, the bodies of men who had died not in glorious battle, but in the cold, sudden violence delivered from below. André's refuge quickly became a silent observation post. He began spending his nights on the cliffs, armed with a powerful naval telescope, not to watch for Allied ships, but for the ghostly presence of their hidden enemy. He studied the tide tables and the deep currents, referencing Aronnax's meticulously detailed charts drawn from the perspective of the ocean floor. He was attempting to think like Nemo. If the U-boats were the bastard sons of the Nautilus, they would employ similar principles of stealth and strategic positioning. They would use the deepest trenches for concealment, the sharp temperature gradients for acoustic masking, and surface only under the deepest cover of night or fog. One stormy November night, his patience was grimly rewarded. The rain was a torrential sheet, and the lighthouse beam was swallowed instantly by the blackness. He heard the usual sounds of the Atlantic, the wind, the waves, the grinding of pebbles, but then a sound that should not have been there. A low, powerful thrumming, immediately followed by an unnerving, complete silence. It was the sound of a large submerged diesel engine cutting out, transitioning to the silent electric motors, exactly as Nemo would have done to conserve air and mask his approach. The silence that followed was not natural. It was the sound of a predator holding its breath. Andrei scanned the dark water below. His heart hammered, a mix of terror and scientific confirmation surging through him. He adjusted his telescope, aiming it toward a hidden cove known to local smugglers, a perfect rendezvous point. He saw it then, the wet, dark line of a conning tower, momentarily visible against a break in the heavy sea. It was sleek, unforgiving, and utterly silent. A German U-boat, likely resupplying or resting, floating barely on the surface, a metallic shark awaiting the morning prey. For several minutes Andrei observed. He could make out the faint, distorted silhouettes of figures on the narrow deck, hastily transferring supplies from a small, dingy boat that must have risked the channel crossing. The U-boat crew, hardened and desperate, were the high priests of Nemo's dark legacy. They embodied the calculated hatred of the surface world, stripped of Nemo's philosophical depth and romantic despair. As the U-boat prepared to submerge, Andrei felt a desperate urge to act. He was the only one who understood the physics of its silence, the engineering of its survival. He could alert the nearby naval base, but what could he say? A German submarine, designed using the theoretical principles of a vessel that doesn't officially exist, is sitting in a cove 50 kilometers from here. Instead, he did the only thing he could. He pulled out Conseil's ledger and scribbled a single, urgent entry into Category E, the scars of Nemo's legacy. He noted the U-boat's approximate length, its unusual speed of transition to silent mode, and the almost imperceptible disturbance it created in the water. He was not giving the Allies military intelligence. He was updating Nemo's ledger with the grim reality of the copycat machine. As the conning tower slipped beneath the water with barely a ripple, Andrei was left alone on the cliff, the sound of the deep current rushing in his ears. The moment of silent confrontation was over. He realized that the greatest battle of the war was not being fought between nations, but between man and his own knowledge. Nemo's ghost was winning, using the ingenuity of the very civilization he despised to turn the ocean into a tomb. Andrei returned to his cottage, his body shivering, his mind clear. He knew his destiny was not to stop the U-boats, but to understand and document the final, tragic arc of the Nautilus's influence. He would continue to listen to the ocean's warfare, recording every scar, until the silence of the abyss finally swallowed the noise of the surface world once and for all. His life had become a pilgrimage of witness, a lonely vigil for a secret that had become the world's greatest curse. Chapter 38: Nemo's Obsession. The silent passing of the U-boat had left a corrosive mark on Andrei Lenoir's psyche. It was not the fear of German attack that consumed him, but the terrifying realization that the Nautilus, or its principles, were still actively participating in the affairs of the surface world. The U-boats were too successful, too silent, too precise. Andrei's intellect rebelled against the notion of coincidence. He became convinced of a single agonizing possibility: THUY letter 1 EC1 and TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and G Nemo was not dead. He spent his days poring over Conseil's ledger, searching for any inconsistency, any sign of an error, or any final navigational entry that might have been a coded will. He meticulously cross-referenced Aronnax's final, published notes with the unpublished entries, trying to deduce where a man who had declared himself a citizen of the sea would choose to end his days or begin his final war. His small cottage became a shrine to the captain. The smell of sea salt and old paper was constantly in the air. He began a ritualistic daily rereading of the most significant chapters of Aronnax's unpublished manuscript, particularly those detailing the captain's descent into melancholia and his final, mysterious actions during the revenge sequences. He would never simply let go, Andrei muttered one frigid morning, tracing a line on a map that connected the Bay of Biscay to the Arctic Circle. Nemo was fueled by absolute hatred and absolute genius. That kind of power doesn't simply rust at the bottom of a trench. It demands an ending worthy of its beginning. The conviction solidified into a maddening certainty. Nemo had seen the sinking of the Titanic not as a tragic accident, but as proof of humanity's inevitable self-destruction, and had used the global conflict as his final stage. He was not leading the German war effort, but he was subtly guiding the U-boats, teaching them the deepest, darkest secrets of the ocean's silence, the ultimate lessons of the Nautilus's survival. Andrei's theory centered on the sudden, synchronized movements of the German U-boat fleet, which often seemed to ignore established patrol routes and strike precisely where Allied intelligence deemed impossible. He believed Nemo was communicating not through radio, but through some form of bioacoustic or deep-sea signal, a phantom lighthouse guiding his technological descendants. This obsession isolated Andrei further. He ceased all communication with the outside world, not just to protect the secret, but because he believed the entire surface world was deaf, blind, and oblivious to the true subterranean general of the war. His health began to fail. He ate sporadically and slept little, often waking to the sound of the Atlantic wind and mistaking it for the deep-sea thrum of the Nautilus's engines. He started writing letters, unmailed, unsent letters addressed to the late Professor Aronnax, and chillingly one long, rambling letter addressed only to the solitary master, Submerged. In this letter, Andrei confessed his understanding. Captain, you taught the world silence, and the world used it for noise. You gave them freedom, and they forged chains. The U-boats are not your triumph, they are your final, crushing defeat. They are the proof that mankind cannot possess such genius without turning it to evil. If you are alive, stop this. If you are dead, your ghost is more dangerous than your living self. One late afternoon, while examining a depth chart near the Azores, Andrei noticed a cluster of unexplained sonar anomalies reported in a long-forgotten scientific journal, anomalies that occurred precisely during the deadliest peak of U-boat attacks in 1917. These were not German transmissions. They were low-frequency, perfectly timed, almost musical pulses. A shudder ran through him. He recognized the pattern. It was the same rhythm Nemo had used to signal the crew when the Nautilus was preparing for a deep-sea descent, a silent, non-electric vibration that bypassed all conventional detection. Nemo was not dead. He was controlling the silent war. He was orchestrating the chaos from his subterranean fortress, passing judgment upon a world that had betrayed its potential. Andrei realized his task was not just to document the scars, but to find the source of the wound. He had to find the Nautilus one last time. His loneliness on the Brittany coast had ended. He had a mission to confront the ghost of genius and stop the ocean's silent war. Chapter 39: The Madman's Scheme. The realization that Nemo might be alive, pulling the strings of the silent war from the abyss, galvanized André Lenoir. His feverish obsession transformed into a chilling, meticulous determination. The first challenge was securing a vessel, a task nearly impossible in 1918, a time when every seaworthy ship was commandeered for the war effort, monitored by vigilant navies, and hunted by the very U-boats André sought to confront. He liquidated the last of his meager inheritance, using the funds not to buy a large ship, but a small, unassuming fishing trawler. He named her the Aronnax Legacy, a title too simple and romantic to draw military scrutiny. The trawler was slow, noisy, and utterly conventional, the very opposite of the Nautilus, but its very insignificance was its best defense. André's planning centered around the fragments of knowledge left by Aronnax and Conseil. He believed the cluster of sonar anomalies near the Azores was not a permanent lair but a staging area, a silent harbor where Nemo received information and disseminated his tactical advice. He charted a course that was deliberately erratic, masquerading as a desperate fisherman avoiding U-boats while in reality tracing the historical and theoretical roots of the Nautilus. His crew consisted of one man, a scarred, taciturn former whaler named Emile, who asked no questions, demanded only double the pay, and communicated solely through grunts and the proficient handling of nets and engine grease. Emile had the necessary skill and, more importantly, the necessary indifference to the sanity of his employer. André brought two things of true value: Conseil's ledger, which contained the coded sonar patterns, and a custom-built hydrophone. This hydrophone was his obsession's triumph, a device based on Aronnax's theoretical acoustic principles, designed to detect low-frequency, non-electric vibrations at extreme depths, essentially listening for the heartbeat of the Nautilus. It was useless against the high-frequency engines of a U-boat, but devastatingly effective against the subtle movements of Nemo's masterpiece. The journey was a constant torment. Every splash of water against the hull, every distant explosion of a depth charge, sent a jolt of anxiety through André. He spent 16 hours a day in the cramped, smelly cabin, his ear pressed against the hydrophone's receiver, listening to the cacophony of the deep, the grinding of tectonic plates, the chorus of whales, and the phantom echoes of lost ships. "The silence is the loudest sound," he wrote in his journal, paraphrasing a line Aronnax had once used. "The captain taught them how to be silent. If I find an unnatural silence, I find him." Weeks turned into a desolate month. The Aronnax Legacy was buffeted by North Atlantic storms, nearly sinking twice. Emile remained stoic, fixing the engine with grunts of contempt for the amateur navigator. Finally, they neared the Azores anomaly cluster. The tension on board became unbearable. Andre instructed Emile to cut the engine entirely, leaving the trawler adrift in the middle of a vast, unnervingly still ocean. The only sound was the sloshing of the waves and the faint, high-pitched whir of Andre's custom hydrophone. Hours passed. The sea was an oily black mirror reflecting a hostile sky. Then it came, not the roar of a torpedo nor the thrum of a U-boat. It was a rhythmic pulse, almost subsonic, perfectly timed. The musical pulses Andre had identified from the old scientific journals. A vibration that bypassed human ears and resonated directly with the deepest layers of the water. It was the heartbeat of the Nautilus. Andre's hands trembled as he cross-referenced the pulse with Conseil's ledger. The pattern matched perfectly the signal for ascend to observation depth. Nemo was indeed here, communicating with something. He frantically aimed his hydrophone's directional receiver. The signal was coming from a depth of nearly 3,000 meters, but it was moving, rising rapidly. Emile, prepare to drop the emergency flare, but not yet. Get ready, Andre yelled, his voice hoarse with panic and elation. The water around the Aronnax legacy began to churn subtly, a deep, powerful vortex rising from the depths. The surface tension broke, not in a violent spray, but in a slow, majestic eruption of black, glistening metal. There she was, the Nautilus, not rusted, not derelict, but perfectly maintained, its massive frame catching the faint moonlight. But it was not alone. Flanking it, like grim metallic children, were two massive, sleek U-boats, receiving silent instructions from the captain's ancient, towering vessel. Nemo was not dead, and he was not merely guiding the silent war, he was commanding the final, terrifying chapter of his revenge. Andre Lenoir had found his ghost, and the ghost was real. Chapter 40, The Final Confrontation. The sudden, majestic appearance of the Nautilus, flanked by its two deadly, modern acolytes, was not merely a sight, it was a judgment. Andre Lenoir was paralyzed, the frantic excitement of discovery replaced by the paralyzing terror of realization. He had found his ghost, and the ghost was the general of a silent, invisible war. Emile, the taciturn whaler, finally reacted, though his expression remained a mask of grim resignation. "Giant, isn't she?" he grunted, reaching for a rusted harpoon gun, a futile gesture against the Leviathan before them. "The flare, Emile, drop the flare now," Andre shouted, his voice cracking. He knew the red signal would do nothing but alert the U-boats to their presence, but he needed a sign of defiance, a mark on the vast indifference of the night. The flare sputtered, casting a brief, lurid scarlet glow over the scene. The U-boats, sleek and low, held their position, their commanders waiting for the signal from the immense vessel at their center. The Nautilus, catching the light, showed its age. The hull was scarred by countless encounters, but the metallic skin gleamed, a testament to Nemo's perpetual maintenance. A section near the conning tower hissed, and a narrow hatch opened with chilling precision. A figure emerged, tall and impossibly old, leaning heavily on the railing. He wore the familiar dark tunic, but the face was a roadmap of suffering, etched with lines deeper than any trench they had explored. The hair was snow white, the beard long and wild, but the eyes were still those of THUY letter 1EC1 and TR letter 1B0 letter 1EDF and G Nemo. sharp, blazing with cold, calculating intelligence and utterly devoid of mercy. Nemo raised an ancient, steady hand, signaling the U-boats to hold position. His gaze swept over the small, rocking trawler, and a shadow of recognition, perhaps even pain, crossed his face. André Lenoir, the voice boomed, aged but resonant, amplified by the open sea. The great-nephew of the man who sold his silence for gold. André staggered, gripping the rail of the Aronnax legacy. Captain, you live and you guide them. The U-boats, the Titanic, it was your doing. Nemo let out a hollow, bitter laugh. My doing? Fool, you think I need to sink the surface world. I merely step aside and allow it to drown itself in its own arrogance. The Titanic, a monument to hubris, the U-boats, the inevitable conclusion of man's ingenuity. I provided the technology for silence, and they chose to fill that silence with death. I am merely the witness. A witness who provides tactical advantage, André countered, holding up the Conseil's ledger, a desperate symbolic shield. You sent them those pulses, those signals of observation. You are feeding the war. I am giving them the knowledge that will guarantee their mutual destruction, Nemo corrected, his voice hardening. They deserve no less. They are a virus upon the earth. For every life lost in that miserable war, think of the millions saved from the future horrors they would inevitably unleash. The scene was surreal. An aging fishing trawler, a man possessed, a living legend commanding a naval apocalypse. Aronnax regretted leaving you, André pleaded, seizing upon the one weakness he knew to be true. He carried the burden of your knowledge until his dying day. He wished for you to find peace, not war. Nemo's eyes flickered, the first true emotion André had seen, a profound, devastating sorrow. Peace? There is no peace on the surface, Lenoir, only hypocrisy and endless carnage. Aronnax was a noble soul, seduced by the light of the ocean floor, but ultimately drawn back to the sickness of the land. He wrote his books, did he not? Did the world listen to his warnings? No, they built bigger ships, faster weapons, and prepared for a greater slaughter. He pointed toward the trawler's hull. That vessel, the Aronnax Legacy, a fitting name, a legacy of observation, not intervention. Now you have made your observation, Lenoir. You have found the ghost. Your time here is complete. André knew he had failed. He couldn't defeat the physical Nautilus, nor could he defeat the overwhelming logic of Nemo's despair. His only weapon was the truth. He dropped Conseil's ledger into the water. If I cannot tell the world, then let the sea have the truth. Nemo watched the ancient, waterlogged ledger sink without emotion. Then he spoke, his voice low and final. You have courage, Lenoir, but courage is irrelevant against fate. Nemo turned and vanished back into the hatch. As the metal sealed shut, one of the flanking U-boats broke its silent vigil. It began to turn slowly, ominously, toward the Aronnax Legacy. Emile, ever pragmatic, had already started the engine, though its frantic cough, cough, cough sounded like a death rattle. He's going to sink us, Captain, Emile said, using the only title he knew for André. He won't, André whispered, clinging to a desperate hope. He would never sink a vessel named for Aronnax. The U-boat continued its relentless approach. The silence of the night was broken only by the churning of the small trawler's propeller and the rising whine of the U-boat's electric motors. A moment of agonizing, terrifying suspense hung over the scene. Then the Nautilus moved, not towards the trawler but downwards, its great bulk displacing the water violently. It was submerging with shocking speed. The two U-boats, receiving a final, urgent signal, followed suit, leaving only two powerful vortices where they had been. André and Emile were left alone, violently rocking in the turbulent water. The Nautilus had spared the Aronnax legacy, but the message was clear. The surface world was a doomed place, and Nemo had finished his business with the descendants of Aronnax. His revenge would continue, silent and relentless, until the final echo of humanity was silenced by the deep. In Chapter 41, The Testament of the Deep. The aftermath of the confrontation was a silence heavier and more terrifying than any storm. The vast Atlantic swallowed the turbulent wakes of the Nautilus and its deadly escorts, leaving the Aronnax legacy bobbing aimlessly, a fragile speck of wood and human folly. Emile, wiping the grease from his hands, was the first to speak, his voice flat. "Well, he didn't sink us." André Lenoir did not answer. He was staring at the spot where the Nautilus had vanished, a black void that had once held the greatest genius and now held the greatest curse of the modern world. He felt no relief, only a profound, crushing exhaustion. He had pursued a ghost across 2 continents and 1 world war, only to find the ghost was real, eternal, and committed to a final, apocalyptic despair. He realized the true meaning of Nemo's final act. The captain hadn't spared him out of mercy, but out of recognition that André now bore the full, unshared burden of the secret. Like Aronnax before him, André was condemned to know a truth the world would never believe. His observation was complete, now came the silence. The journey back to the coast of France was a blur of storms, rationing, and shared, terrified silence with Emile. André knew he had to reconstruct the cover story. They had been lost fishing, swept off course by a German U-boat patrol, and barely survived the elements. When they finally limped back into a small, wartime port, André followed the path of his predecessors precisely. He sold the Aronnax legacy for a pittance, paid Emile triple the promised amount in gold coins, Nemo's gold perhaps, he mused grimly, and then with a curt handshake dismissed him forever. Emile walked away, the money a tangible reward for his silence, his pragmatic mind already filtering the unbelievable encounter into the realm of shared delusion. André, however, could not filter it. He retired permanently to his small coastal cottage, bringing with him only a battered sea chest and the faint, low-frequency hum of the hydrophone, which he could no longer bear to turn on. He spent his final decades compiling his own testament, adding 2 appendices to Aronnax's manuscript. The first appendix detailed the Titanic incident, framing it as the culmination of human arrogance, but he dared not mention the Nautilus by name. Instead, he wrote of a vast, subterranean influence that signaled the end of the age of steam. The second and final appendix was a single, cryptic paragraph, a message to a distant future that might finally be ready to listen. The sea is not a resting place for the dead, but a hiding place for the living. He is not gone. He watches, he judges, and he guides the hands that destroy, believing that destruction is the only path to a forced, eternal peace. Let the world fear not the monsters on the surface, but the one true master who still commands the silence of the deep. His revenge will continue, silent and relentless, until the final echo of humanity is silenced by the deep. The legacy is not of observation, but of the knowledge that the surface world is damned and its damnation is self-made. André Lenoir passed away quietly in his sleep in 1945, just as the second, even more terrible World War, one filled with vast navies and new, terrifying technologies, drew to a close. His last breath was a sigh, perhaps of final release, or perhaps a confirmation of Nemo's terrible foresight. The Aronnax Conseil Lenoir manuscript, now bound in 3 separate hands, lay forgotten in a dusty university archive, dismissed by historians as an elaborate, romanticized work of fiction from the neurotic age of discovery. The world had moved on, embracing the very technologies and conflicts Nemo had warned against, and had forgotten the profound silence of the deep. Yet somewhere in the endless, crushing darkness of the abyss, the greatest mind of the 19th century, THUY letter 1EC1 NTR letter 1B0 letter 1EDF NG Nemo, still commanded his technological miracle. And the silence he provided to the surface world remained his most effective and most enduring weapon. Chapter 42, The Unwritten Chapters. Decades passed. The manuscript of Aronnax, bound haphazardly with the addenda of Conseil and Lenoir, slept undisturbed in the deepest recesses of the university archive. It was a forgotten relic, yellowed paper pressed beneath the weight of more credible, less astonishing history. The world had plunged into the space age, focused on the stars, largely ignoring the crushing pressure and cold mysteries of the deep ocean beneath its own surface. In the late 1960s, a young oceanographer named Dr. Elias Ryker was tasked with cataloging and digitizing the university's neglected collection of 19th-century maritime texts. Dr. Vance was a pioneer, obsessed with acoustic signatures and deep-sea bathymetry, a discipline that had finally begun to listen to the ocean rather than just sail upon it. She found the manuscript on a shelf labeled Romantic Fiction and Hoaxes. Its physical presence, 3 distinct handwritings, the faint smell of brine and age, the watermarks that resisted all attempts at chemical analysis, immediately set it apart. She ignored the dismissive classification and began to read. Dr. Vance devoured the tale of Aronnax, tracing the impossible routes of the Nautilus on her modern charts. She read Conseil's meticulous, emotionless classifications and Lenoir's final, apocalyptic warnings. She paused for hours over Lenoir's appendix detailing the Titanic incident, reading between the lines of his guarded prose about the subterranean influence. What struck her most powerfully was not the narrative, but the scientific data. The pressure calculations, the precise coordinates of previously unknown abyssal trenches, and most crucially, the complex acoustic patterns transcribed by Conseil. These were not the fanciful imaginings of a novelist. They were the meticulous, raw data points of a trained observer who possessed technology far beyond his time. Vance realized the manuscript was a key to something immense, a kind of inverse technological prophecy. It detailed discoveries that should have taken centuries, yet were chronicled almost 100 years earlier. The chapters were in essence a blueprint for the future of oceanography. She spent a year cross-referencing the data. One morning, working on deep-sea sonar scans of the Atlantic, she discovered a subtle, recurring anomaly near the Azores, precisely the area where Lenoir had his final confrontation. It wasn't a wreck nor a geological feature. It was a recurring, low-frequency sound absorption pattern, almost as if something vast and non-reflective periodically occupied the water column. Vance found herself standing at the same precipice Aronnax, Conseil, and Lenoir had faced, the choice between a credible, accepted reality and an astonishing, terrifying truth. She was a scientist. Her instinct was to publish. But André Lenoir's final appendix echoed in her mind. The legacy is not of observation, but of the knowledge that the surface world is damned. She understood then why Nemo had spared Lenoir. He wanted the secret to live, not for the world to know, but to serve as a silent, philosophical counterpoint to the world's destructive progress. Dr. Vance made her decision. She transcribed the scientific data into papers on bathymetry and deep-sea fauna, stripping away any mention of the Nautilus or THUY letter 1EC1 NTR letter 1B0 letter 1EDF NG Nemo. These papers revolutionized her field, leading to the development of new, more sensitive sonar technology and the discovery of several hydrothermal vents exactly where Nemo's log had placed them. The information from the forgotten manuscript flowed silently into the mainstream of science, validating Aronnax's observations without ever validating his story. As for the original manuscript, the full, terrible truth, Dr. Vance placed it into a custom-built, hermetically sealed vault deep within the archives, securing it with an ironclad institutional security protocol. She added one final, unwritten chapter to the legacy of silence. Before sealing the vault, she reread Nemo's final cryptic message, looking at the pattern of sound absorption on her modern sonar charts. The sea is not a resting place for the dead, but a hiding place for the living. He is not gone. He watches, he judges. She closed the heavy vault door, the ancient secret locked away for another generation, perhaps until humanity finally learned to fear the profound silence of the deep more than it feared itself. The Nautilus, the ultimate weapon of a betrayed genius, continued its long vigil. Its existence remained an unwritten chapter in the world's history, a constant, silent judgment from the abyss. Chapter 43, The Legacy of Silence. The year is 2025. The world's oceans are crisscrossed by fiber optic cables and patrolled by autonomous drones. The stars are closer than they were in Dr. Vance's time, yet the deep ocean remains the last true wilderness. Dr. Linh Tran, a young Vietnamese-American archival scientist specializing in Cold War-era institutional cryptography, was working at the very same university that housed the Aronnax manuscript. Lin was pursuing a project on the history of deep-sea acoustic research in the 1960s. Her work led her deep into the dusty, digitalized records of the late Dr. Elias Vance, a celebrated pioneer whose papers had, without explanation, abruptly ceased documenting a specific acoustic anomaly in 1971. The public narrative credited Vance with the discovery of several key hydrothermal vents. The private records hinted at a frantic, secretive investigation. Lynn discovered a series of highly encrypted internal memos from Vance, dating back to 1972, concerning an institutional asset requiring perpetual Class A secrecy, marked only by the code Nautilus Echo. The memos detailed an elaborate, multi-layered security protocol designed not merely to protect the asset, but to ensure its existence was professionally denied. The ultimate objective, the memos suggested, was to prevent the catastrophic validation of a pre-scientific narrative. Intrigued, Lynn tracked the protocol's endpoints to a disused sub-basement section of the main library's archival wing, a section officially reserved for obsolete geological samples, but structurally fortified like a bank vault. This was the vault Dr. Vance had constructed decades earlier. Lynn spent 6 months navigating the outdated institutional labyrinth, securing permissions under the guise of historical preservation analysis of mid-century infrastructure. As she finally stood before the massive steel door, sealed with a complex sequence of rotating brass wheels and a single biometric scanner designed for a hand that had long since withered. Using her knowledge of the historical context, specifically Vance's known admiration for Aronnax's work, Lynn devised a theory. The protocol was not a standard government cipher. It was an artistic cipher, a nod to the very fiction Vance was trying to conceal. She input the coordinates of the Nautilus's final recorded sighting by Lenoir near the Azores, followed by the number of chapters in the original Aronnax manuscript, 20, and then the pressure value of the deepest point mentioned by Conseil, 16,000 meters. The brass wheels spun. The scanner light turned green. The vault door hissed open. The air inside was stale and cold. There were no geological samples. Instead, a single custom-built, hermetically sealed titanium container sat on a pedestal. Inside lay the tri-authored manuscript, Aronnax's elegant script, Conseil's terse classifications, and Lenoir's agitated, late-century scrawl. Lynn opened the container, the faint smell of old brine instantly recognizable. She read the final lines of Lenoir's appendix, the one's warning of the knowledge that the surface world is damned. She then flipped to Vance's final notation on the sonar anomaly, the pattern of sound absorption that periodically occupied the water column near the Azores. Lynn didn't have to cross-reference the data. The answer was in her pocket. On her modern phone, she pulled up a global, crowdsourced live marine traffic map. And there it was, a vast, persistent ghost signature, often dismissed by marine analysts as an atmospheric distortion or system error, that perpetually lingered in the North Atlantic, sometimes moving south, sometimes north, always deep. The Nautilus was still operating. The knowledge it carried, the ultimate knowledge of technological isolation, was still being used. Lynn closed the manuscript, the weight of the three destinies, Aronnax the observer, Conseil the classifier, and Lenoir the accused, settling upon her. She was now the fourth keeper of the silence. She did not publish. She did not call the authorities. She merely resealed the titanium vault and set the complex cipher in a new, unguessable sequence based on the chemical composition of the deep-sea fauna first classified by Conseil. The secret would wait for another generation, a fresh intelligence to rediscover the profound truth that Nemo had prophesied and Aronnax had chronicled. That the greatest threat to humanity does not come from the stars, but from the silent, self-inflicted wounds that persist beneath the waves. Lin walked out of the sub-basement, closed the heavy door, and walked back into the bright, noisy world of 2025, knowing that the greatest story of her generation, the greatest secret of the deep, was safely archived. She simply continued her work, now guided by the forbidden blueprints of a betrayed genius, forever listening for the silent judgment of the deep. Chapter 44: The Whaler's Legacy. While the intellectual torch of the Nautilus secret passed from Aronnax to Conseil, then to Lenoir, and finally to Dr. Lin Tran in the rarefied air of academia, a parallel, more visceral legacy thrived in the salt-stained world of maritime labor. This was the legacy of Ned Land, the Canadian harpooner. Ned's version of the tale was not confined to leather-bound appendices or encrypted vaults. It was a story told over whiskey in fog-bound taverns, a warning whispered from father to son across generations of fishermen, deep-sea salvage experts, and, ironically, the dwindling ranks of ethical deep-sea commercial whalers who operated with stringent international oversight. It was crude, colorful, and focused less on the scientific marvels and more on the sheer, stubborn inhumanity of Captain Nemo. In 2035, the keeper of this legacy was Nathan Land, Ned's great-great-grandson. Nathan was a man built like an oak barrel, with Ned's restless eyes and an almost mythical skill with heavy marine gear. He ran a successful deep-sea salvage operation based in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Unlike the academics, Nathan didn't search for manuscripts. He searched for iron and gold, but his methods were guided by an uncanny, inherited knowledge of the ocean's bad places, spots marked by ancient, unexplained wrecks. Nathan knew the true story, how his ancestor had not merely been lost at sea, but kidnapped by a lunatic with a metal fish, forced to witness wonders and atrocities alike. The story was a source of family pride and a constant, low-level warning. There are things in the sea that are beyond God's and certainly beyond man's jurisdiction. His current job was retrieving a sophisticated experimental submersible, the Triton III, which had inexplicably vanished during a test dive off the coast of Newfoundland. The salvage was challenging due to intermittent power failures and mysterious acoustic interference. As Nathan and his crew worked their main tether, Nathan monitored the long-range active sonar. It was a routine, exhausting operation until the sonar operator, a young man named Pierre, named Nathan grimly recalled, for the professor called out a bizarre reading. "Boss, I'm getting a ghost. Big one, moving under the trench profile. Velocity impossible for any known sub, military or commercial." Nathan walked over to the console, the memory of his great-great-grandfather's booming voice suddenly clear in his mind. "It's a long, dark spindle, lad, moves like the devil himself." The signature was a spindle, vast and deep. It was moving southward, shadowing the current deep-sea autonomous infrastructure, the fiber optics and drone patrol paths Dr. Lin Tran's world relied upon. Interference? Nathan asked, already knowing the answer. No, sir, it's too clean, too organized. It's absorbing the ping, not reflecting it. Look at the hydrophone data, too. A low, rhythmic pulse, like a massive engine idling 20 miles away. Nathan recognized the acoustic signature instantly. It was the same noise, the same subterranean influence that had plagued his ancestors' fishing trawlers during his retirement years. The Nautilus was passing. The confrontation Ned Land had longed for, a direct, physical battle of man against machine, was impossible for Nathan. He was a businessman, not a privateer. But he realized his role in the legacy was different, recognition. He was the one who could identify the silent enemy in a modern, noisy ocean. Filter that out, Pierre, Nathan commanded, his voice gruff. Mark it atmospheric distortion. We don't log ghosts. Pierre, confused but obedient, complied. Nathan knew what he was looking at. The Nautilus wasn't a threat to him or his boat right now, it was simply a presence. It was still performing its vigil, silently judging the surface world. The submarine was now 170 years old, yet still running silently, powered by the very elements it sailed through. Ned Land's legacy was the understanding that Nautilus was not a scientific miracle, but a natural disaster. A permanent, hostile feature of the sea that must be avoided, never challenged. Later that night, alone in his cabin, Nathan pulled out an old, brass-bound journal, Ned Land's journal, written in his rough, uneducated hand, entirely separate from the academic manuscript. The last entry, a rambling poem Ned wrote before his death, spoke not of whales or harpoons, but of metal skin and a cold, proud eye in the depths. Nathan Land was the working man's keeper of the secret. While Dr. Lin Tran kept the blueprint for the future locked in a vault, Nathan kept the warning alive on the open water. And perhaps of the two inheritances, the simple warning was the more important one. He knew where the monster was, and he knew that the greatest skill of a whaler was not to kill, but to know when to turn away. Chapter 45, The Intersection of Two Legacies. The ocean, vast and indifferent, often brings together what the world seeks to keep apart. In 2036, a year after Nathan Land's chilling encounter with the Nautilus signature, his salvage company, Halifax Deep Recovery, secured a high-profile contract with the International Oceanic Infrastructure Consortium, IOIC. Their task, to fix a critical failure in a deep-sea quantum communications cable located off the Grand Banks. The failure was not a clean break. It was a bizarre, almost surgical severing, consistent with high-velocity, low-frequency acoustic vibration. Dr. Lin Tran, though officially employed by the university archives, often consulted discreetly for IOIC regarding historical acoustic anomalies that might affect their infrastructure. She was present at the IOIC's operational headquarters in Boston, monitoring the deep-sea robotics feed as Nathan's crew descended into the gloom. Lin, aware of the Nautilus's documented hostility towards surface world infrastructure, had flagged the coordinates of the cable break as a high-probability area for historical interference. Her academic detachment, however, was immediately challenged by the raw, practical language of the salvage crew's reports. "We're on the cut," Nathan's voice crackled over the secure satellite line. "It's cleaner than any sheer failure I've ever seen. Looks like a giant took a hot knife to it, and the metal is showing signs of localized heating, almost as if it was vibrated apart, not sliced." Lynn, listening through her earpiece, instantly recognized the description. It matched the analysis of the Abraham Lincoln's hull damage described in Aronnax's notes. A high-energy, focused impact, possibly utilizing the Nautilus's unique thermal or acoustic weaponry. She quickly pulled up the long-range sonar data for the sector, the same data that Nathan's local operator, Pierre, had been forced to suppress. Lynn's IOIC console showed the ghost signature, marked internally as Anomaly 730A, moving in a wide, slow arc around the damaged cable section, a pattern suggesting surveillance or perhaps protective loitering. "Mr. Land," Lynn interjected over the secure line, her voice precise and measured. "My data suggests a strong localized field of acoustic distortion near your site. Your crew should prioritize speed and minimize active pings." Nathan Land, recognizing the academic tone, grunted into his comms. "We're working as fast as the sea allows, Doctor. We already filtered out the distortion. Sounds like a whale farting in a bathtub, frankly." "No, Mr. Land. The distortion, the rhythmic, low-frequency pulse, is a persistent signature in the deeper trenches. My analysis of historical data suggests it correlates with an unprecedented submerged structure. I advise immediate caution. Do not probe the source." A beat of silence followed. Nathan, who had recognized the whale fart as the idling engine of the Nautilus, suddenly felt a jolt of recognition toward Lynn's warning. Her knowledge was clinical but accurate. He pulled the microphone closer. "Doctor, you talking about the ghost, the long spindle that doesn't reflect?" Lynn gasped audibly in the quiet control room. You have visually identified Anomaly 730A." "No, I identified it years ago based on family history," Nathan retorted gruffly. "We call it the Leviathan's shadow. My great-great-grandpappy used to tell stories about it. So, you got the book Learning on the Lunatic with the Metal Fish, eh?" The line hummed with the sudden, shocking intersection of their two worlds. The academic, keeper of the hidden blueprint, and the working man, keeper of the oral warning, had found each other across a century of silence. "I have access to the archival material of Professor Aronnax, yes," Lynn admitted softly. "The structure's name is Nautilus, and if it is nearby, it is judging this repair work. It resents the tethering of the world." Nathan chuckled, a rough, seafaring sound. "Yeah, well, the professor always saw it as a wonder. My old man saw it as a hazard. Either way, it's a big lump of trouble. So, Doctor, you know the science. Tell me how to hurry it up, because that Nautilus doesn't usually like company for long." Lynn realized that her carefully constructed world of scientific secrecy had just collided with Ned Land's unvarnished, inherited truth. The only way to protect the secret, she realized, was to collaborate with the one person who intuitively understood the danger, not just the data. "Nathan," Lynn said, dropping the professional formality. It's going to generate a high-amplitude acoustic pulse, a defensive maneuver within the next 30 minutes. It will knock out your electronics. You must retrieve the Triton III now, using only mechanical override and instinct." "Instinct?" Nathan scoffed. "Sounds like something my great-great-grandpappy would say." Precisely," Lynn responded. Ned Land was the only one who truly understood its primal threat. Now listen closely to the old stories. They are the only data Nemo did not suppress. And so, across a secure satellite line, the last heir of Aronnax's intellect and the last heir of Ned Land's sheer, brute survival instinct began their unprecedented silent collaboration, working against the clock of a jealous, immortal submarine. Chapter 46, The Race Against the Deep. The 30-minute countdown began not with a siren, but with a horrifying, palpable silence. Nathan Land, standing on the bridge of his salvage vessel, the Resolution, watched as the modern digital heart of his operation began to stutter. The constant hum of active sonar and the crisp clarity of the deep-sea comms degraded into static and unnerving, rhythmic silence. Pierre shut down the main hydrophones, Nathan barked, tearing his eyes from the console where the ghost signature of the Nautilus was moving closer. "Rely only on the low-frequency passive array. Lynn's right, that thing's charging up." The order went against every modern salvage protocol, yet the primal fear inherited from his great-great-grandfather, Ned Land, screamed for survival. Nathan had stripped the crew down to the essentials. The robotic feeds from the deep-sea autonomous underwater vehicle AUV were now useless, replaced by the primitive glow of high-power spotlights. Lynn Tran, miles away in Boston, became Nathan's eyes and ears in the world of pure data. She used the IOIC's advanced historical models derived, ironically, from Nemo's own technological blueprints secretly transcribed by Aronnax, to predict the Nautilus's defensive pattern. "Nathan, listen to the thermal shift." Lynn's voice was strained, but steady, reaching him through a heavily filtered, redundant satellite channel. The data from the 1870 Arctic encounters indicates that before the acoustic discharge, the ambient water temperature near the hull spikes by half a degree. "That's your 5-minute warning." "Got it," Nathan muttered, scrambling down to the winch deck. The recovery of the Triton III now depended on pure brute force and human coordination. The hydraulic winches built for heavy lifting were now being operated manually, the crew relying on hand signals and the terrifyingly slack tension of the main recovery cable. The Triton III was 3,000 meters down, nestled beside the severed quantum cable. The deep-sea camera footage, still sporadically transmitting, showed the tiny, stranded submersible. "We need tension, boys," Nathan yelled, manning the secondary brake himself. "Give me 5 meters of slack, then haul, slow and steady, no bumps." The rhythmic pulse, the whale fart of the Nautilus's engine began to increase in intensity. It wasn't a sound heard through the ears, but through the hull, a deep, bone-rattling vibration that made the Resolution's deck feel alive with fear. Lynn's voice returned, breathless. "Thermal spike detected, Nathan. 5 degrees Celsius above ambient in sector 730A, 5 minutes, get out of there." 5 minutes to Nautilus time, Nathan corrected grimly. That means about 1 minute for us, Doctor. He had seen this timing in his ancestors' crude drawings. The lag between the thermal spike and the execution of the attack. Ned Land had survived because he anticipated the monster's slow, deliberate malice. All mechanical power, lock the stabilizer fins, get ready for the shock, Nathan bellowed. He had one chance. If the Triton III wasn't free and rising before the acoustic pulse hit, the sheer vibrational force would snap the recovery cable like thread and shatter the submersible's hull. He watched the cable indicator. 300 meters to clear the danger zone. Too slow. We're going to use the swell, Nathan ordered. Pull with the wave, release with the trough. Ned's technique, use the sea against the sea. It was an old whaler's trick, exploiting the ocean's rhythm to gain mechanical advantage on heavy loads. The crew, hardened by years on the water, understood instantly. They worked in terrifying, synchronized bursts, letting the rolling motion of the surface waves multiply their manual effort. The recovery cable squeaked in protest, gaining meter after agonizing meter. Just as the Triton III cleared the abyssal shelf, reaching the 1,000-meter mark, the sea erupted. The acoustic pulse was not a sound, it was an impact. It hit the Resolution's hull like a physical blow, rocking the ship violently. Every light flickered, every electronic system screamed in protest before dying into silence. The screens in Boston went black. Lynn screamed his name into the void. Nathan, holding the manual brake lever, felt the shock travel up the cable and into his arms, a sudden, blinding force. He held fast, his muscles straining against the violent recoil. The air filled with the smell of ozone and burnt wires. But the Triton III was free. The cable held. Silence returned, absolute and paralyzing. The Nautilus had struck and, satisfied with its destructive display, had vanished back into the profound, unsearchable blackness. Nathan released the brake, his hands shaking. The Resolution was dead in the water, her modern electronics fried, but the Triton III was slowly ascending on the manually secured cable. A beat later, the redundant comms flickered back to life. Lynn's voice, a thin, terrified whisper, cut through the static. "Nathan, report." "Nathan, are you there?" Nathan leaned into the microphone, his voice raspy but triumphant, echoing the words of his great-great-grandfather when Ned Land had finally broken free of the monster. "We got it, Doctor. We broke the line. We got the Triton back. Turns out," he paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, "instinct and a good winch beat the future every time." The two legacies, the scientific rigor of Aronnax and the sheer, brutal resilience of Ned Land, had, for a fleeting, terrible moment, merged into a single functional weapon against the silent judgment of the deep. In Chapter 47, The Face-to-Face Encounter. A week after the near-fatal salvage operation, Nathan Land found himself in Boston, wearing the uncomfortable, slightly tight clothes of a man forced ashore. The Resolution was docked for emergency repairs, its fried electronics being painstakingly replaced, a testament to the brutal, non-negotiable power of the Nautilus's acoustic discharge. Nathan was here on the orders of the IOIC, technically to debrief, but he knew the real reason, to meet the woman whose voice had guided his hands through the dark abyss. Dr. Lin Tran met him not in the sterile, imposing glass tower of the IOIC, but in a quiet, book-lined office deep within a historical university building, the very structure that housed Aronnax's sealed archives. She wore tailored, professional attire that contrasted sharply with his worn denim and heavy boots. The meeting was silent for a long, awkward moment. Nathan saw a woman whose hands were steady, whose eyes were piercing and intelligent, but whose posture betrayed the lingering shock of the previous week. Lin, meanwhile, studied the man, rugged, immensely strong, yet with a flicker of inherited madness and profound exhaustion in his gaze. He was the physical embodiment of the primal sea Ned Land had known. She was the intellectual sentinel of the sea Aronnax had classified. "Mr. Land," Lin began, her voice softer than it had been over the staticky comms, "thank you. Your instinct saved the Triton III." Nathan shrugged, lowering his large frame into a fragile-looking antique chair. "Instinct and your data, Doctor. I knew the brute was there, but you gave me the clock. Without your thermal spike, we'd have been fishing for cable scraps." "You corrected my timing, Nathan," Lin pointed out, a slight analytical tilt to her head. 5 minutes to Nemo's timing, 1 minute to yours. Why?" "In Ned Land's journal," Nathan said simply, rubbing the stubble on his chin. "Nemo liked to admire his work. My great-great-grandpappy wrote that the captain always paused after making the final decision, like a man appreciating a perfect equation before he solves it. That pause is our window." Lin leaned back, absorbing this piece of non-scientific, purely biographical data that had saved a multi-million-dollar asset. It was a detail Aronnax had overlooked or perhaps failed to transcribe, the arrogance of the genius. "We need to talk about what happens now, Nathan," Lin said, her tone shifting to business. "The IOIC considers anomaly 730A, the Nautilus, a severe threat to global infrastructure. They want data, they want to know where it sleeps, how it operates." Nathan's jaw tightened. "They want to hunt it, same as the US Navy wanted to hunt the monster 50 years ago. That's how Aronnax ended up on that submarine in the first place, isn't it?" "The circumstances are different," Lin argued. "We need to predict its movements to protect billions of dollars of equipment. And when prediction fails, what's the end game? Blow it up. You think a torpedo made today can scratch that old iron beast?" Nathan looked around the scholarly office, a sudden fire in his eyes. "You and Aronnax, you see the wonder. I and Ned Land, we see the wound. You hold the secret that could make them build a better boat. I hold the secret that tells them they'll only make a better war." Lin rose and walked to a heavy, sealed metal cabinet in the corner, the very vault that contained the Lenoir Aronnax manuscripts. "I'm not Aronnax, Nathan. I'm the one who locked the blueprints away. The IOIC doesn't know about the specifics of the Nautilus's engine or its thermal properties. They only see the anomaly." She returned to her desk, her gaze fixed on him. "But keeping it a total secret means we can't protect anyone when it strikes. I need to know where it is, and you are the only person whose instincts are calibrated to its presence." "You want me to be your deep-sea ghost hunter?" Nathan scoffed. I want us to form a third legacy, Lynn stated, placing her hands flat on the desk. Not Aronnax's genius, not Ned Land's brute vengeance, but a legacy of shared caution. We pool the data and the instinct. We predict its path, and we warn the world just enough to pull back without revealing the truth of Nemo's existence. Nathan considered this. He saw the genuine anxiety in her eyes, the intellectual burden she carried. She was trying to protect the world not only from the Nautilus, but from itself. The vow of silence, Nathan whispered, recalling the tale of Aronnax, Conseil, and Ned Land. The vow of silence modernized, Lynn confirmed. We use our knowledge to enforce a perimeter of avoidance. We become the silent shepherds of the deep, redirecting traffic, masking infrastructure, giving the world a reason, any reason not to sail over the shadow. What's in it for the whalers? The safety of your fishing grounds, the survival of your crew, and the understanding that Nemo's isolation will remain undisturbed, preventing a global panic or, worse, a technological arms race that ends in catastrophe. Nathan smiled, a slow, grim expression that mirrored his ancestors' defiant temper. My great-great-grandpappy finally gets to work with the professor. Fine, I'm in, but we do it my way on the water. No fancy equipment. We go by the feel of the sea and the ghost signature. You stick to your algorithms and your old man's notes. Lynn offered her hand across the desk. We are now the keepers of the deep, Nathan Land. Let's make sure this story ends differently this time. Their handshake, the scientist and the sailor, the mind and the muscle, sealed a new, dangerous collaboration. They were united by a single purpose: to manage the unthinkable permanent threat of the Nautilus and to preserve the fragile, conditional freedom they had inherited from their ancestors. The future of global maritime activity now depended on the uneasy truce between the two living echoes of Captain Nemo's great adventure. Chapter 48: The Silent Initiation. The first mission of the third legacy, the uneasy alliance between the academic Dr. Lin Tran and the pragmatic sailor Nathan Land, was not a dramatic chase but a meticulous exercise in misdirection. The objective: redirect two major shipping lanes in the South Atlantic that were due to intersect a predicted patrol path of the Nautilus. Lynn had spent the week translating the archaic, often poetic language of Aronnax's supplementary notes and Lenoir's cryptic journals into predictive algorithms. The combined data suggested the Nautilus, operating on a cycle of deep-sea resource replenishment, was heading toward the Argentine basin, a route that would place it directly beneath the world's busiest maritime corridor for oil tankers and container ships. The predictive model indicates a period of deep contemplation for Nemo, Lynn explained to Nathan via a secure video link, her face illuminated by the glow of her screens in the Boston office. Aronnax observed that after a major destructive event like the cable cutting or the Titanic, the captain retreats to deep, resource-rich trenches for 6 to 8 weeks. He uses these periods to harvest material and presumably reflect. Nathan, back on the newly repaired Resolution, was studying the same data overlaid onto nautical charts, the numbers confirming his own gut feeling. He's going fishing, Doc, and he doesn't want anyone trampling his pond. So, how do we get the world's biggest container ships to take the long way around without telling them there's an invisible, immortal submarine in their path? We create a believable hazard, Lynn replied, her fingers flying across her keyboard. IOIC has authority to issue navigational warnings based on anomalous environmental events. Our cover story: a sudden, massive upwelling of hydrothermal fluids near the trench is causing extreme acoustic interference, making the area dangerous for commercial sonar and deep-draft vessels. A geothermal fart, Nathan chuckled, lighting a pipe, sounds suitably scientific and vague. But it won't fool the navies, Lynn. They'll send a sub to check. Exactly, Lynn confirmed. And this is where your expertise, Nathan, becomes crucial. We need a physical deterrent. Your team will be dispatched to the perimeter under the guise of environmental monitoring. You will subtly deploy high-frequency sonar buoys, the noisy kind the navies hate, and set up an aggressive, randomized pattern of seismic airgun testing. Nathan frowned. You want me to deliberately trash the area with noise? We'll chase everything for 50 miles. The Nautilus operates on a principle of absolute silence and low-frequency observation, Lynn argued. It despises the chaotic, high-amplitude noise of the surface world. If we saturate the target zone with acoustic garbage, it won't just avoid the area, it will actively dive deeper or reroute to a quieter trench. We are essentially giving Nemo a reason to choose a different path based on his known behavioral patterns. The operation, codenamed Project Cautious Hand, began 4 days later. The Resolution, sailing under the IOIC banner, reached the designated perimeter. Nathan's crew deployed specialized buoys that emitted a cacophony of sound designed to mimic a severe environmental disturbance, loud, random, and irritating to anything with sensitive hydrophones. Nathan, directing the deployment, felt the irony keenly. He was using the very modern, noisy technology that his ancestor, Ned Land, despised, but he was using it to protect the ocean from a deeper, older threat. He felt a constant, nagging tension, the ghost signature in the back of his mind. Lynn, monitoring the environmental feedback in Boston, noticed an immediate response. The predicted path of the Nautilus, visible only to her through the slow, subtle shift in deep-sea thermal currents that only Aronnax's notes had taught her to recognize, began to deviate. "It's working, Nathan!" Lynn's excited voice came through the comms. "The thermal signature is showing a hard shift south, away from the noise envelope. It is choosing a quieter, more circuitous route. It's avoiding us." "Good," Nathan grumbled, watching the waves. "He still hates noise, but we can't keep this up forever, Doc. This geothermal anomaly is going to look pretty thin when ships start sailing right through it in a month." "We won't need to," Lynn assured him. "My models predict a 6-week duration for this resource-gathering cycle. We just need to guide it past this critical intersection. And we have a backup plan based on Conseil's classification of deep-sea fauna." "Conseil, the bookworm?" Nathan raised an eyebrow. "Yes, Conseil meticulously catalogued the migratory patterns of deep-sea organisms around the Nautilus's path. He observed that Nemo would never use a route that disturbed the Calyptogena communities, a specific type of deep-sea clam, which the captain seemed to value as a pristine biological marker. I have identified a massive calyptogena bed 20 miles from the current reroute path. If it gets too close, the Nautilus will naturally divert to avoid disturbing the ecosystem it respects." Nathan shook his head, a genuine smile breaking through his serious expression. "So we're relying on a deep-sea clam and a mad captain's sense of ecological responsibility? Only Aronnax's research could pull that off." The mission was a success. Over the next 5 weeks, commercial traffic was rerouted, the airgun noise kept the Nautilus at bay, and the massive container ships passed safely, unaware of the century-old high-tech torpedo that had been waiting for them below. The Third Legacy had successfully intervened, not through destruction, but through the delicate, subtle manipulation of fear, instinct, and the captain's deep-seated respect for the sea itself. Nathan Land and Lin Tran, scientist and sailor, were now bound by their shared, silent success. They had saved countless lives and billions in assets, and the world had remained blissfully ignorant of the eternal war being waged in the profound darkness beneath. Chapter 49: The Ghost on the Radar. The success of Project Cautious Hand brought no official accolades, only the quiet, intense satisfaction of having averted an unthinkable disaster. For 5 weeks, the world's container fleet had sailed safely, while the Nautilus continued its silent resource cycle in an alternate, deeper trench. The environmental monitoring reports, meticulously fabricated by Lin Tran, concluded that the hydrothermal anomaly had stabilized and the shipping lanes were reopened. But the success brought a deeper scrutiny from the very organizations Lin was supposed to serve. The IOIC's administrative branch, distant from the perilous reality of the deep, began to demand answers about the unprecedented cost and duration of the acoustic disruption. The cost-benefit analysis of diverting global shipping for over a month was staggering. "They are calling it the geothermal farce, Nathan," Lin said, her voice tight with stress during their secure daily briefing. She was hunched over her desk in Boston, the weight of the bureaucracy pressing down on her. "A consortium of naval strategists is questioning the validity of the environmental data. They are demanding a direct, low-altitude flyover and a full, unrestricted sonar scan of the stabilized area." Nathan, now steering the Resolution back towards the North Atlantic, listened with grim resignation. He knew that the moment officialdom poked its nose into the zone, the fragile consensus Lin had built around a believable hazard would crumble. "They don't like being told where they can't go, Doc," Nathan said, puffing a cloud of pipe smoke into the cool air above the bridge. "The navies smell bullshit. They think someone is hiding something, a new oil reserve, a secret mine. And you know how navies operate when they smell a secret. They send a big dog to sniff it out." "The big dog is already deployed," Lin confirmed, her tone turning icy. "The HMS Vigilance, a state-of-the-art guided missile destroyer, has just announced a course deviation. Official reason: unscheduled training exercises in the newly reopened South Atlantic shipping corridor. Unofficially, she is heading directly towards the trench where the Nautilus has just finished its resource cycle." Nathan's blood ran cold. The Nautilus, having completed its deep-sea work, would now be on the move, likely using the very corridor the Vigilance was entering. Nemo was predictable in his routines, but utterly unpredictable in his response to intrusion. "She'll hit the sweet spot in 48 hours, Doc. And the Nautilus will not appreciate the company, especially a warship bristling with modern noise. It will see the destroyer not as a threat to sink, but as a challenge to exterminate." "My predictive models concur," Lynn confirmed, tapping a sequence on her keyboard. A new projection shimmered on her screen, a small, aggressive red icon, the vigilance plowing directly across the projected path of the enormous, silently moving black silhouette of the Nautilus. "We have to intercept them, Nathan. We can't issue a direct warning. That would expose our operation, and the subsequent panic would be worse than any single sinking. We need a new cover story." "A better hazard," Nathan muttered, looking around his bridge. His ship was a working salvage vessel, slow and unarmed, utterly useless against a modern destroyer. Lynn's mind, fueled by panic and the deep-sea lore of 3 dead scientists, worked furiously. The Vigilance is running a new high-sensitivity magnetoacoustic anomaly detector. They are looking for magnetic fluctuations consistent with a new deep-sea metallic deposit, our cover story. "So give them what they're looking for," Nathan suddenly interjected. A wild, reckless idea forming in his mind, inherited directly from the unpredictable spirit of Ned Land. "Give them a magnetic anomaly so big, so sudden, and so ridiculous that they have to stop and investigate." "What are you suggesting?" "I'm suggesting we go fishing for the ghost, Doc," Nathan said, a dangerous glint in his eye. "We know the Nautilus hull is a massive repository of raw, refined metal, pure ferrite nickelic steel, powered by electric currents that surge and pulse with unbelievable force. But it's shielded quiet. We need to force it to talk." Lynn immediately understood. "You mean provoke it. Use your ship to simulate a target, forcing the Nautilus to briefly engage its weapon systems, which would overload the magnetic sensors of the Vigilance and force them to halt for analysis." "We don't need it to fire," Nathan corrected, his voice dropping to a low, intense whisper. "We just need it to get angry." Ned Land saw it often. Before Nemo strikes, the hull glows with a low, intense phosphorescence, the electric charge building up, leaking a massive magnetic field. We need to be the bait, and we need to be close enough to detect that charge and transmit the data to the Vigilance as a false positive target. The plan was insane. A desperate gamble based on the psychological profile of a captain dead for 100 years. But it was the only option that didn't involve exposing the world to the truth of Nemo's existence. Lynn immediately set to work, rerouting the Resolution towards the predicted interception point, calculating the risk profile and preparing a data packet. "We need to feed the Vigilance a plausible signal, Nathan. It has to look like a giant metal object accelerating but then dying off suddenly," Lynn instructed. "I know," Nathan said grimly. "We need to trick a warship into thinking they found the mother lode, then had it stolen from them by a more sophisticated adversary. I have the perfect piece of bait." He ordered his crew to retrieve an abandoned massive deep-sea drilling head, a colossal cylinder of pure industrial steel salvaged years ago. They chained it to the aft deck. "We're going to drop this anchor on their heads, Doc," Nathan explained. We'll let the Vigilance's sonar track it, let them see a massive, fast-moving target descending. Then, as the Nautilus approaches, we'll force the monster to show its hand just long enough to confirm the magnetic spike, and then we cut the chain. The drilling head goes down, the Vigilance stops to analyze the target acquisition failure, and we get out before Nemo notices we're playing games with his electricity. The Resolution reached the convergence point just 6 hours before the HMS Vigilance. Nathan felt the familiar cold pressure in the pit of his stomach, the ghost signature. The Nautilus was below, silent and watchful. Lynn's voice was the only calm point in the rising chaos. "Nathan, the Vigilance has activated its long-range sonar. They are pinging the area. Begin deployment of the magnetic artifacts." "Dropping the fake anomaly now," Nathan confirmed. The giant drilling head splashed into the ocean with a roar, dragging hundreds of feet of chain behind it, simulating a fast, heavy descent. The Vigilance's high-frequency pings would now be tracking an apparent mega-target. Now they waited for Nemo to get angry enough to glow. It took 10 agonizing minutes. Then Lynn's voice, sharp with urgency, cut through the calms. "Magnetic signature spiking, Nathan, off the charts, it's charging, the hull is glowing. They will see this, cut the chain now." Nathan slammed the manual release on the heavy-duty chain. The chain snapped, the huge drilling head plunged into the depths. Nathan cranked the engine of the Resolution to full speed, turning hard away from the zone. The Vigilance, now only a few miles away, suddenly went silent. Lynn's exhausted whisper followed. "They stopped, Nathan. They saw the spike. They saw the target disappear. They are analyzing the data corruption. We bought ourselves a day. Get out of there." The mission was a success, but it was a terrifying escalation. They hadn't just avoided the Nautilus, they had provoked it and survived. The price of their secret was becoming unbearably high, placing them directly in the crosshairs of both the immortal captain and the wary modern navies. They were the silent gatekeepers, caught between the past and the present, the sea and the surface. Chapter 50, The Bond of the Secret. The silence that followed the close call with the HMS Vigilance was not peaceful. It was a deafening void, heavy with the knowledge of profound mutual risk. The Resolution was miles away from the target zone, speeding north, but the tension aboard remained palpable, a residue of the raw electric charge they had deliberately provoked. Lynn Tran, back in her office in Boston, had not slept for 36 hours. She spent that time meticulously scrubbing the data streams, creating a convincing narrative for the IOIC. The sudden magnetic spike was categorized as a unique deep-sea geothermal discharge, which, coupled with the sudden failure of the drilling head, was enough to justify the Vigilance's halt and analysis. The admirals were skeptical but had no definitive proof of deception. The destroyer was alive and the supposed anomaly was gone. For now it was enough. She finally allowed herself to lean back in her chair, running a trembling hand through her hair. The reality of what they had done, using a modern warship as unwitting collateral to protect a monstrous secret, hit her with crippling force. She was no longer a researcher studying a historical enigma. She was an operational spy, manipulating global powers from a quiet university office. Her gaze fell on the heavy metal vault containing the original manuscripts. Aronnax had theorized, Lenoir had recorded, she was executing. She had taken their knowledge of a dead captain's psychology and used it as a weapon against the modern world. The third legacy was not merely cautious, it was ruthlessly pragmatic. A low chime from her private comms system indicated an incoming transmission from Nathan. She accepted the call immediately. Nathan appeared on the screen, his face drawn, eyes bloodshot from lack of rest and constant vigilance. He was alone on the Resolution's bridge, the deep blue of the Atlantic visible through the window behind him. "Did you clean up the mess, Doc?" he asked, his voice rough. "The Vigilance is licking its wounds," Lynn confirmed. "Their engineers are calling it a systemic magnetic data error. They think their equipment malfunctioned. They're going home for a refit. We're safe, Nathan, for now." "We're never safe," Nathan countered, shaking his head. "We're just out of the line of fire, but he knows." Who knows?" "Nemo," Nathan whispered, the name carrying a weight of inherited dread. "He knows we were there, not just the noise, not just a random ship. The ghost signature is different, Lynn. After the last time, it felt like a cold pressure, a general contempt for the surface. This time, it felt specific. Like an ancient predator raising its head and looking directly at me." Lynn felt a chill despite the warmth of her office. "How can you be certain?" "My great-great-grandfather wrote about it. Ned Land said that when Nemo was truly insulted, when someone came too close to his private sanctum, the sea around him felt like a tightened fist." "I felt the fist, Lynn. He didn't just move away from the noise, he let out that charge to tell the destroyer to back off, but he also sensed the deliberate bait. He felt the intention." This confirmed Lynn's greatest fear. They had moved from passively avoiding the Nautilus to actively engaging in a psychological duel with a hostile, immortal intellect. "We have crossed a line, Nathan," Lynn said, her voice steadying with sudden resolve. "We can't rely on deflection anymore. The next time he won't just glow, he'll attack." Nathan leaned closer to the camera, his gaze intense. "So what do we do? Tell the world the truth. Hand over Aronnax's research and let the navies sink the globe trying to build a better Nautilus." "No," Lynn affirmed instantly. "That is the price of our secret. We keep it locked down, but we change tactics. We stop defending the world from Nemo and start defending Nemo from the world." The statement hung in the air, a shocking reversal of their original intent. "You want us to hide the monster?" Nathan asked, a faint, almost mad amusement in his eyes. "We hide the monster's path," Lynn corrected. "If the world doesn't know where it is, they won't go looking for its secrets. We use the IOIC's resources, the satellites, the seismic data, the deep-sea comms, to create blind spots that look like failed coverage, but are actually safe zones for the Nautilus to travel through. We become Nemo's unwitting, bureaucratic bodyguards." It was a brilliant, terrifying strategy. It required total commitment, constant vigilance, and the deepest possible breach of trust with the organizations they served. It meant living permanently on the knife edge of exposure. "You and me, Doc," Nathan said slowly, a sense of resignation settling over him. "Ned Land and Aronnax, but in different clothes. He needed the scientist for the knowledge, and the scientist needed the sailor for the eyes. We're stuck together now. We are, yes, Lynn agreed, a small, genuine smile finally touching her lips. I need your ghost signature to tell me when the data is lying, and you need my data to tell you when your instinct is just fear. We are bound by the most dangerous secret in history. Their brief moment of shared understanding was interrupted by a knock on Lynn's office door. It was the attaché from the IOIC, a stern, humorless man named Agent Morales. Lynn's eyes darted back to the screen. I have company. The IOIC is here for the final debriefing on the vigilance incident. I need to sell the geothermal anomaly one last time. Good luck selling your geothermal fart to the Navy's dock, Nathan signed off, his face hardening back into the resolute mask of the sailor. Keep the lines open. I'm heading back to the Bering Sea. The ghost might be moving north to the Kural Trench soon. I need to be ready. As Nathan disconnected, Lynn quickly cleared her screens, transforming the tactical war room back into the quiet study of a dedicated academic. Agent Morales entered, his expression radiating suspicion. Dr. Tran, Morales began, his voice dry and accusatory, the Naval Command is not satisfied with your analysis. The magnetic event was too perfect, too convenient. I am here to conduct a physical survey of your work and your assets. Lynn rose to meet him, her posture impeccable, her eyes calm and unwavering. She was the sentinel of the secret, ready to defend the fortress of silence. Agent Morales, Lynn replied coolly, gesturing towards the vault that held the truth about Nemo. I welcome the scrutiny. My data is fully auditable. But I assure you, what happened in the South Atlantic was merely the sea showing us that even our best technology is vulnerable to the forces of nature. That is the only conclusion and the only truth my research provides. She knew that the Nautilus was not the only threat anymore. The bureaucracy, the suspicion, and the relentless search for the better weapon were just as dangerous. She and Nathan were now fighting a war on two fronts, the immortal madness of the deep and the paranoid ambition of the surface. And the only thing keeping them from being crushed was the fragile, desperate bond formed between a scientist and a sailor, united by a secret neither could ever fully control. Chapter 51, The Scrutiny of Morales. Agent Morales was not built for subtlety. He was a creature of sharp angles, starched uniforms, and unquestioning adherence to protocol. As he stood in Lynn Tran's Boston office, his presence was an abrasive contrast to the quiet intellectual chaos of her workspace, where maps of the abyssal plain mixed with stacks of antique journals. He viewed the room not as a sanctuary of knowledge, but as a potential crime scene. Dr. Tran, let us be clear, Morales began, his voice dry and devoid of inflection as he gestured toward the secure server racks humming softly in the corner. The vigilance incident was unprecedented. The magnetic discharge you reported, categorized as a geothermal anomaly, spiked and vanished with a precision that defies natural phenomena. My mission is to ensure that no party, internal or external, manipulated the IOIC's resources to achieve commercial or strategic advantage by interfering with a military exercise. Lynn remained calm, her hands resting lightly on the edge of her desk, a small polished stone from a deep-sea dredge lying within easy reach, a talisman of the deep. I understand your mandate, Agent Morales. The data, including the raw hydrophone and magnetometer readings, is fully auditable. I have nothing to hide, but I must stress that the deep ocean is not the predictable environment of a laboratory. It is a vast, volatile space that we barely understand. Morales didn't buy it. He walked past her, his gaze sweeping over the books, the antique clock, and finally settling on the imposing, triple-locked metal vault where the Aronnax and Lenoir manuscripts, the Third Legacy, were stored. That vault, Doctor, what are its contents? Historical research documents, Lynn replied evenly. They are the foundation of my work on 19th century deep-sea currents and early submersible technology, the basis for the IOIC's foundational knowledge on abyssal thermal modeling. I am aware of your official grant status, Morales said, pausing directly in front of the vault. But given the extraordinary nature of the recent events, I require physical access to confirm the authenticity and relevance of those documents. Perhaps they contain a theoretical model that explains the magnetic surge. Lynn knew this was the critical moment. If Morales saw the drawings of the Nautilus, the detailed descriptions of its ferrite-nickelic hull, and the chilling notes on Nemo's electric defense, the secret would explode onto the global stage. It would not only compromise their mission but validate Morales's worst suspicions of espionage. The content is highly sensitive and protected under the IOIC's Historical Preservation Charter, Lynn began, but Morales cut her off with a sharp wave of his hand. I have the warrant, Doctor. I only need the keys. Lynn sighed, a picture of weary capitulation. Very well, but Agent Morales, if you choose to delve into that research, I insist that you do so with the understanding that you are entering a world defined by the 19th century. Your modern biases will distort the context. You will find nothing about magnetic pulses. You will find a century-old obsession with electricity. As she unlocked the vault, the heavy metal door sighing open to reveal the preserved, brittle pages. Morales, his eyes alight with professional curiosity, immediately began to flip through the heavily detailed, hand-drawn schematics of Captain Nemo's submarine, the Nautilus. Lynn watched him, her mind working furiously to craft a disinformation campaign based purely on truth, filtered through the lens of Aronnax's own scientific misinterpretations. The core of that research is not about technology, Agent, Lynn said, leaning against the vault door, adopting the persona of the weary academic explaining tedious history. It's about the era's fundamental misunderstanding of electricity. Aronnax's collaborator, Lenoir, obsessed over Nemo's ability to harvest the lightning of the ocean, a poetic term for generating power through thermal vents. They believed the entire hull was essentially a massive, low-impedance battery. Morales stopped at a page showing a cross-section of the Nautilus's double hull, annotated with French calligraphy. This shows an internal electromagnetic field generator, which Lenoir misinterpreted as a primitive form of defense, Lynn explained, pointing not to the generator itself, but to a passage describing Ned Land's sensation of the air being heavy with ozone before an attack. In the 1870s, they saw high electrical discharge not as a weapon, but as a natural consequence of the extreme energy density required for deep-sea propulsion. They theorized that the vessel was constantly leaking charge. A leak of this magnitude would be a massive magnetic spike, Morales noted, his mind already connecting the historical theory to the recent anomaly. Precisely, and here is where my analysis diverges from the official IOIC report, Lin continued, stepping into the breach of intellectual honesty. My current research, the work I was doing before your incident, suggests that this so-called geothermal anomaly was actually a transient, natural magnetic surge generated by a massive, deep-sea lava tube collapsing near the Argentine Trench. The lava tube itself was rich in iron and nickel deposits. A sudden collapse would momentarily create an electromagnetic signature eerily similar to what a 19th-century scientist imagined a large, electrically powered vessel would emit. She had masterfully fused the two halves of the truth. The magnetic spike was real, but its source was the idea of Nemo's technology being mirrored by a convenient act of geology. The narrative was complex, scientific, and most importantly, believable to a man looking for a convoluted truth, not the simple, horrifying one. Morales spent the next hour poring over the documents, comparing Lin's carefully constructed geological theory to the historical texts. He found no mention of guided missiles or immortality. He found only romantic 19th-century prose about the power of the sea and the terror of the unseen electric currents. Finally, he closed the vault door with a decisive click, his face still unreadable, but his suspicion visibly deflated. "Your research is intriguing, Dr. Tran," he conceded, "but it is highly specialized. I will have a team of geophysical analysts review your lava tube collapse theory and the historical texts in parallel. We may yet require this data for an official explanation." "I welcome it," Lin said, offering him a thin smile. "The more data the better, but I advise your team to approach the original texts with an open mind, Agent. The science is old and the biases are strong." Morales left as abruptly as he arrived, leaving the heavy silence of the office to settle once more. Lin did not relax. She had won the battle, but the war for secrecy was far from over. She had given Morales a plausible explanation, a scientific red herring, but she had also given him the coordinates of the lava tube near the Argentine Trench, a location she now had to ensure was aggressively protected as a future safe zone for the Nautilus. She immediately activated her secure comms to Nathan. He answered, the sound of the Bering Sea wind whistling behind him. "The IOIC just left my office," Lin reported, her voice low and weary. "I gave them a story about a collapsing lava tube to explain the magnetic spike. They bought it, but they're sending a team to verify the area. They're looking for a collapsed nickel deposit." Nathan understood instantly. "You've created a new blind spot, Doc. A fake target we now have to defend. Where is it?" "The Argentine Trench," Lin confirmed. "It's a long way from the Cural Trench where you're heading. We just put a massive burden on the Third Legacy. We're not just hiding Nemo. We're actively creating and defending vast regions of unstable ocean to facilitate his travel." "Then we adapt," Nathan said simply, the resolve in his voice hardening her own. I'll handle the Bering Sea approach, creating failed satellite coverage using my salvage assets to hide the northern path. You focus on reinforcing the geothermal anomaly in the South Atlantic. We'll turn the entire IOIC infrastructure against itself, using its own skepticism to create the safety we need. Lynn nodded, looking at the vault, the heart of the secret, and then at her computer screen, the face of the man who shared her impossible burden. The bond of the secret was the only thing keeping them and the world from disaster. They were now cartographers of a massive bureaucratic illusion, paving a silent road for a ghost. Chapter 52, The Bering Challenge. The Bering Sea in late autumn was a desolate, unforgiving canvas of gray. The wind howled with a predatory intensity, whipping the frigid water into short, angry white caps. Nathan Land, standing on the exposed deck of the Resolution, felt the cold bite deep through his layers of insulated gear, a physical manifestation of the immense pressure now resting on his shoulders. He was alone, save for a skeleton crew, and his mission was simple in concept yet treacherous in execution: to make a specific, vast region of the ocean disappear from the global surveillance network. Lin Tran had bought them time with her collapsing lava tube in the Argentine Trench, a beautiful, scientific lie designed to draw IOIC's attention south. Nathan's job was to create the Northern Corridor. The Nautilus, guided by its deep-sea ghosts, was likely moving from the South Pacific towards the Kurile Trench, a deeper, more complex hiding spot between Russia and Japan. This required passage through or near the Bering Sea. Nathan leaned against the rail, his face grimly set against the driving spray. He was a sailor, a creature of action, and he preferred this raw, physical confrontation over Lin's intricate bureaucratic warfare. Yet the stakes were identical. Failure here meant the IOIC's satellite net, designed to track everything from illegal fishing to military sub-patrols, would spot the energy signature of Nemo's colossal vessel. His plan hinged on exploiting the very system that monitored him. The IOIC's deep-sea acoustic buoys and satellite relays, which relied on continuous, clean data transmission. Nathan intended to introduce carefully calibrated noise, not a brute force signal block, but a series of intermittent, plausible system failures that would lead analysts to mark the entire area as data compromised due to equipment malfunction or extreme weather. He had disguised his operation as a deployment of advanced marine seismic analysis drones, standard cover for his salvage work. But what he was preparing to deploy were 3 custom-built deep-sea repeaters, small enough to be submerged and anchored, yet powerful enough to pulse low-frequency electromagnetic interference directly upward, mimicking atmospheric distortion. "First drone ready, Captain," called out Sergei, Nathan's grizzled, taciturn first mate, his breath clouding in the cold air. Sergei was one of the few men Nathan trusted implicitly, a man who asked no questions about the cargo, only about the survival of the ship. "Lower it to 100 meters, Sergei," Nathan ordered, rubbing his hands together. "We want it below the surface chop, but high enough for the uplink." The first repeater, a matte black cylinder labeled innocuously as Geoscan B, was carefully lowered into the churning water. This was the master unit, designed to broadcast a complex, randomized noise pattern that would confuse the IOIC's high-altitude synthetic aperture radar SAR systems, making the area appear to be constantly experiencing solar flare interference or heavy storm fronts. As the cable whirred out, Nathan felt the familiar, low-level electric hum in the air, the ghost signature. It was faint here but persistent, guiding him like an unseen current. It confirmed his hypothesis. The Nautilus was either already close or its historical path dictated this route. He keyed his encrypted comms to Lynn. She answered immediately, her voice sounding crisp and awake despite the time difference. "Report, Nathan. Are you in the zone?" "I'm smack in the middle of a Category 4 headache, Doc," he replied, watching the white foam lash over the rail. "First repeater is in the water. It's broadcasting a white noise profile designed to convince their satellites they've got bad eyes. But I need 2 more deployments to create a convincing, wide-area failure." "You must work fast," Lynn urged. "Morales's team is already mobilizing to the Argentine Trench. I've overloaded their seismic modeling to bury them in data, but their suspicion is not gone, it's merely redirected. If Nemo moves too quickly through the bearing, they'll see the power draw even through the noise." "I know," Nathan said, his gaze fixed on the turbulent water. "We're racing the monster itself. Nemo won't slow down for our bureaucracy." The deployment of the second repeater was infinitely more difficult. The Bering Sea lived up to its reputation. A sudden, violent squall swept in, turning the waves into mountains and threatening to capsize the delicate operation. The Resolution pitched wildly, throwing men off balance. Hold it, Sergei!" Nathan roared over the wind, gripping the winch controls himself. The repeater cable snapped taut, threatening to break under the strain. He had to make a choice: abort the second deployment and only create a small, unconvincing blind spot, or risk the equipment and potentially his men in the worsening weather. The thought of Nemo, the cold, calculating intellect they were trying to shield, steeled his resolve. This creature was the greater danger. "Bring it up 10 meters, Nathan commanded. "We'll drop it shallower. Sergei, secure the deck. We are pushing through this." They fought the sea for 40 minutes of agonizing precision. Nathan, using every ounce of his ingrained skill as a sailor, managed to lower the second unit. This one was configured to target the IOIC's passive acoustic detection grid, creating false thermal layering anomalies that would scramble the long-range hydrophone readings, making any large object acoustically invisible. When it was finally secured and broadcasting, Nathan and his men were soaked, exhausted, and bruised. "That's enough for today, Captain," Sergei muttered, his face gray with cold. "One more, Sergei," Nathan insisted, wiping the icy spray from his face. "The final piece, we have to make the illusion perfect." The third repeater was the most crucial. It wasn't about noise or visual distortion. It was about injecting plausible failure data directly into the IOIC's Regional Data Aggregation Center. Nathan had programmed it to mimic the slow, systemic degradation of a decades-old comms buoy, making the IOIC believe they were losing coverage due to aging infrastructure, not external interference. As they began the third deployment, Nathan felt the Resolution's engine groan and stutter. The sea was now actively fighting them. Engines complaining, "Captain," the engineer reported over the radio. "Sea intake clogged with ice and debris. We're losing power." A genuine crisis. They were in a hostile sea, partially disabled, trying to deploy secret technology to protect an enemy of mankind. "Sergei, cut the anchor. We'll drift for the deployment. Then retrieve the line and get us moving out of here," Nathan decided instantly. He was sacrificing stability for speed. The final unit was dropped with harrowing speed, Nathan manually adjusting the tension to prevent the cable from snapping against the hull. When the green light on the console confirmed the repeater was active, a wave of cold relief washed over him. "It's done," Nathan confirmed to Lynn over the satellite phone, his voice hoarse. "3 sectors compromised. The northern path is open. The IOIC will see an expanding zone of unstable comms for the next 2 weeks. That should cover Nemo's transit to the Curil." "Remarkable work, Nathan," Lynn replied, the relief evident in her controlled tone. "But remember, the moment that data failure is resolved, our secret is exposed. We are now the custodians of a temporary safety. The world's eyes will be off the bearing, but they will be on the Argentine Trench chasing my lava tube. The weight of the third legacy is heavier than ever." Nathan looked out at the churning, hostile water, the birthplace of their new bureaucratic illusion. He knew she was right. They had not defeated Nemo. They had merely leased him a silent passage. They were now complicit in his continued existence, bound by a dangerous, terrifying oath to use their knowledge, their resources, and their positions of trust to defend the very thing they were supposed to destroy. As the Resolution's engineers finally managed to restart the engine, Nathan began plotting their course away from the compromised zone. He was no longer just a sailor. He was a gatekeeper, steering his ship and the destiny of the surface world through a sea of calculated lies. Chapter 53, The IOIC Response, No Man's Waters. The Global Operations Room of the IOIC in Geneva was a cavern of cool steel and muted light, dominated by the massive holographic projection of the world's oceans. On this particular Monday morning, the map was marred by 2 distinct troubling blots. One, near the Argentine Trench, was an expanding red zone labeled Geothermal Anomaly, High Priority Seismic Modeling Required. This was Lin Tran's creation, a scientific quagmire designed to consume manpower, compute cycles, and attention. The other, stretching across a remote portion of the Bering Sea, was a pulsing orange area marked System Failure, COMMS Degradation/SAR Interference. This was Nathan Land's handiwork, a cloak of plausible technical incompetence woven from carefully injected noise. Admiral Hayes, the IOIC's operational commander, stood at the console, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He was a man who prized control and predictability, and these 2 concurrent anomalies were chipping away at both. "Morales," Hayes addressed the stern-faced agent standing nearby, "what is the latest from the South Atlantic team? Is Dr. Tran's collapsing lava tube theory holding water?" Morales, though professionally skeptical, had been thoroughly grounded by Lin's meticulously detailed analysis of the Aronnax manuscripts. The data supports the hypothesis of a massive, transient magnetic field fluctuation caused by the sudden shifting of ferrous mineral deposits, Morales reported crisply. It's a geological event, Admiral, complex but purely natural. We've diverted 3 seismic survey vessels and 2 deep-sea autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, to the area. Dr. Trans modeling is comprehensive, if aggressively theoretical. Aggressively theoretical, Hayes repeated, unconvinced. And expensive. Meanwhile, look north. He tapped the Bering Sea anomaly. We haven't lost a comms buoy system this comprehensively since the early 90s. Is this related to the magnetic incident? The lead telemetry analyst shook his head. Unlikely, Admiral. This is classic hardware fatigue exacerbated by extreme weather. The signal degradation matches the decay signature of our older generation repeaters. We've tagged the entire area for low-priority satellite monitoring only. It's essentially a dead zone until we can send a service vessel. Hayes sighed. So the 2 most critical zones for deep-sea surveillance, the one where we detected an impossible magnetic spike and a high-traffic choke point, are now effectively blind spots. And both explanations point to equipment failure or natural forces. No external actors, no espionage. Morales remained silent, but his eyes were calculating. He had interrogated Lin Tran and found her narrative airtight, bolstered by documents predating the organization itself. Yet his instinct screamed at the coincidence. The synchronization of the Bering failure and the Argentine anomaly felt orchestrated, a sophisticated pincer movement on the IOIC's attention span. I advise we treat these 2 events as high-level distractions until proven otherwise, Morales finally interjected. I believe Dr. Tran is genuine in her geological research, but the timing is too perfect. I propose diverting a high-altitude surveillance drone to the Bering Sea, ignoring the system failure warning, to see what the raw optical data shows. Denied, Hayes said, slamming his hand lightly on the console. We have global priorities, Morales. The deep ocean is volatile. We can't waste $50 million in flight time on a simple comms buoy failure when the South China Sea situation is heating up. We stick to protocol. The Bering is a technical repair issue. The Argentine Trench is a scientific investigation. The decision was made, driven by Hayes's pragmatic need to prioritize known geopolitical threats over abstract deep-sea mysteries. Lin and Nathan's strategy had succeeded perfectly. They had used the IOIC's own rules of engagement, its reliance on data models and its aversion to wasteful expenditure to create absolute safety. As the meeting dispersed, however, a young, dark-haired data scientist named Dr. Evelyn Reed approached the main console, her expression troubled. She was not a field agent or an admiral, but a pure mathematician, and she had spent the last 2 days drowning in Lin Tran's seismic data models. Admiral, with respect, I have a preliminary concern regarding the Argentine anomaly, Reed said hesitantly. Hayes turned, annoyed at the interruption. Yes, Dr. Reed, speak quickly. Doctor, the transgeological model is brilliant, Reed began, adjusting her glasses. but it relies on a highly specific compound fault line structure that statistically should occur once every 5 million years. The complexity of the simultaneous seismic shear and magma-rich core exposure required to generate that precise magnetic signature is astronomically improbable. Morales, who had been about to leave, froze. Reed continued, clicking a button to overlay the anomaly with a historical map of oceanic seismic activity. What's more, her model is a perfect fit for a man-made source. If you subtract the variable of the lava tube collapse, the remaining signature is that of a colossal, high-density, rapidly moving object utilizing an unconventional, pulsed energy source. I can't prove it's man-made, but I can prove the natural explanation is statistically impossible. Hayes stared at the map, then at Morales, then back at Reed. You're saying Dr. Tran, our own chief science advisor, fabricated a brilliant lie to protect something that fits the profile of a super submarine. I am saying her model is a masterpiece of misdirection, Reed corrected carefully. It's designed to be so complicated that anyone who tries to disprove it gets bogged down in geology for weeks. But the fundamental probability is broken. The silence in the room was heavy. Morales was the first to act. He did not need Hayes's permission this time. Admiral, Morales stated, his voice now dangerously low, I request an immediate redirection of the surveillance drone from the South China Sea priority to the Kural Trench. If Tran and Land are working together, and the simultaneous, convenient failure of surveillance both north and south suggests they have cleared a path. The Kural Trench is the only logical destination for a vessel seeking maximum concealment. Hayes hesitated for a moment, weighing protocol against the terrifying potential reality. The idea that two of his most trusted personnel could be protecting a hostile, unprecedented technology was unthinkable. Do it, Morales, Hayes finally authorized, his face pale. But quietly, no paper trail. We're going dark. If you're wrong, you lose your command. If you're right. The holographic map remained unchanged for the rest of the day, still displaying the two safe zones, one red, one orange. But beneath the surface, the IOIC's resources were now secretly turning. Ignoring the South Atlantic ghost and the Bering Sea noise, and focusing all clandestine surveillance on the Kural Trench, the true, unguarded destination of the Nautilus. Lynn and Nathan had won the tactical battle, but by exposing their strategic hand, the need for two simultaneous blind spots, they had activated the only threat they hadn't planned for. A highly perceptive mathematician who could read the geometry of a perfect lie. In Chapter 54, Compromised, the Enemy's Gift. Lynn Tran was in her laboratory in Geneva, staring at a cluster of geological modeling software, pretending to debug a minor error in the Argentine anomaly data stream when the realization hit her. It wasn't a sudden explosion of data, it was a microscopic shift in attention. IOIC had two deep-sea autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, dispatched to the trench. Their telemetry stream data on battery life, sensor calibration, and acoustic output was public and automated. For 2 days, they had been operating on a rigorous, grid search pattern prescribed by Lynn's faulty model. But at precisely 0800 Zulu, their search patterns underwent a subtle but unmistakable alteration. They didn't stop searching for the lava tube. They began prioritizing the center of the deepest part of the trench, the point where the fictitious magnetic fluctuation would have been strongest. They were now confirming Lynn's hypothesis, not challenging it. They've stopped trying to disprove the lie and started proving it, Lynn thought, a cold sweat breaking out on her neck. That's not a change in protocol, that's a change in the mindset of the analyst. The IOIC's command staff was too bureaucratic to make such an intuitive jump. Someone with a purely objective, mathematical mind had looked at her work and seen the elegant fraud hidden within the complex variables. Someone had pointed out that the geological explanation was statistically impossible. She immediately encrypted a message to Ned Land, who was still sailing the Resolution away from the Bering Sea blind spot. NATHAN. Argentine is compromised, not by failure but by success. They are validating the lie. Someone inside saw the geometry. They will infer the next step, the KURIL trench. Nathan's reply was instantaneous and equally brief. He was a man of the sea and action. He understood the hunter's change of tack immediately. They switched from wide-area SAR to focused optical. Have they sent the drone? Likely MORALES would be convinced now. We need to alert the Nautilus. The safe zone is a target zone. The problem was agonizingly simple. The Nautilus, guided by Nemo's strict non-contact doctrine, was moving through the deep ocean with zero active emissions. Any attempt by Lynn or Nathan to send a direct message, radio, sonic ping, or satellite burst would instantly reveal their position and the Nautilus's general whereabouts, negating all their work. "We need a beacon that isn't a beacon," Lynn muttered, pacing her sterile lab. She went back to the only source of truth she had, the Aronnax manuscripts. She had hidden them away after the IOIC's raid, but she knew the content by heart. There, buried deep in the historical journals, was a passage describing how Nemo would communicate with a few trusted contacts on the surface, not through electronics, but through manipulated hydroacoustics and a system of intentional, localized sonic turbulence. The original Nautilus used the sound of its own immense engine as a signaling system. The modern Nautilus was practically silent. But the Nautilus isn't silent, Lynn realized aloud, tapping the data of the magnetic fluctuation in the Argentine trench. It only appears silent. It generates a colossal energy signature, and that power has a residual effect. As she looked at the data from the 3 repeaters Nathan had dropped in the bearing, they were working perfectly, creating a chaotic noise profile. But what if one of those repeaters could be manipulated to transmit a signal without appearing to transmit a signal? "Nathan," Lynn typed furiously. "The repeaters. Can you remotely alter the broadcast pattern of the second unit, the one creating false thermal layers and scrambling hydrophones?" Nathan, miles away on the choppy Bering Sea, received the message and immediately understood her terrible idea. The second repeater, GEOSCANB, was designed to mimic the sound of thermal layering, a complex, low-frequency acoustic signature that confused hydrophones. The code is embedded. If I can get within 5 km, I can inject a new algorithm via a low-power sonar burst. But what is the message? We can only use pulse duration and frequency SHIFTS. Lynn's mind raced, searching the Aronnax texts for a key, a number, a sequence, a rhythm that Nemo would recognize as a warning from a friendly source. She found it in a seemingly innocuous entry about the timing of the Nautilus's atmospheric recycling vents, a three-part harmonic sequence linked to the golden ratio. The message must be, danger, abort KURIL trench. As she translated this into the only language the Nautilus might hear, the language of sonic patterns, Pulse 1 short represents the initial warning change of plan. Pulse 2 longer lower frequency represents the specific target curl. Pulse 3 repeated short bursts represents the action abort retreat. Lynn sent the code sequence describing the required acoustic pattern, 3 distinct non-consecutive sonic signatures woven into the fake thermal layer noise being broadcast by the repeater. In ATHAN, you need to return to the bearing repeater. You have 48 hours before Morales's drone is in position above the KURIL. The message is a 3-part NON linear harmonic. It must be broadcast from the repeater for exactly 10 minutes and then stop. It must look like a random error. Nathan Land, having just completed the most dangerous part of his career, now had to sail directly back into the zone he had just fought to escape and openly interfere with IOIC property. He looked at the gray horizon, the same hostile waters he thought he had left behind. Morales was hunting them, the Nautilus was unaware, and the fate of the third legacy rested on him turning his ship, the Resolution, back towards the eye of the storm. Sergei, Nathan called to his first mate, his voice betraying no strain, reverse course. We've just received a distress signal from a faulty science buoy. We need to go fix it. Oh, but Captain, Sergei said, confused. That's IOIC property. We are salvagers, not repairmen. Today, Sergei, Nathan said, gripping the wheel, we are engineers of fate. We are going to teach a very stubborn robot how to sing a silent, urgent song. The Resolution turned slowly, heading back towards the carefully constructed zone of silence in the Bering Sea, the small science vessel now racing against the high-altitude stealth drone of the IOIC, both converging on the deepest, most secluded trenches of the Pacific. Chapter 55, The Battle Under the Blood Moon. The air was thick and heavy, smelling of salt, rain, and the metallic tang of impending violence. A rare lunar phenomenon, a blood moon, had bleached the ocean's surface a horrifying, deep scarlet, illuminating the final mating point of the two most powerful fleets the Azure Seas had known in a century. On the deck of the Night Star, Captain Elias Ryker gripped the brass rail, his eyes narrowed against the eerie red glare. Around him, the crew, his family, stood ready, their faces grim but resolute. They were outnumbered almost 2-1, facing the cold, clinical might of Admiral Morales's formidable fleet. Morales's flagship, the Titan, a triple-decker behemoth bristling with cannons, loomed like a mobile fortress on the crimson horizon. Morales is not a man to dally, Elias murmured to Lysandra, who stood beside him, a coil of explosive rope ready in her hands. He wants this over quickly. He'll hit us hard and fast, using his numbers to box us in. We move with the wind, Captain, Lysandra replied, her voice steady. We make them chase us into the storm we prepared. The storm she referred to was a strategic cluster of shallow reefs and treacherous currents that Elias' crew had meticulously mapped. It was their only edge against such overwhelming firepower. A flash of light, followed by a dull, percussive thump, signaled the opening volley. The Titan had fired. Within seconds, the crimson sky was streaked with glowing cannonballs screaming toward the Night Star. "Hard port, all sails reefed," Elias roared, his command cutting through the sudden din. The Night Star, true to its name, danced. Its maneuverability was its savior. The first volley missed, erupting into geysers of scarlet water 50 yards to their starboard. The smell of sulfur instantly mixed with the sea spray. The sea battle was not fought by disciplined lines of fire, but by chaotic, desperate, strategic sprints. Elias focused on splitting Morales's fleet. "Alaric," Elias shouted over the crackle of distant muskets. "Use the new harpoon launch, aim for the rigging of that cruiser, the Vulture. Disable its sail lines, force it to fall back into the Serpent's path." Alaric, his mechanical arm whirring, locked the heavy, custom-built harpoon into place. He sighted for a moment, adjusted for the ship's rocking, and fired. The chain screamed out, snagging the mainmast lines of the enemy cruiser with uncanny accuracy. The Vulture instantly listed, its momentum killed, slamming into a friendly vessel. Morales, observing the chaos through a spyglass from his impenetrable bridge, frowned. "Ryker still seeks to outmaneuver me with clever tricks." His voice was cold, devoid of emotion. "He forgets that numbers eventually crush speed." Commander Taggart, advance the left flank. Encircle the Night Star, show them what true force looks like. As the left flank began its rapid, coordinated advance, Elias realized the trap was closing faster than anticipated. The sound of splintering wood and the agonizing cries of the injured echoed across the water. They had inflicted damage, but Morales was barely bruised. "Captain!" Jonas cried from the crow's nest. "They're sending out the fire ships, 3 of them directly aimed at us." The fire ships, small, fast, and packed with incendiaries, were designed to force them out of the safety of the reefs. If they stayed, they'd burn. If they ran, they'd be crushed by the Titan. Elias looked up at the blood moon, its light seeming to mock their desperate situation. "Time for the grand entrance, everyone," Elias said, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He turned to Kai, the quietest member of the crew. "Kai, I need the smoke screen now. Give us 2 minutes of total darkness before the fire ships hit." Kai nodded silently. He disappeared below deck, and a moment later, a dense, oily black smoke began pouring from the Night Star's vents, blanketing the immediate area. The crimson moonlight vanished, replaced by an inky, suffocating darkness. Elias could feel Morales's confusion, but he knew the Admiral wouldn't hesitate for long. The darkness was a temporary reprieve, not a victory. "Lysandra, take the helm, maintain course, use the current to your advantage. Everyone else, prepare for boarding." Elias drew the legendary sword given to him by the old Sea Lord, its blade reflecting the distant, menacing glow of the approaching fire ships. The decisive moment was not the exchange of cannon fire, but the chaotic ship-to-ship melee that was about to unfold in the sudden, terrifying darkness. Chapter 56, The Devil's Knot. The heavy smoke screen generated by Kai was a double-edged sword. It blinded Morales's forces, but it also masked the approach of the three fire ships. The only illumination came from the faint, menacing glow of the blood moon filtering through the edges of the cloud, and the growing, hungry orange light of the incendiaries bearing down on the night star. "We're too exposed. They're using the darkness to board us from the smaller vessels," shouted Finn, grappling with a large, armored marine who had just leaped from a neighboring sloop. Elias fought with the calculated fury of a captain protecting his home. His sword, a swift, lethal extension of his will, met steel with sparks of crimson light. Every man on the deck was fighting for their life, relying on muscle memory and the absolute trust they had in the person fighting back-to-back with them. The battle turned from a naval maneuver into a desperate, confined brawl. The fire ships were now dangerously close. "Lysandra, can you outrun the fire?" Elias yelled, dispatching two enemy soldiers with a synchronized sweep and thrust. "No, Captain, not enough space in the reef, and if we turn, the Titan will have a clear shot," she answered, her voice strained as she fought the relentless pull of the currents and the chaos of the melee. Elias looked at the map in his mind, trapped between fire, a shallow reef that could tear their hull apart, and the looming threat of Morales's flagship. There was only one way out, and it was the most reckless choice possible. "Alaric, get the cannons ready, not for the enemy, but for the reef." Alaric looked confused, but trust overcame doubt. "Captain, the hull won't take the shockwave if we fire too close. We're going to blast a new path. And target the weakest point in the reef structure. I need a deep channel or we are finished." While Alaric and a skeleton crew began prepping the main cannons for a dangerously close-range geological strike, Elias pushed forward, fighting his way toward the edge of the Night Star's deck. He saw him, Admiral Morales, standing on the prow of the Titan, having finally broken through the outer lines of his own struggling fleet. Morales was not fighting. He was simply observing, his silver-trimmed uniform immaculate, his face a mask of cold, intellectual disdain. Elias Ryker. Morales's voice, amplified by a speaking trumpet, cut through the noise, calm and authoritative. "Your struggle is admirable, but ultimately meaningless. Surrender now, and you will be spared to witness the new era." "Your era of tyranny? Never!" Elias lunged, deflecting a blow from a marine and using the momentum to vault onto the enemy's sloop that had latched onto his ship. Morales only smiled, a thin, chilling expression. "It's not tyranny, Elias. It's order. Did the old Sea Lord not teach you that? Order requires sacrifice. It requires a singular vision." As he spoke, Morales raised his hand. Suddenly, the cannons on the Titan shifted, ignoring the rest of the battle. They were aimed directly at the center mast of the Night Star. "If you will not yield, your ship and the diadem of the Sea Lord it carries will be pulverized, and your crew will watch." This was the Devil's Knot. If Elias continued to fight Morales, his ship and crew would be destroyed by the flagship. If he retreated to defend the ship, Morales would use his position to escape or deploy a new, devastating strategy. Crack! Alaric fired the first cannon at the reef. The explosion was deafening, shaking the Night Star violently and carving a trench of splintered rock and sand. It was a terrifying gamble. Lysandra. Now or never, head for the trench, Jonas, get the sails ready for a full sprint, Elias screamed, knowing he had seconds. He fixed his gaze back on Morales, who was calmly giving the final order to fire. Elias knew he couldn't stop the barrage, but he could make Morales pay for it. Elias hurled his legendary sword straight at Morales. It wasn't a killing blow, but a distraction, a violent statement. The sword clanged harmlessly off the reinforced hull of the Titan's bridge, but Morales flinched, momentarily breaking his composure. That instant was all Elias needed. He leaped back across the gap just as the Titan unleashed its full broadside. The world dissolved into sound and fire. The Night Star rocked violently as it scraped through the newly formed reef trench, the roar of the cannons tearing the air above them. Elias clung to the rigging, watching the center mast shatter and collapse in a ruin of wood and canvas. They survived the barrage and carved a path, but the cost was immense. Their speed was halved and the ship was severely damaged. Morales, unfazed by the distraction, looked down at his fleet. He escaped the fire, a Pyrrhic victory. Commander, prepare the boarding crew. I will deal with the diadem myself. It is time for the final personal move. In Chapter 57, The Weight of the Diadem. The chaos of cannon fire gave way to the sharp, brutal clarity of a direct confrontation. With the Night Star crippled and moving sluggishly through the newly blasted reef channel, Admiral Morales saw his chance. He deployed a boarding bridge from the Titan, a massive steel ramp that slammed down onto the main deck of Elias' ship with a resounding crash. The enemy's elite forces poured onto the deck. These were not the common Marines, but Taggart's personal guard, silent, efficient, and armored head to toe in dark, streamlined plate that absorbed the light of the blood moon. To defend the diadem, Elias roared, his voice hoarse from smoke and exertion. The diadem of the Sea Lord, the ancient artifact Elias had sworn to protect, was kept in a reinforced vault beneath the main cabin. It was the prize Morales truly sought, the symbol of absolute naval authority. Elias, Lysandra, Alaric, and Finn formed a desperate defensive perimeter near the main cabin hatch. Finn's massive hammer swung in wide, devastating arcs, smashing armor and bone with sickening force. Lysandra used her explosive ropes and tactical mobility, darting in and out, setting off small, disruptive blasts that confused the disciplined enemy formation. "They're too many, Captain," Alaric shouted, reloading his mechanical arm with a flurry of iron bolts. "They'll surround us. We only need to hold until Kai stabilizes the hull. We buy time." Elias knew this was a lie. They weren't buying time, they were sacrificing themselves. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the boarding bridge, Admiral Morales himself. He wore no elaborate armor, only his pristine silver-trimmed uniform, but he radiated a cold, absolute power. In his hand was a simple, elegant rapier, a duelist's weapon, not a soldier's. "Step aside, Elias," Morales commanded, his voice carrying an icy authority that silenced the surrounding melee momentarily. "Your crew's futile bravery ends here. Give me the diadem and I will grant them swift passage to land. You'd sooner kill us all and claim the diadem from the wreckage," Elias spat, moving forward to meet him. Morales chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. You always were too sentimental, Captain. That sentimentality makes you predictable. The Sea Lord's power is meant for those who can impose order, not those who cling to fleeting friendships. Elias raised his legendary sword, now chipped and dulled from the fight. The Sea Lord chose me. The Sea chose us. Morales tilted his head, a gesture of almost parental pity. The sea chose the strongest, and that is me. The duel began. It was not a brute force contest, but a dance of lethal precision. Elias fought with raw passion, fueled by loyalty and anger, using powerful sweeping cuts. Morales countered with clinical economic movements. His rapier was a blur of silver, targeting seams in Elias' defense with unnerving accuracy. Clang! Morales parried a heavy strike and then with breathtaking speed thrust forward, the rapier grazing Elias' side. The blood bloomed instantly on Elias' shirt, red against the blood moon's hue. The diadem represents the weight of the sea, Elias, Morales whispered, pressing his attack. The weight of all the lives and choices. You only see the treasure, I see the burden of command. I see a tyrant trying to steal what he didn't earn. Elias drove Morales back with a desperate counterattack, forcing him to block. As their blades locked, Elias felt the incredible, effortless strength in Morales's arm. This man was more than just an admiral, he was a refined killer, possessing a cold discipline Elias had never encountered. Meanwhile, Lysandra and the others were being pushed back toward the cabin hatch. The armored guards were a relentless, crushing tide. Finn was bleeding heavily, and Alaric's harpoon mechanism had jammed. Elias saw the moment of truth. Morales pushed him back with a vicious kick and prepared for the final lunge. It is over, Ryker. Elias knew he couldn't win this fight while protecting the hatch. He needed a distraction, something monumental. He looked past Morales toward the shattered mainmast and the damaged, volatile cannons Alaric had used. And an idea, insane and final, formed in his mind. If you want the diadem, Admiral, you'll have to take it from the bottom of the ocean, Elias roared. Before Morales could react, Elias turned not to fight but to escape. He ran past the struggling figures of his crew, straight toward the main cabin door, which was still slightly ajar. "Don't let him into the vault!" Morales screamed, abandoning his elegant duel and sprinting after Elias with unexpected speed. Elias scrambled inside the cabin, slamming the heavy wooden door shut. Outside, he heard Morales's pounding fists and the shouts of the guards. Elias didn't go for the diadem. He ran for the ship's powder magazine stored in the deepest part of the hull. He had a choice: let Morales take the diadem and rule the seas, or send the diadem and himself to the seabed, ensuring the tyrant inherited nothing but ashes and salt water. Chapter 58: The Sacrifice of the Star. The heavy oak door of the main cabin splintered inward with a violent crash. Admiral Morales, his face twisted into a mask of pure rage and disbelief, stood framed in the wreckage. He hadn't bothered with subtlety, he simply kicked the obstacle aside. Elias hadn't stopped to lock the door. He was already spiraling down the companionway stairs toward the powder magazine, his heart pounding like a drum in his ribcage. Morales's footsteps echoed behind him, fast and urgent. "Stop, Ryker." "It's useless," Morales roared, his voice thick with authority and menace. You will ruin everything. The diadem is meant to forge order, not to be buried in the sand. Elias slipped on the final step and landed in the cold, dark hold. The smell of sulfur and lamp oil was overpowering. He saw the massive wooden casks filled with black powder, enough to atomize the night star and everything nearby. Morales appeared in the doorway, the faint light from the blood moon illuminating the harsh lines of his face. He didn't draw his sword. He stared at Elias as if this were a final test of wills. "Do you think killing yourself will stop me?" Morales asked, stepping slowly forward. "It will be a minor inconvenience. I will salvage the diadem. I will become the new Sea Lord, and your foolish sacrifice will be remembered as a pathetic display of weakness." Elias grabbed a rusted iron bar and used it to smash the lid off the nearest powder cask. Black powder cascaded onto the rotting floorboards. "You are wrong, Morales," Elias said, his voice low and firm. "The diadem isn't power, it's a promise. The promise of a free sea. One where captains like Kai, inventors like Alaric, and fighters like Finn can live without being ruled by men like you." Morales sneered. "Freedom is chaos, you've seen it. I will bring peace through dominion." "Don't be stupid, let me have it. You can still live, Elias. I need a good captain." Elias looked at Morales for the last time. He thought of Lysandra, her smile and her steel. He thought of his crew, his family. He was not afraid. He dropped the iron bar onto the floor. Clang! A tiny spark flew as the metal struck the flinty deck. Morales lunged forward, finally understanding Elias' absolute intent, his face switching from contempt to horror. He drew his cutlass, but it was too late. Elias, taking one final breath, used his personal lighter to ignite a short, prepared fuse wire. The small flame danced at the tip of the line. "This isn't weakness, Morales," Elias said, a final ghost of a smile touching his lips. "This is a choice." Morales, realizing he couldn't stomp out the flame in time, turned to flee. He was a strategist, an admiral, but even he could not fight a burning mass of gunpowder. It was too late for him to escape the lower hold, however, on the deck. Lysandra, Finn, and Alaric were fighting a desperate rearguard action. They heard Morales scream, followed by a dreadful silence. Finn, heavily wounded, looked at Lysandra. What did he do? Lysandra looked toward the cabin, her eyes widening in realization. She understood. Elias didn't run, he made the final move. "Everyone overboard!" Lysandra screamed, grabbing Alaric's injured arm. Now Kai stopped the ship. But it wasn't enough time. The powder magazine erupted. It wasn't a simple blast. It was a cataclysm of wood, iron, and fire. The sound tore through the night and drowned out the roar of the ocean. The Night Star, the ship that had sheltered and protected Elias for years, turned into a colossal fireball beneath the blood moon. The concussion threw everyone on deck flying. Lysandra felt a massive force hit her back before the world dissolved into white noise and blackness. The Titan, anchored too close to deploy defenses, was struck on its prow by the fiery wreckage. The quarterdeck, where Morales had stood just moments before, was ripped apart. When the debris settled, only a vast, smoking, burning streak remained on the water where the Night Star had once proudly sailed. Elias Ryker had turned the diadem of the Sea Lord and himself into a deep-sea mystery, forever out of Admiral Morales's reach. The battle was over. But the story of the survivors had just begun. Chapter 59, The Descent and the Survivors. The sound was not a bang, it was a physical tearing of the fabric of the night. Lysandra felt a hammer blow against her chest. The air was instantly replaced by water, fire, and fragments of ship. She didn't remember hitting the deck, only the dizzying, churning descent into the freezing cold water. The ocean, once a friendly path, was now a chaotic, deadly washing machine. She was tossed and rolled, momentarily blinded by the phosphorescent trails of floating debris. Her ears roared with pressure and the distant, muffled echo of the explosion. Lysandra fought the panic, kicking toward the surface with every ounce of discipline she possessed. She broke the surface, gasping, her lungs burning. The sight that greeted her stole her breath once more. Where the night star had been, a colossal column of oily black smoke rose, illuminated from below by the furious, hungry orange glow of 100 burning wreckage pieces floating on the water. It was a funeral pyre for a legend. Kai Finn. Alaric, she screamed, her voice hoarse, barely audible over the crackle of fire and the groans of the damaged Titan nearby. A few meters away, a head bobbed up. It was Kai. He was coughing violently, but his eyes were wide with a fierce survival instinct. Lysandra. Over here, Kai shouted, swimming toward a large, intact piece of the main mast railing. He reached it and used it as an anchor. Lysandra swam to him, her limbs heavy with exhaustion and cold. The Admiral, the diadem. Gone, Kai rasped, pointing toward the burning wreckage. Elias made sure of it. Now we find the others. They scanned the scene. The Titan was reeling, its crew scrambling to put out fires that had erupted from the shrapnel hitting their forecastle. The distraction was their only chance. There, Kai pointed to a dark shape clinging to a massive piece of floating oak panel, part of the main cabin door perhaps. It was Alaric, clutching his right arm, his face pale with shock and pain. He was conscious but barely moving. Next to him, face down and motionless, was Finn. They struggled through the debris-clogged water, pulling themselves hand over hand to the plank. Lysandra immediately flipped Finn over. He had a deep gash on his head, but he was breathing, shallow and irregular. We need to get clear, Lysandra ordered, pushing the heavy plank with her free hand. Morales will send his boats. He'll want to know if anyone survived, if Elias failed. He didn't fail, Alaric muttered, his teeth chattering. The power is at the bottom of the sea. As they slowly drifted away from the immediate scene, carried by the strong currents, they watched the Titan launch its longboats, their lantern lights cutting harsh yellow beams through the smoky darkness. Lysandra looked back one last time. The remains of the night star were sputtering out, leaving a dark stain on the water. Elias had sacrificed his life, his ship, and the very symbol of power to stop Morales. The weight of that sacrifice settled on Lysandra's shoulders, heavier than the cold water. They had survived the blast, but they were adrift, 4 wounded individuals in an open ocean, with the most powerful man in the sea, Admiral Morales, now fueled not by ambition, but by righteous, murderous vengeance. The sun had not yet risen, but the dawn of a terrifying new war was already upon them. Chapter 60, The Father and the Sea Crown. At the heart of the final maelstrom, the Abyss Lord was fully awake. The light from the sea crown engulfed Elias Ryker, but instead of burning him away, it laid bare his deepest memories. Elias saw the ancient hatred that bound the original tidal lord, a creature betrayed and utterly alone. He realized destruction was not the answer, it would only breed more hatred. Elias clutched the sejum that his daughter Amelia had given him, a simple stone, yet a symbol of his promise to return. He closed his eyes, pouring all his regret, all the unconditional love of a father into that gem. He would not use it as a weapon, he would use it as a bridge. "You seek war, Lord," Elias whispered, his voice amplified by the ocean's latent power. "But you are no longer alone. Your solitude ends here." He did not strike the crown. Instead, he pressed the sejum against the screaming spiritual essence of the Lord. Elias' entire body glowed with a fierce, ethereal blue fire, not the fire of battle, but of supreme sacrifice. He used his will and the strongest fragment of his own soul to forge an eternal seal. He did not die. He merely bound himself to a life of responsibility. The spiritual seal acted as a containment vessel, wrapping the crown of the sea and isolating it from any future destructive impulse. The tidal lord, finally freed from the burden of its own ancient grudge, dissipated into a soft, receding tide. The crown itself sank deep into the sea floor, falling into an everlasting slumber. Elias collapsed into the water, utterly spent. The searing pain of sacrificing a part of his spirit for the seal nearly drowned him, but one vow echoed in his mind: go home. Chapter 61, The Keeper and the Peaceful Shore. Kestrel and the crew of the legendary vessel arrived mere minutes later. They found Elias, his body battered, but his eyes returned to peace. He had survived. During the journey back, Elias spoke little. He had achieved redemption. He had saved the world not through death, but by taking on the burden of permanent duty. Though alive, he knew he would never be truly free. Whenever the crown of the sea attempted to stir, Elias would feel a sharp ache, a constant reminder of his charge as the ocean's guardian. The day he docked was the most beautiful day of Amelia's life. She ran to him and wrapped her arms around his waist. "You came back, Papa," Amelia said, her voice catching. "I knew you would. You never break a promise." Elias held his daughter tightly, the weight on his shoulders lifting slightly as he presented her with all the treasure he had amassed over the years. "They will let you live a quiet life, Amelia, a life on solid ground." Elias was Pirate Elias Ryker no more. He abandoned his title and the hunt for fortune. He became the keeper of the ocean's secret, a quiet shadow upon the waves, safeguarding the peaceful waters and ensuring the crown remained asleep. Years passed. Amelia grew up, becoming a respected navigator, and she understood the silent absence of her father. In the final scene, Elias stands on the deck of a much smaller vessel, side by side with Amelia. The sun is setting, painting the sea red and gold. "Where do you go next, Papa?" Amelia asks, smiling. Elias smiles back, pointing toward the star-dusted night sky. "You see, Amelia, this ocean always gives us a second chance. But the important thing is knowing how to cherish it. And my daughter, you are my final peaceful shore."